A man with a scar on his cheek and wrapped in a red scarf sarcastically told his interlocutor that people who show sympathy for weapons are not needed in their guild. To this, the red-eyed interlocutor only grunted in displeasure and left the building, setting off on an unknown path. In this world, dragons have become a part of human society, and people can't imagine their life without them. These creatures calmly move through the streets of the city and fly in the sky, accompanying their owners. About 1,000 years ago, people themselves learned how to breed dragons, and since then they have begun to use them in a variety of areas. Dragons differ significantly in size. There are small varieties as well as medium and large subspecies. Small dragons, despite their size, are still twice and 3 times larger than humans. They are mainly used for transportation of things. But even in war conditions, small dragons are used as a means of transportation for riders. Average dragons reach the size of a residential building. Their main purpose is to transport heavy loads over long distances. And large dragons are considered the main fighting force of any army, and most often such dragons have their own names. People who subdue such creatures are called dragon knights. In other words, dragon knights. One day, the dragon knights gathered together and formed their own guild. At this time, a young man was walking through the streets of the city when his attention was attracted by a dragon flying overhead. The boy's name was Cillier LaRose. He looked up and saw above him a dragon with 4 wings, a species called Vritra. This species is known not only for its ability to fly, but also for its loyalty to its host, as well as its endurance. On such dragons usually travel long distances. Among the medium-sized species, there are also those that are particularly loyal to the host. They are called nidhogg. They are prized for their brisk nature and often take part in the war. Not far from the young man passed a mother with her child, who pointed up with his hand where the dragon flew. He enthusiastically called out to his mother to look up and share his overwhelming emotions. The little boy expressed his wish that when he grew up, he would definitely become a dragon knight. This brought a smile to Cillier's face, because for every boy, becoming a dragon rider knight was a cherished dream. The mother and son continued on their way, and the guy moved to another street. He agreed that it was prestigious to fight on top of a dragon, as well as not forgetting a decent profit for such work. But a crowd had gathered in front of him, whispering in surprise about what had happened. Cillier stopped and heard a voice demanding that someone move faster. The crowd surrounded the young boy with the dragon, who didn't listen to his master and froze in place, refusing to move and growling softly. The blond man wasn't happy with the creature's behavior. Cillier immediately recognized the appearance of this dragon, calling it Turax. Turax belonged to a small subspecies and, apparently, was rented. Many keep such dragons just for the sake of traveling, as this species is convenient for riding. Its body is covered with roughness, and it is comfortable to move around. The dragon continued to growl as if it was saying something. Cillier watched the creature closely. The blond youth scratched his head from not knowing what had happened to the dragon. He kept demanding it move, but to no avail. The dragon continued to growl. Cillier volunteered to help with their difficult situation. The blond man turned to the boy and gave him permission. Assuming that a customer had approached him, he quickly apologized for the difficulties. However, Cillier immediately made it clear that he was not here for the purpose of making the trip. After watching the dragon from the side, the dark-haired man suggested that the dragon's paw might hurt. The blonde didn't quite understand what the guy meant. Cillier clarified that it was the dragon's right hind leg that was hurting and pointed to it. The rider immediately turned to the dragon. He sat down next to the dragon and asked it to take a couple of steps, and the dragon did so, trembling and limping. The blonde agreed with Cillier's guess and asked the dragon when and where it managed to damage its paw. The guy scratched his head again and decided to suspend the lease because of this situation. Cillier, on the other hand, watched the scene in silence, making no comment. The blonde asked the guy if he also rented dragons and thanked him for helping him out in this situation. When asked, Cillier briefly replied that he didn't rent dragons, and finally asked the rider to take proper care of the dragon. The blond man looked at the boy in surprise at his request and nodded. After finishing the conversation, Cillier started to return to his path and walked past the wounded dragon. The dragon thanked the young man for alerting the fair-haired man. Cillier smiled, understood the dragon's words, and wished him well. A dark-haired youth stood by the dragon, telling him that he wasn't in the mood for work. He asked to give the dragon a day off so that it could return to the ranks. But the man with the scar on his face only made fun of the guy's words that dragons can even live such emotions. Siller reacted instantly to these words. He tried hard to reason with the other man, but he just grinned back, not taking the boy's words seriously. It amused him that Siller was sympathetic to the dragons, calling them common cattle. The dark-haired youth only got angrier at this attitude. Ever since he was a child, he understood the language of dragons. This didn't mean that he understood and could talk to other animals, but somehow he only understood dragons. Thanks to this gift, he decided to step on the path of the Dragon Knight. Siller had spent a fair amount of time studying dragons. He memorized their distinctive features and learned to control them in one day. But rather than use the dragons for utilitarian purposes, he mostly preferred to ask them for favors when he dared to saddle them. People thought that the guy made dragons move with his mind and was invited to join the Dragon Knight Guild Lindworm. The Lindworm Guild was ranked S. Around their coat of arms were hung diplomas and certificates confirming their high level of skill. Guilds gain rank based on the number of dragons and horsemen's abilities. The maximum rank was S. To get it, a guild must complete 3 quests of the highest difficulty together with another guild, or 2 quests with its own knights. Lindworm passed the trials with their knights, not combining their work with others. However, the knights of this guild forced the dragons to work against their will. This contradicted the worldview of the mayor and caused rejection in working with them. Less than a month later, he was suspended from his job in Lindworm. They called him a useless, lazy guy who found all sorts of excuses not to work. He was banished from the guild in disgrace, but Siller did not grieve and was only glad of this outcome. After such an unpleasant experience, he decided for himself not to get involved with the guilds and not to work for them. Freed from such conditions, he seemed to feel good. But something still bothered me. Not working for a guild means working for yourself. He still had to find money to support himself with. After leaving the guild, the young man was forced to work as a freelance dragon knight. He spent his time in the city hall, where there were also free-spirited knights like him who took on all sorts of tasks. In addition to the task on the wall of the city hall, ads were also posted for work that is feasible for ordinary citizens. Orders from many agencies are collected here. But Siller did not have such a good reputation, as he was dismissed from his previous job and did not have his own personal dragon, so tasks from agencies are not available to him. Anyone could take orders directly from the mayor's office. There were even some tasks that could be completed by renting a dragon. Looking at the wall where the available orders were displayed, one of them caught the young man's attention. He picked up the order details paper from the wall. When he read the details, the task was to raise and train a newborn dragon. Without wasting any time, Siller went to the customer. Siller and the customer were sitting on couches, separated by a large table with mugs on either side. The customer introduced himself as Patrick Forge and greeted the knight, and Siller also introduced himself in return. Patrick thanked the young man for volunteering to help him. Patrick smiled awkwardly and admitted that many people don't want to take on this task as soon as they know the details. Siller expressed his understanding of Patrick's position, because after all, taming dragons doesn't always mean training. The man agreed that this was quite a logical reasoning of the young man. Before proceeding with the task, the dark-haired knight asked the customer exactly how he wanted to raise his dragon. The man admitted that he actually wants to give this dragon to his son for his birthday. Siller expressed his surprise at what he heard. The customer said that he once heard from his fellow merchants that when a child is born, you need to have a dragon. The young man agreed that this was a good custom. If a dragon and a child grow up side by side, then they become very attached to each other. Over time, the dragon can even act as a child's bodyguard. The customer explained that after buying the dragon, he invited different trainers, but for some unknown reason, the dragon did not listen to them at all. Siller was surprised by this outcome. For this reason, the man decided to seek help from the Dragon Knights, assuming that they could help him in such a difficult situation. The young man understood the customer's wishes and asked to go to the dragon. The man got up from the table and pointed the way to the knight. They left the mansion and made their way through the lush garden, which also had a small fountain. In front of them, a small Tarascan dragon lay in chains on the ground, and she was sleeping peacefully, not paying attention to others. The man explained that the Tarasque species is compact and easily gets used to people, so he chose it. Siller agreed with what Patrick said, adding that the species is also used to transport people. But despite this, she did not obey the trainers at all. Then Patrick asked the young man to try something to make the dragon listen to people, and Siller said that he would try to do it. He calmly walked over and carefully sat down next to the dragon without disturbing her sleep. He introduced himself to the creature and asked its name. The dragon opened her eyes in an instant and turned her gaze to the stranger. The dragon immediately got up from his seat and started telling the young man that he wanted to see his little sister. The knight spread his hands in front of him and asked her to calm down. He asked the dragon to explain what she meant by her request. She froze in place for a moment, unable to find the words, and was surprised that the man in front of her understood her perfectly. Siller just smiled at the creature's clarity. He nodded to the dragon, saying that he understood her. She was surprised by this news, but decided not to lose the opportunity to share the details of her situation. The dark-haired youth listened intently, not moving from his seat. The dragon lowered her gaze sympathetically, saying that she and her little sister were always together, but Patrick only took her alone. Siller continued to listen and watch the dragon's distress. In desperation, she asked Siller to be allowed to be with her younger sister. If her request is granted, she will listen to the knight and do whatever he says. Siller asked the dragon if she wanted to live with her sister. The dragon replied that they had been together since they were hatched, but then they were separated. Siller reflected on this difficult situation and said that the merchant who took him really wants her to get along with his child. He asked her if she would obey the merchant's son if she did as she asked. The dragon immediately replied that it would only happen if her sister was brought to her. Having done this, she promises to fulfill the conditions set. After making an agreement with the dragon, Siller got up from his seat and headed back to Patrick to tell him all the information. The man anxiously asked the knight how the meeting with the dragon went, and did he find out anything. After answering what he did, he first asked Patrick where he got this dragon. Patrick said he'd gone and bought it from a dragon merchant. The dragon, meanwhile, was lying on the ground, waiting for the humans to take further action. Siller asked Patrick not to waste any time in asking the merchant if he still had one, like the one he had bought. The knight added that the merchant's other dragon was the younger sister of the one in chains, and the man was surprised by the news. The boy said that the dragon would do anything if he brought her sister to her, and concluded that this was the reason for her disobedience. The man scratched his face when he heard that the boy understood what the dragon was saying. He did not disclose the details and asked the man to do it as soon as possible. The man nodded excitedly to the knight and let him know that he would comply with the request. After a while, the dragon was waiting for news when suddenly something caught her attention. In front of her, she saw an identical dragon being held in chains by the blonde-haired boy, who was also followed by Patrick and Siller. The dragon immediately realized that her own sister was standing in front of her and moved forward in joy. The sisters tried to reach each other, but they were stopped by chains that prevented them from escaping. The blonde guy held the dragon back and asked her to calm down. Siller asked her to let the dragon go and leave the sisters alone for a while. Patrick silently nodded at the knight's request and asked the fair-haired youth to let go of the little dragon. He obeyed the man. As soon as he released the chains, the dragon immediately ran towards her older sister. The older sister was waiting for her approaching younger sister. As soon as they were close, the dragon exclaimed that she was very happy to see her again, and that she was all right. When they met, the dragons hugged each other, not hiding their joy at the long-awaited reunion. The eldest admitted that she was afraid of never seeing her younger sister again. They didn't want to part, and the younger one kept saying the older one's name over and over. Siller was touched by this reunion and couldn't help but smile. The man next to him also expressed his astonishment, while Siller only looked at him with a smile. The knight replied that it was because they were sisters who had been separated for a long time. The man watched this scene and thought about it, noting that they were behaving exactly like humans. Siller did not comment on the similarity. Remembering the way the dragons had been treated in Lindworm, he shook his head silently, not agreeing with Patrick's conclusions at all. Siller, after watching Patrick's reaction, concluded that the man understood the dragons' strong attachment to each other as soon as he saw them together. He managed to understand their feelings without even understanding their words. Patrick called the mayor to discuss the payment for the work done, then headed back to his mansion. But the dragon sisters immediately approached Siller. When he saw that someone was approaching him, he turned around. The older sister began thanking him for helping her reunite with her sister. The younger one only found out that it was thanks to him, and also thanked him. They jointly said that they would follow all his instructions, still rejoicing at such a good turn of events. The knight sat down with them and asked them only to make friends with the merchant's son. The older sister seemed to remember that this was what the young man wanted and laughed merrily. She assured him that she would get along with the merchant's son and help him only if they were not separated again. The younger sister, who was standing nearby, only smiled and didn't say anything. He patted them both on the head and asked them to do their best, and they nodded contentedly. He got to his feet and walked away, leaving the dragons alone in the garden. Scylla and Patrick were standing at the entrance of the mansion. The man spread out his arms and happily expressed his deep gratitude to the knight for his help. He still couldn't believe that Scylla had managed to get along with the dragon. After all the trainers Patrick hired couldn't do it, and he was already ready to let go of his hands. He called the knight an incredible person, but Scylla asked the man not to separate them from each other in the future. Even when they grow up, they must be kept together. Otherwise, the dragons might stop listening to Patrick's orders and he might start having trouble with it again. Patrick agreed with the knight's words and memorized them. When they returned to the garden, they found the two dragons sleeping peacefully side by side, snuggled up to each other. He smiled at the fact that they were now at peace together. As he set out on his journey, he remembered once again that he had been kicked out of the best Lindworm Guild. However, he didn't regret it, but rather was happy with the outcome. Because he understood the dragon language, he could also understand their feelings. From that moment on, the young man made a promise to help the dragons and protect them, not deviating from his own principles. After returning to the city hall, Scylla headed towards the wall of advertisements. He understood that he needed to do a job to earn a living. But at the same time, he was also mindful of building a reputation that would be important in the future. Near him, two young men were actively sorting through orders and they were lured by one of them, which indicated a large reward. His friend couldn't find the ad, so he pointed to the paper. But he did not like the task, because there it was necessary to indicate after the dragon and suggested not to take on this task. His friend agreed with the guy's opinion, and they dropped the idea. At this time, Scylla was listening to the guys from the side. As soon as they left, he came to this task that they had discussed so much. After reading the ad, he was surprised by who the customer was. He picked up a piece of paper from the wall and decided to try to complete the task. An unknown voice asked if the person was still working on his letter. The maid holding the tray turned to her mistress, who was surprised at the number of letters she had written. But the girl sitting on the chair was only annoyed by the upcoming meeting. She added that no matter how many letters she wrote, it would take a long time before any dragon knight took on this task. She was holding a pen in one hand, and there were several letters already written on the table, along with an open sheet of paper. She was uneasy at the thought that if they delayed their delivery, the situation might only get worse. She stretched out her arms and leaned against the back of the chair, turning her gaze to the window with a sigh. A young girl in rich robes was sorrowfully wondering if there was a knight who could help her out in such a situation. Scylla decided to go to the customer. He of course imagined that the place where the sender lives might stand out. He stopped and looked up awkwardly. The customer's luxurious mansion towered in front of him. Scylla paused at the gate, looking at the building. It consisted of 2 floors, and on the roof there were windows. The task turned out to be simple. He was assigned to deliver a letter, and as a reward, he was supposed to have high-quality dragon equipment. At the entrance, he was met by a maid, and she led the guy inside. I put a cup of tea on the table in front of him. He admitted that the equipment might be useless for an unemployed knight without a dragon of his own. He was sitting on the couch waiting for the customer's instructions. In front of him sat a young girl dressed in a luxurious dress and with long gloves on her hands. She introduced herself as Katerina Marielle and was the customer. Katerina sat across from him with her hands folded, looking down on the young man. Scylla greeted the girl and was about to introduce himself, but Katerina interrupted him immediately, noticing his youth and doubting whether he would be able to complete the task. He looked at her, puzzled. She asked him if he could handle dragons. The guy awkwardly replied that he had experience in this. Katerina continued to ask him more details about his professionalism in working with dragons. The knight replied that his job depended on the dragon itself, and in his mind confirmed his own guesses about the reason for such questions. After listening to the guy's answer, she thought about it and continued to evaluate it with her eyes. In the end, she agreed to accept his help, adding that he was not the only one to whom she sent this request. Scylla noticed that the letter that needs to be delivered is very important, and he received confirmation of this. Picking up a cup of tea, she blew on it lightly so as not to burn herself too much, and explained that she had written several letters in case one letter might not reach the recipient. Mariel was a noble family with many possessions. Obviously, Katerina is much richer than Mr. Patrick, whose order Scylla recently completed. The knight had a question, and the girl immediately turned her attention to him. He was interested in the contents of the letter. Katerina was surprised by the knight's curiosity and assumed that he was going to question her. But Selir immediately dispelled her concerns, saying that if he could know the contents of the letter, it would be easier for him to deliver it. It seemed to him that Katerina wanted it to reach its destination as soon as possible, and he would need to think carefully about how best to protect personal information. After some thought, Katerina agreed with the young man's words. Lifting her smile, she replied that the letter was of a romantic nature. In other words, this letter is a response to a love letter from Baron Bouquet. Selir didn't react to the lady's reply, but only thought about it. He suggested that lovers communicate through letters. Katerina only replied that it is difficult to maintain a romantic relationship between two families. She wanted to tell him more about the Baron himself, but then changed her mind and sighed. Katerina said that Selir would have to go to Libo and asked how long it would take him to deliver. Or it was located in the city of Povalsal. He wondered how much distance he would need to cover. With a quick calculation, he told her with a smile that he could deliver the letter in 1 day. The girl was surprised by such a quick calculation and shared that the rest of the performers could deliver only in 3 days. She liked the knight's professionalism and smiled at the quick response. Katerina hastened to reassure him that it didn't matter how long it took, as long as he could deliver the letter. She left this duty to the knight and rang the small bell. A servant entered the room and handed Catherine a tray with one of the letters on it. The girl took it, handed it to Selir, and asked him to bring proof that he had completed the task, and he would receive the reward as soon as he returned. The knight took the letter and began to carry out the order. When he returned to the city, he needed to find a shop where he could rent a dragon for this task, since he didn't have one of his own. He hadn't expected the quest to be so high class. He guessed that this was not only an errand for the Marielle family, but it also affected the Bouquet family. But when he was ready, he decided that he had to do it as best he could. Selir reached the shop where he could buy a dragon for a while. He entered the building and was greeted by an elderly man sitting at a desk looking at some papers. Noticing the visitor, he adjusted his glasses and greeted him. The man asked Selir what kind of dragon he was looking for. Next to the table was an open passageway to the dragon pen. Selir glanced over and asked the vendor if they had any wyverns. He added that he needed a fast dragon for 1 person and no cargo. The man got up, led the young man to the entrance, and said that they have 3 individuals. As he entered this spacious open-air room, he saw dragons of various kinds, some with their muzzles outstretched towards him, while others continued to watch the boy from their seats. Selir passed by, giving them a warm smile. The man pointed to the wyvern monster. The knight replied that he would choose a suitable dragon for himself. The man understood the young man and left the place. Each knight had a different way of dealing with dragons, and some preferred not to reveal their ways of communicating to outsiders. But he guessed that the owner of this place was already used to guests like Selir. The man, meanwhile, waited patiently for the young man's choice, while the 3 dragons conversed among themselves. They immediately noticed a customer approaching them. They cheered for the young man's arrival, communicating the news to each other. Selir continued to stand still and watch them. The dragons evaluated the young man with an exclamation, noting that he looked dumber than the previous customer. But since Selir understood the dragon language, he immediately told them that they were very rude and he was not stupid at all, but he still smiled at such childishness on the part of the creatures. The others laughed, explaining that he looked stupid. But then the laughter stopped and a realization came. The dragon was shocked that Selir could understand them. The knight continued to observe the dragon's reaction with a smile on his face. He answered in the affirmative, to which the dragons marveled at the man's talent. They speculated and asked the boy if the dragons had raised him, since he understood their language. But Selir rejected the idea. The dragons questioned Selir about how he had learned their language, but soon turned the conversation to the purpose of his visit. He told the dragons that he wanted one of them to help him complete a task. He had an urgent need to deliver a letter to a faraway place, so he asked the dragons which of them was the fastest to fly. One of them volunteered to help the guy, but before that she asked about the contents of the letter. She asked if it was a love letter he needed to deliver, and asked the guy several times, to which he replied that it was. One dragon continued to question him about who was the sender and who was the recipient of the letter, a guy or a girl. The guy briefly replied that the letter was from a girl to a guy. The dragon was immediately inspired and decided to help the guy send a love letter to the Baron. The young man was clearly not expecting such a violent reaction from the dragon, which caused him to be shocked. She asked the guy to accept her help and choose her as a letter carrier. Selir was surprised that it was the letter that motivated the dragon to do such a job. The other two dragons were talking to each other, pointing out the dragon's strange temper and doubting what good there could be in human relationships. But they assured Cilir that she was indeed the fastest. He turned to the dragon and asked her if she really flew faster when it came to letters. The dragon smiled and said that it was true. Cilir pondered the dragon's words. He walked over to the shopkeeper who was standing next to the other dragons. Cilir reported that he was renting the rightmost of the three dragons. The man asked the guy if he was sure of his decision. After all, if you need to get there quickly, he suggested that the guy take the dragon in the middle. But Cilir refused the offer and said that the right dragon would be suitable for such a job. The man was surprised by such an unusual decision of the guy, but did not convince him. Cilir rented a dragon for his mission. They looked out at the green landscape, preparing for the long flight. The dragon asked the boy to give her the letter. He didn't quite understand why she needed it, so he gave the dragon a letter. She sniffed the letter, which still smelled of Katarina, and became even more enthusiastic. Cilir was already sitting on her back and hoped that everything would go smoothly. The dragon began to pick up speed, causing Cilir to barely stay on top of her. She continued to enjoy the letter, appreciating the girl's handwriting. As they took off, they were presented with a majestic view of the city from above. Cilir appreciated the dragon's temper. Wyverns are very fast dragons, despite their small size. He was taking the shortest route to Lebo on the dragon. He slightly poked his head down to look at the view of the city. The dragon managed to take the boy to the city very quickly. It was thanks to the letter that she held in her teeth and picked up all the smell from it. Thus, they arrived in Lebo in half a day. The dragon sat down on the ground and Cilir climbed down. In front of them was a grand mansion surrounded by high fences. Inside, they were met by the Baron himself. Picking up the letter, he pressed it to his cheek, glad that it had finally reached him. He abruptly turned away from the guests, asked them not to disturb him, and dismissed them. Cilir in his thoughts evaluated the young man, seeing the resemblance to Katarina. The butler handed Cilir a new envelope, which Cilir immediately gave to the wyvern. The dragon took the boy back to the city in the same half-day. Thus he successfully returned to Mrs. Catherine and reported to her that his journey took half the time. The girl admired how Cilir quickly delivered the letter to her lover and successfully completed the task. She got up from the table where the envelope from the Baron lay, noted the speed of delivery, and assessed his abilities. Cilir only thanked the girl for her praise. The girl stopped and asked the guy's name. Cilir introduced himself by his first name. The girl smiled at his familiarity. She let him know that it was imperative to memorize it, and if she had any tasks to do, she would let him know. Cilir himself was glad that he was able to complete such an important task. He left the mansion and went on his way. The dark-haired knight went to the dragon market. He decided to take a look at the dragons for sale in the market. In his mind, he was surprised by the high price tag. It would be inconvenient for him to rent a dragon every time. He wanted to buy his dragon, with whom he could build a trusting relationship and handle any job together. He decided to look around the market and see the dragons. He lowered his gaze and noticed one unusual dragon. In this market, the Balor dragon was not sold for much, which surprised the young man. A dark-maned dragon was sleeping on the ground. Cilir was noticed by the owner of the dragon market and greeted the boy. Cilir immediately asked the owner why Balor is sold at such an extremely low price. The price of Balor was no higher than the rental price of any other large dragon. He noticed that the advertisement for the sale of the dragon also looked very shabby, which greatly alarmed the guy. The market owner laughed awkwardly after the guy's words and tried to explain the reason. Cilir hurried to ask the owner about the dragon's condition, whether it was ill or whether there were other complications. The man rejected his speculation and explained that she has no physical flaws. In fact, it is very good in comparison with other Baloras. But Cilir still did not understand the reason for its low price tag on the market and asked what the problem was. The man sighed, trying to find the words. He scratched his goatee and said that the dragon was very lazy. Cilir was surprised by this reason. He went on to say that it often doesn't run errands and advised the young man not to buy it. But Cilir asked for permission to take a closer look at the dragon and was granted. They passed several dragons behind fences and came to the sleeping Balor. The dragon did not react at all to the people who came and continued to lie on the ground. The man left Cilir alone with the dragon and walked away. Baloras are often used for cargo transportation. They may not be fast, but they are very resilient thanks to their strong muscles, and they also have a wide back that things will interfere with. In addition, Balaras are herbivorous dragons, so any of the representatives of this species will eat grass meadows. This greatly simplifies their care. Selir quietly approached the dragon and greeted her, but received no response. He apologized for bothering him, but she didn't respond. Bending slightly, he sat down next to the dragon and told her that he had discussed her with the merchant. He wondered why she didn't want to work, but the dragon continued to lie with her eyes closed, which confused the guy. He called her again. Selir asked her if she would talk to him. At this question, the dragon opened her eye a crack and said that the boy wouldn't understand her anyway, so she didn't see the point in talking. The knight noticed her calmness and offered to start the conversation again, without misunderstanding. This time, the dragon already opened her eyes and fixed her gaze on the boy. She half rose from her seat and was surprised by what had happened. The dragon was surprised that the boy could speak dragon language. He smiled at the fact that she had only just noticed. She wanted to ask him how he managed to learn their language, but he assured her that it wasn't the most important topic right now. He asked the dragon to share her illness so that he could help her. The dragon lowered her gaze slightly and said that she was sleepy. She wasn't looking at the guy anymore, but down, and the guy asked her what she meant. As it turned out, to maintain strength and normal work, the dragon needs to sleep at least 12 hours a day, otherwise her body quickly depletes and she loses the ability to fully complete tasks. Hearing about this feature of Balor, the young man was very surprised. Usually, dragons are so strong that they only need 2 hours of sleep for a full rest. In addition, there are some that can continue to move even when they are asleep. The dark-haired knight noticed that the dragon was already getting sleepy and smiled at the cute scene. He realized that each dragon is unique in its own way and has its own characteristics. He approached the dragon and offered a deal. Selir will allow her to sleep 12 hours a day, and in return she will have to help him with his work. The dragon doubted the boy's words and said that he was lying to her, but he assured her that he wasn't lying, adding that if he wasn't satisfied with her need for such a long sleep, he would have taken another dragon. The dragon asked the guy exactly if he would allow her to sleep for so long, to which she received confirmation. But he repeated his conditions that in return, she would need to work hard. That was the contract. The dragon stood up on her paws and stretched to her full height. She was almost the same height as the guy, but bigger than him. She said she would believe what he said. Selir approached the market owner with the money. The latter asked him if he was sure of his choice and warned him that they would not make a refund in case of anything. With a satisfied smile, the young man assured that he was confident in his choice, and added that the dragon knights have their own methods of dealing with such special dragons. Leaving the money behind, he and the dragon walked out into the city and slowly wandered around it. He asked the dragon to give her a name so it would be easier for them to communicate with each other. The dragon's face showed surprise at her master's request. She agreed, but she was sure that people usually only called dragons by their numbers, not by their proper names. Selir explained that since he understood her, the numbers didn't make any sense. The young man suggested the name Louise to the dragon and asked her opinion about his choice. The dragon pondered the name. Thinking that she might not like it, he immediately asked the dragon. But she liked the name, saying it felt very unusual. It was amazing for her to have a name of her own. Louise admitted that despite her mixed feelings, she liked the name. The dark-haired knight was relieved to learn that Louise was satisfied with this choice. The dragon itself lifted an embarrassed smile on its face. Finally, the hero and his companion came to their home. The house was modest and not exactly large, but he introduced it to Louise anyway. The dragon asked where she could sleep. The guy said there was a garden behind the house where she could sleep wherever she wanted. However, the garden they entered was completely empty. It didn't have any specially designed fences for dragons, but only bare ground could be seen. He apologized to Louise for the conditions and quickly explained that if he had known he was going to live with a dragon, he would have rented a bigger house. He hoped she would be happy with the situation. However, the dragon assured him that if she could sleep, it didn't matter what condition the place was in. Selir was only amused by the fact that Louise was Sonia. He asked her if she was going to go to bed, noting that it was getting late and adding that they had no work to do today. Louise looked at him in silence. She called out to the guy, intending to ask him something, again asking the guy if he was sure of his decision as soon as he purchased it. Selir patiently assured her that he did not doubt it and asked her not to worry about it. Louise only called her master strange, to which he briefly replied that many people had told him so. She stepped forward, feeling the ground above her, calling Selir to follow her. She first mispronounced the word master, which the guy noticed. but then corrected the pronunciation. Looking up, she said she was going to share something with him. He was immediately interested in this and asked for clarification on what exactly she was going to show him. The dragon only smiled at him, but didn't answer. She replied that it was her personal secret, and then abruptly took a fighting stance. She let out a loud, drawn-out growl that reverberated through the garden, deafening Cilir and taking him by surprise. The sound was so strong that the ground was practically splitting apart from the vibrations. There were certain glows coming out, which Cilir immediately noticed, and called them spears of light. He asked where Louise's power came from. But Louise didn't know and stopped her screaming, adding that she had been able to do this since birth and discovered this ability by accident. I was confused by her answer. The knight admitted that he had only seen about 100 Balloras, but none of them had the same ability as Louise. After her cry, only smoke remained, which gradually fluttered in the wind. He concluded that the Balor didn't have that ability, but Louise interrupted him. She looked sleepy. She said that if she uses this ability, she gets very tired. Deciding not to bother the dragon with his questions, he accepted what he saw and noticed that she was using up a large amount of the dragon's energy. Louise, on the other hand, yawned lazily and agreed with her master's suggestion. As she drifted off to sleep, she added that if her master wanted her to, she would use this power. Cilir asked her not to overdo it. He scratched the dragon's dark mane and thanked her for sharing this ability with him. The dragon smiled at her master and nodded back. Morning came. Cilir went out into the garden and greeted the sleeping dragon. He told her that he would go out into the city and look for work for them for the day, not forgetting to ask Louise what she wanted to do. Louise replied curtly, with her eyes closed, that she only wanted to sleep. But he decided not to get in the way of the dragon's wishes, and suggested that they take up some work after lunch. Before that, he'd let her sleep as long as she wanted. Louise opened her eyes slightly and nodded at her master's plans. When Cilir went to the city, he realized that the dragon did not immediately believe him that he had allowed her to sleep on. But in the end, she believed him. He went into the city hall and went to the bulletin board. Now that he owned his own dragon, he could view the cargo delivery tasks. But his attention was distracted by an unknown female voice that called out to him from the side. He saw a girl with short cropped hair and formal clothes standing in front of him. He asked the girl if her name was Rose, to which he immediately received confirmation. She waved to him in greeting. Rose said that she was waiting for the young man to come, saying that they had a task specifically for the night. She asked if he had a minute to spare for more details. The guy and the girl went to the office, where they sat down at the table for a conversation. Cilir wondered why he had been chosen for the task. She explained that this was due to the high assessment of Mrs. Katerina, who praised the mayor of the city hall. Cilir immediately remembered his former client and was surprised by the unexpected compliment. She continued her speech and emphasized that only a few knights who work on free terms can ever receive such an honor from the lady. Cilir sighed and confessed that he had tried his best to complete the task he was given. That is why Rose decided that she could entrust the prepared case to Cilir. The guy asked what the assignment was. The case concerned a missing person who needed to be found. He wondered if the Dragon Knights could search for humans. Rose said curtly that they could. But she informed him that this was not a normal job. Cilir stiffened at these words and listened more closely. The girl added that the young man is obliged to keep all the details of the assignment in the strictest confidence and not disclose them to anyone. She reported that it was not a common man who had disappeared, but a member of the royal family, a princess whose position made the situation particularly dangerous and significant. Cilir asked the girl to clarify what she wanted to say, saying that it was necessary to save the princess. However, folding her hands on the table, Rose refused to disclose the details due to the strict secrecy of the task. But though Cilir was able to put the puzzle together in his head and realized that this missing princess could be their future queen. He asked me to tell you more about the task itself. The girl asked the young man if he knew Mount Himuya. Cilir did not specify whether it is located to the north of the city. The knight guessed that this was the location of the mission and asked the girl if he was right in his guess, to which he received a nod in response. Rose shared details of the area around the mountain where the convoy carrying the princess disappeared. She added that this is the mayor's office's version. Cilir suggested that not much time had passed since then, which the girl agreed with, and clarified that it happened last night. They didn't know the details, admitting that they might not even be important for completing the task. They needed Cilir's help just to look around the area. That was the assignment. She asked the knight's opinion without taking her eyes off him. It took Cilir some time to process what he was hearing and come to a decision. As a result, he agreed to take and complete the task provided. He took Louise with him so that he could ride her and reach the place where the order was being completed. They were wandering through the green forest. Louise noticed the boy's preoccupation, noting that his face had darkened. The guy looked away in frustration. He told Louise that the princess was missing, and it was possible that she might already be dead. Naturally, he was glad that he was entrusted with such a task, assuring that if he could, he would definitely help, but he admitted that it was also a big responsibility. Louise responded to the boy's concerns that there was no point in thinking about it at the moment. She clarified with the guy that they were going to a high mountain, pointing to it, and received an affirmative answer from him. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they stopped. Celier took the letter from his belt pouch. He took the letter written by the princess herself and presented it to the dragon's nose, asking Louise to try to find the girl by her scent. The dragon admitted that she wasn't very good at searching by smell, but decided to give it a try and sniffed the letter. After sniffing the letter, it raised its muzzle and reported that it had smelled a trail. Celier was surprised that she was able to recognize the trail so quickly, all because the princess, apparently, often uses perfume, from which this smell remained. Louise added that the smell was so strong that it was not difficult to catch it. Celier shared with Louise what he had heard earlier. Dragons have an unusually developed sense of smell, and for the first time in his life, he decided to use this natural ability in a real case. He asked the dragon to follow the scent. Louise climbed the mountain, sniffing the smell. Celier sat on her back and also scanned the area for the missing princess. He also noted the high elevation of the mountains and admitted that he could not have climbed it on his own, noting the ease with which Louise climbed. He praised Louise for her stamina and strength. The dragon smiled at what she heard and laughed happily. She asked her employer if it was a job, and he agreed. She said that she wanted a reward for such work, and he should reward her properly. Celier was surprised by the dragon's request, but she only nodded in response. He asked her exactly what she wanted. The dragon turned her head to him with a smile and said that she wanted a lot of straw. Louise was already beginning to dream of spreading the straw around so that she could sleep comfortably on it. Celier smiled at the dragon's dreams and promised her that he would buy her some straw. The dragon immediately noted his words. She spread her wings and exclaimed happily after hearing this. Celier held onto it to keep from falling backward. Flapping its tail enthusiastically on the ground, dust rose from the dragon's activities around them. She promised the owner that she would give her best in this task. He watched the dragon's reaction as he continued on his way. But then he remembered the words of a former colleague from the Lindworm Guild who had mockingly stated that they had no sympathy for their tools, which made his eyes darken. He was convinced that the people from that guild were too cruel to the dragons. They wouldn't have believed Celier's words. Immediately, Louise stopped abruptly, which startled the knight and asked her what was the matter. They stopped at the outskirts of the city, and, lowering their gaze, the dragon told him to look down. Louise clarified to the young man that the princess they were looking for was right at the bottom of a high and dangerous cliff. Celier looked carefully at the steep slope, which seemed very dangerous to him, and suggested that the girl might have fallen off and fallen down this cliff. Louise looked down and noticed a painting. Above them, a carriage could be seen turned on its side, and around it were the corpses of white horses and motionless armored men whose bodies were surrounded by pools of blood. Celier asked the dragon if the princess was right inside this carriage, and received an affirmative answer. Then Louise asked him if they should go down, the young man asked if she could do it, and after her consent, they began to carefully descend to the scene of the tragedy. As soon as they got down, the young man got off Louise's back and looked around, noting that the scene looked terrifying. In front of them lay the corpses of the guards. After passing by them, they approached the carriage. But before Celier could open the carriage curtain, his hands reached for a small purse. He compared the coat of arms with the seal that was installed on the letter and saw the similarities. It was the carriage of the missing princess. Looking back at the dead, he mentally prepared for the worst, but hoped that the princess was all right. He reached out to open the carriage. However, at the same time, something abruptly pushed him away. Louise explained that there was a protective barrier around the cart to prevent touching. Celier didn't know what to do next in this situation. The dragon thought for a while and suggested to try to remove the barrier. Then the young man suggested that she should take up this barrier because the dragon had a special ability to destroy such obstacles. She agreed and prepared. Summoning all her strength, she shouted towards the barrier, and a light bolt of lightning pierced through the protective barrier. Only fragments of it remained. The knight thanked the dragon, saying that she was very helpful in this, to which Louise laughed merrily. Now Celir could touch the curtain and open it. He cautiously peeked inside the carriage and saw a motionless figure lying on the sofa. There was a young girl on the sofa. Celir moved closer to her, checked her breathing, and made sure she was still alive. He did not notice any serious wounds on the girl and said that she was fine. The dragon explained that the barrier protected her from damage, so that she remained alive and unharmed. After that, Celir gently touched the princess' shoulder and started trying to wake her up. The girl opened her eyes, slowly and carefully got up from her seat, and the young man carefully watched her every movement. She was looking around, not knowing where she was right now, and noticed a guy unknown to her and loudly exclaimed in fright. She tried to get as far away from him as possible, but at the same time demanded that he explain who he was and why he had invaded her cart. Celir tried to calm the frightened girl, letting her know that he was not a criminal. He explained to the princess that he was sent to find her, to which the girl reacted with a puzzled look. After calming down, she looked up and thoughtfully looked away from the youth, assessing her current situation. The scene was pitiful, the piles of corpses of her guards, as well as horses. The girl lowered her gaze and finally calmed down, trying to find the words. Celir was surprised that the princess reacted calmly to what he saw, admitting that he did not expect such a thing from her. But she only asked him if anyone else had managed to survive. Unfortunately, no. The guy turned away and asked the girl to get out of her carriage to go down the mountain and find a doctor who could help her. However, the girl asked him to examine the soldiers first. Celir let her know that he shared her feelings, but he told her that they were the only ones left alive and they needed to get her to safety as soon as possible, and the soldiers would arrive later, and he held out his hand to help her down. Frustrated, the girl lowered her gaze and accepted the outstretched helping hand. As she stepped out of the carriage, something caught her attention. Celir was not alone, but accompanied by the dragon, who was patiently waiting for his master. The girl was surprised by such an unusual companion. Celir approached the dragon and asked if she could carry 2 men on her back. Louise replied curtly that if he rewarded her with a straw, he would help. Celir smiled at his companion's insistence and assured her that he would buy her a whole field. The princess was watching a similar scene. Louise immediately crouched down so that Celir and the princess could climb onto her back and sit down. They mounted the dragon's back and set off on their return journey. Celir explained to the girl that the Balor were a calm kind of dragon, so she didn't have to worry about safety. He decided to ask the princess again about her welfare. The girl stared at her rescuer in amazement. He called out to the girl, once again clarifying his question. Returning to reality, the princess was slightly embarrassed and corrected her voice, which puzzled the guy himself. The princess peeked out from behind him, watching the dragon on which she and the knight rode. She realized that Celir was a dragon knight, which was immediately confirmed by the guy. The girl continued to question the guy, having already moved on to the guild in which he works. But Celir replied that he did not belong to any of them, which raised questions from the princess. She was surprised that someone as professional and talented as him didn't work in the guild. Celir turned to the girl and was surprised by her unexpected compliment, reminding her that they had only recently met. The girl, leaning back slightly and putting her arm to support her weight, hastened to change her words. When she saw Louise and the look in her eyes, she immediately noticed that the dragon truly trusted Celir and smiled herself. The knight was surprised by the princess's observation skills. She continued by saying that she had heard that knights who managed to gain the trust of their own dragons were considered the best in their field. Therefore, she was very surprised that Celir wasn't a member of any guild. The guy just smiled at her and said that he had his own reasons for not contacting them. After these words, the princess decided not to bother her savior with any more questions and calmly accepted his answer. After returning to the city, they went to the city hall, where they were met by Rose, who was surprised at how quickly he found the princess. Accidentally addressing her as you, she apologized for being rude and asked the girl if she was the missing princess. She asked the newcomers to wait on the spot and hurried to call her superiors. The princess looked awkwardly at Celir and confessed that she would like to thank him for his help and asked how she could repay him. Celir asked the princess not to worry about this, as he had already received the reward from the customer. But the girl decided not to back down. As a token of gratitude, she presented the young man with her personal handkerchief with the embroidered family coat of arms and confessed that she would like him to accept this gift as a sign of her gratitude. If he needed the princess's help, he could see her by showing this handkerchief to the guards. The girl smiled brightly and promised to help Celir as much as she could if he needed it. The young man thanked the girl for such a valuable gift bowing his head in front of her. Behind them was Louise, who was watching the scene with a smile. After completing the task, the heroes said goodbye to each other, and Celir, without wasting time, went for the reward, because it was also necessary to thank Louise for her help. For completing this important task, the knight received 1,000 lire and smiled contentedly at the bag of money. Louise immediately called out to him. She smiled and reminded the boy to remember to buy her hay as a reward for his help. Celir turned his attention to her, but instead of answering in the affirmative, he let out a small grunt to think, which immediately puzzled Louise. The dragon reminded her master, with a touch of resentment, that he had promised to give her a well-deserved reward. He immediately came to his senses when he saw the chaperone's frustrated look and said, "That's not what she was thinking." Celir explained that you could live on 1,000 lire for a whole month and not worry about anything. This will allow them to buy something better than ordinary hay or simple straw, and Louise's eyes immediately lit up with joy when she heard such words. She asked what could be better than hay and straw, and the boy said curtly that they would look at dragon furniture like a soft feather bed. As he was about to give an example, he changed his mind and decided that it would be much better if the dragon could see for herself, and he suggested that they move to the markets, where they can pick up a gift for Louise. The dragon happily agreed, and they set off. After walking some distance, they came to some shops where they could look out for something for themselves. Celir, who was sitting on the dragon's back, informed her that they were there. Louise stared at the shop window, surprised that the dragons had everything they needed to take care of them. She was carefully looking at the special dragon equipment that was displayed in the display case. Celir, who was also checking out the items, even noticed the dragon toys and doubted that Louise would need them. They stopped in front of a certain store and decided to stop by first to see what they might be interested in. Celir, as he was about to enter, heard someone call out to him from the side and turned to the stranger. In front of him was a fair-haired guy, dressed in furry clothes. He was the first to recognize Celir and was mildly surprised to see him in the city. Celir didn't show much emotion and just said the boy's name, calling him Louis. Louis turned out to be an old acquaintance of Celir's, a knight from the Lindworm Guild. A dragon standing nearby was watching their meeting with interest, and Louis asked Celir if he was surprised when he suddenly saw him here. The blond man, not waiting for an answer, hastened to assure him that he himself was not surprised by such a meeting, and praised that he was returning from a mission, and reminded Celir that he was kicked out of the guild. But Celir corrected him, saying that he had left Lindworm himself. Arrogantly condescending to the knight, Louis suggested that Celir tell the guild about him, so that he could return to the ranks of the organization again. But Celir was surprised by the generosity of his old friend, because it was hard for him to believe that Louis was really willing to help others, noting that such behavior was rare for him. But in his mind, he knew that he didn't really want to get involved with Lindworm again. Louis, having heard the remark of an acquaintance, gave him a condition that he would have to drop his principles. Celir asked him to clarify what he meant. Louis smirked and replied that it was about his empathy for dragons. If Celir gives up what Louis calls his stupid ways, he can easily return to the guild with the help of a blonde colleague. It turned out that they were even sorry to lose such a capable knight like Celir. However, the dark-haired knight also smirked at such conditions. He immediately refused such a dubious offer and said that he would not give up his beliefs. Louis gave him a puzzled look and told him not to be stubborn. The young man doubted that he would be able to do anything alone and without the help of the guild, and added that he was just trying to help his old friend in such a situation. But his face immediately changed when he saw the dragon walk up to them. She called Celir. With a very tired look in her eyes, she asked her master what they were talking about and asked when they would be choosing a feather bed. Celir, completely forgetting what he had come for, apologized to the dragon. He decided not to go into their conversation, but only said that Louis had told her to stop sleeping 12 hours a day. The dragon was surprised by such words from a stranger. Turning against the blonde, she was surprised by his audacity and asked him what he was saying, but instead of words, Louis could hear a growl from the dragon. Louis, on the other hand, was suddenly startled by the sight of an enraged dragon nearby and anxiously demanded that Celir explain exactly what he had said to his partner. He also insistently demanded that Celir subdue his dragon, and the boy began to cautiously step back from the two of them. However, Celir justified himself by saying that he hadn't done anything at all, and directly asked if Louis had heard him order the dragon to attack. The blonde knight just clicked his tongue in exasperation and admitted that Celir really didn't give any orders to his dragon, adding that the boy always knew how to use the right magic. But Celir told him that it was because he valued dragons, to which Louis waved his head nonchalantly and turned away from them, preparing to walk away. Sighing, he decided not to continue the conversation with Celir, as the latter was talking such nonsense again and ended the unsuccessful dialogue with him. The dragon calmed down a little and asked her master what was going on with this Louis, but Selir said that they just didn't see eye to eye and asked her not to worry about it. On the way up the stairs to the store, he told her not to talk. While Louise was with Selir, she could sleep for 12 hours a day, and assured her that he would keep his words. Louise smiled and exclaimed happily. They entered the store. Inside, they were met by the shop owner and greeted the heroes with bowed heads. He noticed that Selir came to Balaur's companies and asked them if they had anything specific that they would like to find among the products. Selir replied that they were looking for a feather bed for the dragon. The young man bowed to them once more and took their wishes into consideration, asking them to accompany the Dragon Knight in the future selection. They entered a huge warehouse, where one customer was already standing with his dragon, who was selecting the items he needed. Seeing the many different accessories for furnishing soft feather beds in front of her, the dragon's eyes lit up with delight. She couldn't believe that such themed stores actually existed. Unable to contain her emotions, she ran towards the soft beds with pillows. She leaped toward one of them, burying her muzzle in front of it. Selir became concerned and called out to the dragon. But seeing how much she was enjoying the mattress pad, Selir decided not to bother her. Louise was circling around the soft surroundings, as if she was going to fall asleep in that spot right now. He apologized to the salesman, not quite sure what had gotten into his dragon, but the salesman assured him with a smile that everything was fine. He said that customers can try out any of the products presented. Selir breathed a sigh of relief at the salesman's explanation and thanked him. Meanwhile, Louise was trying out different feather beds and came across something interesting. Selir noticed that she was lying on something that did not look like ordinary mattress pads. The dragon clawed at the slime pillow. Selir clarified the name of the pillow from the seller, to which he received an affirmative answer. People could also use a slime pillow as a bed. This pillow has the elasticity of a slime, and it is considered to be the most suitable for a comfortable sleep. Louise enjoyed the softness of the bed and couldn't bring herself to stand up. She really liked this particular bed. Selir noticed how much the dragon liked the bed and smiled at his dragon's joy. He asked her if she really liked the bed so much, to which Louise replied with satisfaction that she liked it very much and it was much nicer than any hay. With a smile, he thought about it and decided to spare no expense. He turned to the salesman and asked the price of the bed. The slime pillow cost 1,200 lire. In his mind's eye, he noted that the pillow and the bed itself looked quite expensive, so he asked Louise if she really wanted this option. But the dragon replied with a smile that she did. But she immediately realized that the bed was too expensive to buy and asked her owner if he was sure about buying it. He let her know that everything was fine. It was important to him that the dragon was satisfied with everything and liked the bed. Louise, hearing the answer, exclaimed with joy and thanked Selir. He approached the seller and said that he would buy this particular product. The young salesman thanked him for the purchase. He decided to share that it looked even unusual for him. Selir asked me to explain his surprise in more detail. The salesman explained that he had heard that there were some dragon knights who could talk to dragons, and it seemed to him that Selir was one of them. Selir chose his words and replied that his dragon was already like a member of his family. He left a bag of money on the salesman's desk. The salesman escorted the heroes to the exit and bowed to them in farewell, asking them to come to him again. The heroes set off. They were walking through the streets of the city, and the guy decided to share his joy with the dragon with their new purchase, saying that he was very happy that she liked the bed. He apologized for having to carry her bed on her back and asked if it was hard for her. The dragon said nothing and continued on her way. But she stopped on the way and asked Selir a question. She wanted to know if her master was really happy about it. Selir didn't quite understand her question. Louise explained that it was too late to talk about it, but she was concerned about the amount that Selir had to pay for her comfort. She added that 1,200 lire was much more than he had received for his previous work, and she admitted that she might have been too selfish to want such an expensive bed. But Selir hastened to reassure her and stroked her mane, unable to contain his laughter. He asked her not to worry about it, because it was his promise to her for helping him out in his time of need. She helped him a lot in saving the princess, and he was able to earn only thanks to Louise. He complimented her on a job well done. He assured her that she deserved this bed as a reward. The dragon's eyes widened at what she heard, and she only nodded to her master. A bright, happy smile appeared on her face, and she sincerely thanked Selir for his words, after which they continued on their way home. A few days later, the heroes returned to the city hall, where other employees came out with bags of money for their completed tasks. The dark-haired knight praised Louise for the work they had done, saying that they had done a great job today. But the dragon didn't react at all to the boy's words, which puzzled him. He touched her mane to get her to answer him, but to no avail. Louise was very tired today, so she didn't even have the strength to respond properly to her host. She just said lazily that she wanted to sleep. Sillier calmed down, making sure that everything was fine, and remembered about this feature of the dragon. He noticed the sleepy state of his dragon companion and noted that today and the work they had done had drained both of them of too much energy. He scratched his head, trying to find a solution to the small problem that had appeared, because he still needed to collect the reward for completing the task. An idea came to him. Celia remembered his promise that he would let the dragon sleep in her own way, and suggested that she get home on her own. The dragon replied lazily that she could handle it. Celia decided not to detain Louise and sent her to get home, and he would collect the reward and catch up with her. Louise asked the guy if he was serious about this decision, to which she received a positive nod in response. He thanked her for her work and did not detain her. The dragon nodded sleepily at him and turned away. She walked slowly home, and the guy watched her go. The city was quiet at this hour, so the dragon should have been able to get home safely without any mishaps. But the young man still thought about this moment and allowed himself to reflect a little on the situation. After all, he is the only one who can send a dragon home alone because he understands the dragon language. The guy kept thinking about it. He was surprised at the very fact that he now had the ability to send dragons to go on their own, without his escort. After all, this meant that the dragons could now work alone without Celia. The guy turned back to the direction of the departing but parallel to the yawning dragon and smiled after her, thinking about acquiring another dragon. A huge cart, decorated with bars and iron bars, was passing through the city street. There was a dragon in chains inside this grid, silently watching the people sitting outside pass by and only occasionally moving its head. A passerby girl, whom the dragon was watching, was sitting at a table with her companion and eating a piece of pie, sipping tea at the same time. Dracona's eyes narrowed slightly at what she saw. The dragon sat alone in the cell bars, admitting that he was hungry. Celia returned to the dragon shop, where he had previously purchased Louise. The store owner did not expect to see a familiar face and decided to ask the guy if he had bought Balor from him recently. Celia greeted the man and confirmed his guess. The knight thanked the vendor for the dragon, and the man smiled warmly at the young man and told him that he was the one who should thank the boy. The salesman asked how Balor was doing, to which Celia replied that it was quite good. He noticed the man's worried face. Assuming that the man was worried about the return, he quickly reassured the salesman that he wasn't here to return the dragon. He explained that he and the dragon had found common ground and that she was doing a great job. The reason he came to the store is because he wants to buy another dragon. The man calmed down in his face and smiled broadly after the words, thanking Celia for choosing their store to buy from. But the knight warned that he didn't have much money left right now because of an expensive purchase he made recently. The seller understood the situation of the young man and said that they, unfortunately, do not have dragons that are sold for the same price as Balor. Celia smiled awkwardly at what he heard, and in the back of his mind he mentally cursed himself for coming to the store so casually, harboring false hopes. He slowly reached for his purse and carefully opened it. Pulling out a pen and notepad, he told the man that he was in no hurry and that he should contact him if he had any information. Along with a pen and a notebook, a family handkerchief given by the princess also fell out of the purse. The salesman noticed this and warned the young man that something had fallen. Looking closer, he noticed the embroidered royal coat of arms on the handkerchief and was shocked by what he saw. Celia bent down to pick up the handkerchief. He was called by the salesman, who was still dumbfounded by what he saw. The young man looked up at the man and asked him what had happened. A man with a trembling voice and noticeable excitement asked the guy if the coat of arms of the royal family was really embroidered on the handkerchief. Celia confirmed his thoughts and explained that he had taken on a mission a couple of days ago and saved the princess. He looked at the handkerchief in his hand and added that he had been given this gift as a thank you. Immediately, the salesman slapped the table and formally addressed the buyer. Softening his voice, he offered to give Celia a discount. Celia was surprised by this news and could not at first believe what he heard. The seller hastily assured him that he always does everything possible for the sake of customers and offered his own convenient method of making a purchase. Smiling at what happened, he immediately understood how everything worked. The seller, having noticed the handkerchief, now wants to have good connections with a person who knows the princess and therefore does the knight a favor. The guy decided to happily accept the seller's offer and received a thank you from the man. The man led the boy to the dragonman's side for a selection. He asked him if there were any suggestions in the selection. Sillier thought about it and asked him if they had any Sarush dragons. Sarush are small dragons with 4 stomachs, 3 of which are not used for their intended purpose and are peculiar folds. The more things the Sarush absorb, the more they inflate, resembling a balloon. The seller brought the buyer to the interested view. A dragon was sitting behind the fence, keeping her gaze down. She noticed a young man who had already sat down and greeted her. He introduced himself by his first name. The dragon just grinned and was annoyed at the very fact that a human had dared to speak to her, assuming that he must be stupid enough to do so. Sillier was confused by the dragon's reaction and assumed that she didn't want to talk to humans. The dragon curtly replied that she didn't want to do such a thing, and the knight asked why. The dragon was going to tell him that even if she answered, he wouldn't understand her. But then she realized that Sillier understood her perfectly and was fluent in the dragon language, which surprised her greatly. She couldn't believe that the man could understand her and started questioning him. He only replied that he had this ability since birth. Sillier informed her that he wanted to buy it and asked her what she thought about it. The dragon did not understand why the person suddenly asked her permission and replied that she could just buy it. But he asked her again if she was sure. The dragon lowered her gaze in frustration. She sarcastically told him that it made no difference at all, calling the human race terrible, vile, and even worse than the monsters that people themselves are so afraid of. But, keeping calm, the knight explained to her that since they could speak the same language, he would get her permission to purchase. He assured her that if it didn't suit her, he wouldn't oppose her choice. The dragon calmed down and looked at the boy guiltily, not believing his words. He added that if she agreed, they could leave together. The dragon did not understand why the young man showed her kindness and respect. He informed her that she would work together with him and noted her comeliness and beauty. The dragon's cheeks turned pink, not expecting a human compliment at all, and she pulled away from him slightly. Sillier smiled at the creature's reaction. The dragon lowered her gaze slightly and said that she had one condition if he would buy her. Sillier inquired about her condition. She asked him not to give her a new name. Since she already got her name before she even hatched, she doesn't want to change it. The dragon introduced herself as Colette. Sillier said her name and said it was very beautiful. Standing up, he agreed to the dragon's condition and invited her to go with him. Colette, with a slight nod of her head, said she couldn't help but agree to go with him. But, at the same time, she added that he should not make up too much and not think that he was at least a little sympathetic to her. Averting her gaze, she still kept the pink paint on her cheeks. Colette assured him that the only reason she would follow him was because he was willing to call her by her birth name. Sillier smiled at Colette, noting that it was very meaningful to her. He was glad to meet her, and he counted on her help in the future. After signing the dragon purchase document, they left the store together. The young man was glad that it was still light outside. Before returning home, he suggested that Coley go somewhere, saying that it was a place where she needed to work. The dragon was surprised that she would have to work. Their place of work turned out to be a high and steep slope, at the foot of which the hero stopped. Sillier gently touched the cold stones with his palm. He pulled a small piece out of the crack and asked the dragon to collect the ore. Colette stared in genuine amazement at the stone's unusual beauty. Sillier explained to her that they were standing in front of Mount Milrif, which is famous for its rich natural deposits of a special mineral called Kebania. This rare stone is highly valued in the market and is sold at a high price because it can be used in a variety of conditions and for many purposes. He asked her to collect more ores in their stomachs and bring them to the city. The dragon nodded and accepted the task from her master. Before leaving her alone, he asked for her opinion on the job. Colette assured him that she would handle it quickly. He thanked her for her help, saying that he really appreciated it. The dragon only replied that it wasn't a difficult job. Sillier explained that of all the dragons, only she would be able to complete such a task, and asked her if she could complete the task without his supervision. Colette hastily replied that she could, but then stopped. She had just heard the guy's words and was surprised that he trusted her so much that he could leave her to work alone. Sillier hastened to warn her that the job wasn't really easy. He wanted her to collect the ore here and take it to a merchant's shop in the city. The knight hoped that the dragon would be able to do it on her own, but naturally, she wouldn't overdo it. The dragon still couldn't believe that Celier was leaving her alone. All he said was that he wasn't going to keep an eye on her, which made her even more surprised. Colette asked him with interest if he would leave, if she could take time off from work, as if to warn him in advance. But Celier, with a bright smile, told her that he trusted her, and said nothing more. The dragon continued to be confused. She asked sarcastically if he was a fool to be so sure. But Celier calmly assured her that she was the one to be trusted. Colette wanted to say something, but decided not to argue with the guy and let him go, promising that she would complete the task. After returning to the city, the shop wasn't too surprised when they heard the guy's offer to sell the ore, but they still agreed to cooperate with him. Meanwhile, Colette started working and carried the collected ore away without the knight's supervision. He patted her head, pleased with the task he had completed and glad that she had done as he asked. After a while, Celier brought Colette to his house. He asked the dragon if she would mind sleeping in the garden, warning her that it wasn't luxurious, but there was still a place to sleep. Colette said it was much better than sleeping in the store. After looking around the garden, she noticed that another dragon was sleeping there and asked Celier about it, and he introduced her as Louise. The dragon woke up to the sound of voices and slowly got up from her seat when she saw the stranger. Celier apologized to the dragon for waking her up. She replied that she woke up because she felt the presence of another being and looked at Colette. He smiled and apologized once more to the dragon for not telling her in advance that Wu was going to buy another one. Colette said hello and introduced herself. Louise told the dragon that she herself had just been bought recently and hoped that they could get along. She looked around the garden and thought, now they will have to live here together, which the knight agreed to. Folding his hands, he sighed with a smile. The space was quite cramped for two dragons, considering Louise's new purchase. But Colette was not against such conditions, and Louise also agreed with her, saying that the main thing is to get some sleep. Colette was surprised that the dragon liked to spend time sleeping, and said it was strange. Louise was surprised by this reaction. As Celier watched the dragons, he mentally agreed that the garden was too small for two people, and he couldn't afford another dragon here. Louise yawned widely, and Colette suddenly smiled warmly. He knew that if he did acquire another dragon, he would have to move to a bigger place. The heroes went out into the city. Colette noticed that Louise was beginning to fall asleep on the way, and was surprised again by her drowsiness. The dragon only lazily said that she was still sleepy and would like to sleep it off. Celier hastened to assure Colette that this was the dragon's specialty. Colette was surprised that the knight even dared to take such a dragon. The young man told her that he had promised Louise to sleep 12 hours a day, and that she would do the work. He glanced at Louise and confessed that if he didn't know how to talk to dragons, he wouldn't have liked the dragon's sleepiness either, and he would never have known about it. The same went for Colette herself, which is why he didn't give her a new name. He added that it was like the three of them were brought together by fate. Colette, embarrassed, averted her gaze, and said that he had bought her at a cheap price. The boy was amused by the dragon's response, and said that this was also the reason. As she continued on her way, Colette noticed something. She stopped on the way, which interested the guy. He looked at the dragon, who appeared alarmed by something, but didn't say anything. Celier ventured to ask what was bothering the dragon, and she immediately came to her senses. The dragon shook her head and begged them to ignore it, but Celier persisted, insisting that he had noticed her looking too intently at something. But the dragon refused to answer, saying that she hadn't really looked, and asked them to stop asking her questions. As she turned the corner, Colette shot a quick glance at Louise and Celier, who were just behind her, and asked if that was where her next job took her. She hurried off, leaving the puzzled heroes alone. Louise said goodbye to the dragon. Celier awkwardly wished Colette good luck with her work and didn't stop her, but he could tell that Colette was looking at something, worried. Looking around, he noticed something. It was a small shop selling cakes and other sweet treats that might attract Colette's attention. Celier complimented Louise on her good work. He asked the dragon to wait for him outside, as he had one more matter to attend to. The dragon obediently sat down on the ground and waited for her master. The young man entered the store. It was a dragon shop. The clerk looked up from his paperwork and greeted Celier as he entered. The knight asked if Colette had visited him. The man said that the dragon went into the store and took a bag of lyres from the counter. Celier was glad that she had done as he asked. He asked Colette to bring her first paycheck to the store. The reward was small, but he would like to pay the installment plan. Celier informed the salesperson that Colette would bring him money from time to time in installments. The salesman understood Cillier, and was surprised that the knight was able to entrust his dragon with such a difficult task. Besides, she does it all without his supervision. He praised Cillier's talent, and the young man laughed and thanked him for the compliment. The seller also added that Cillier is not only a good dragon knight, but also a wonderful person. The guy asked for more details. The man explained that he could not have thought that the knight made the payment quite quickly, since many people delay the payment for a long time, which gives the seller a lot of trouble and difficulties. Cillier now understood what the salesman meant and smiled at him. He replied that it was the least he could do now for the store owner's kindness and expressed his hope for their long-term cooperation. The seller also noticed his good relationship with the dragons and the way he takes care of them, and admitted that he was very touched by this. He smiled broadly, saying that dragons were his prized commodity. The man asked if the knight had enough space to keep 2 dragons at once. Cillier replied that the small garden could accommodate both of them, although he could not help noticing the other's shrewdness. The salesman also informed the young man that there were a couple of places for keeping dragons for rent in the city. There is a stable for 2 dragons, and there are several dozen. There were only 2 seats to choose from. Cillier noted the seller's awareness of such places. The man offered to show him a nice house, but only with one condition. The knight was interested in the seller's offer and asked for details, while the man admitted that he guessed that this might interest his client. It was a new building, but for some reason the dragons don't like it. The stable is very wide and spacious, so many dragon knights would like to move here with their dragons. Cillier and his dragons had already arrived at the location that the shop owner had recommended. In front of them was a tall building that served as a stable for dragons, and the area itself was protected by a fence. But for some reason the dragons refused to go inside. The 2 dragons looked up at the tall barn and noted that their future home looked decent. Cillier explained that people rarely stay there for a long time, much less dare to buy. Therefore, housing is rented for almost nothing. But first, he would like to hear the dragons' opinions about this place and find out what the problem might be. He stepped through the door, and they began to explore the grounds. The small building was meant to house the guy himself. When he reached the tall one, he told them that this stable was for Louise and Colette. Louise was surprised by the size of the barn, looking up and down at it. Cillier asked them to go inside to look around. But when they entered, they sensed something. To an ordinary person, the barn seemed ordinary without any special features. But the dragons' expressions changed and they were disgusted by this place. The knight saw their spirits drop and looked at them with a puzzled expression. The dragons said they didn't like this place. The dragons didn't like the smell of the barn. Cillier assumed that it was a special smell that only dragons could smell and asked them where it came from. Louise said it was from Paul. The knight asked if there was a foul smell coming from the ground. The dragons, unable to stand the stench, hurried outside. As he followed them out, he wanted them to describe the smell in detail. Colette couldn't find the words, so Louisa spoke up instead, telling her that dragons might have been killed in this stable and that the place might have absorbed the smell. He sighed and understood why the dragons felt uncomfortable inside the building, suggesting that something terrible might have happened there. He thought about it and suggested changing the ground itself to get rid of the smell. The knight asked Colette to bring some other land, offering it from the fields. The dragon nodded and assured her that it was easy to move new land in her stomach, and he asked Louise to rest. It was necessary to dig up the ground in this stable, and Cillier took over this work. Louise only apologized that she couldn't help them. The barn was busy. Cillier dug up the desecrated ground, then Colette came over and asked her to sow fresh ones. Holding a shovel in his hands, he helped return the soil to its place. It took almost the entire day to complete the earth shift. The knight sat down to rest and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. He asked the dragons how they were feeling now. The dragons spread their wings and began to evaluate the new stable. Their tails twirled with joy, and Louise informed him that they were comfortable now. Colette agreed with her and added that it was worth all their efforts. Cillier was pleased with the dragons' reactions, so it was really the earth itself, which was repulsive with its stagnant smell of dragons. He got up and walked out of the barn and decided that they were going to move into this house now. The stable was very wide, like a palace. Louise was glad that she could now get a good night's sleep. When it was finished, Cillier led the cart and thanked his companions for their help. In particular, he thanked Colette, praising her work. The dragon was instantly embarrassed to hear the praise in her direction. He brought a gift especially for her and asked her to remove the rags from him. Colette's cheeks flushed even brighter, and her eyes widened at the sight. A sweet picture spread out in front of her. A huge cake, a scattering of cakes and cookies, a lot of tiny desserts. Louise noticed that they were human sweets. Celia turned to Colette, asking if she'd seen them in the city. He assumed that the dragon was partial to sweets, so he ordered a cake that could easily be handled by herself. Colette, hearing that all these sweets were for her, was even more surprised by the unexpected gift. Louise, teasing her friend, was surprised that she actually liked this kind of food. Colette, on the other hand, was embarrassed by Louise's comment. She walked over to the candy bar. When she got closer to them, she said she didn't really like them. Her tail continued to wag in joy, not hiding the dragon's real emotions as she continued to make excuses, saying that she didn't like sweets. Siller smiled silently. But, anticipating, Colette could not stand it and admitted that life is not easy enough and to waste such a delicious meal would be a sin. A satisfied smile spread across her face. Siller went to the city hall while Louise waited for him outside. He handed the papers to Rose, who thanked him for his help. She noticed that Siller had acquired a second dragon, to which she received a positive response. The girl added that free knights can't always afford even one, and he bought 2 dragons, not forgetting to mention his hard work. Siller thanked Rose for her words. She asked him if he would continue working as a free knight. She suggested that he join a guild if he wanted to. Siller, having become a tramp, tried different things in the intervening time. After being exiled from the Lindworm Guild, he had learned a lot about the world. All guilds and dragon knights have the same views on dragons, which are common tools for them. Rose apologized for the suggestion, remembering why he didn't want to get involved with the guilds, but offered him a different option than the guy was interested in. She asked him to imagine something that might not have occurred to him. Actually, instead of joining a guild, he had the option of starting his own. Rose explained that the guild is a state-recognized organization, and in this case it was a community of dragon knights. She emphasized that dragons and their knights have a special place in the world, and therefore the attitude towards them is respectful. Siller asked to give a specific example to better understand the essence. To this, the girl replied that the main privilege of such guilds is tax benefits, which significantly distinguishes them from other associations. The knight clarified whether she meant the passing tax, to which she replied that this also applies. She went on to say that the tax on dragon livestock is also reduced when a knight has multiple dragons. The difference is very noticeable. Siller was surprised that there were taxes on dragons too. Rose added that depending on the guild's strength, the dragons' abilities might also increase slightly, which surprised Siller very much. When she saw the guy's reaction, she quickly explained that at the highest guild level, dragons become slightly stronger. But Siller still admitted that this is already great for such a promotion, and asked how it works. Rose admitted that she didn't know much about it. She added only that the origins of such privileges are connected with an ancient contract between the King of the Gods Romancier and the Dragon King MN. So at least according to legend, but the girl herself admitted that she did not have accurate information. Siller was surprised to find that guilds had their own advantages. He asked what he needed to do to establish his guild. Rosa replied that an official observer was needed first, and I volunteered to help him, assuring him that there would be no problems with this. He thanked her for her help. She hadn't forgotten to warn him that he would need to post bail, which might be a problem. You will need to pay 10,000 lire as collateral. Siller noted that this is quite a large amount, but he remembered something. He opened his wallet and remembered that he had received an award for his previous work. He pulled the bag of money out of his belt pouch and dumped the contents on the table. Siller explained that Colette had found a rare ore yesterday. The dragon found a strange stone and handed it to the boy. He took it in his hand and examined it, not quite sure what was strange about it. Colette explained that it looked like that, but it was a completely different color this morning. The young man was surprised by the dragon's find and decided to take it to the appraiser the next day. Having gone to the right person, he examined the stone, said that it was a 4-color polylite. Siller asked if it was a rare stone, to which he received confirmation. Adjusting his glasses, he offered the man 10,000 lire for the stone, which surprised the knight greatly. Rose. After counting the number of coins, she made sure that Siller gave her an even amount of money and was surprised at his luck. He smiled awkwardly and admitted that he didn't think that he would spend the money so quickly. She asked if he wanted to apply for a guild right now. Siller answered positively and counted on the girl. When she finished writing the application, she handed the pen document to the knight to sign. Siller took a pen and signed his name as a guild representative, his address of residence, and the number of dragons, specifying their types. Rose asked me not to forget to write the name of the Knights Guild, which was important for its foundation. Without hesitation, the young man wrote the name. When he finished filling out the form, he handed the document to the girl, who was surprised by the name of the guild. Siller called his guild Dragons First. He nodded back at her, because the title should reflect the essence. Rose accepted the application, also signed the information in the document from herself, and put a seal at the end. The seal placed on the document began to sparkle, and small wings began to come out of it. Siller watched the magic in amazement, and saw a small fairy appear above the paper. Rose explained that it was a guild fairy and was an identification card. Siller leaned in slightly to get a better look at her. The fairy stared back at him in silence. He asked Rose what he should do with her, and she said that she would follow him, so he didn't have to do anything. The fairy flew to the youth's waste bag. She went inside it, which was noticed by a girl and a guy. Rose asked him to treat her carefully and put the box on the table. Opening it, there were bracelets and collars. Rose explained that these are devices for measuring the strength of dragons. The guild's rank will increase based on their readings. Siller remembered that the dragons in the Lindworm Guild used to wear such bracelets. He was slightly puzzled by the sight of the bracelets and the old memories of Lindworm, which interested Rose. He admitted that he didn't want to put collars on his dragons. The girl, noticing the gloomy look of the guy, advised him to go to the dragon workshop, where he could choose suitable collars for dragons. Siller was standing in front of his dragons. They were surprised that he offered them jewelry. He said that he visited the dragon workshop, where there are also earrings, bows, and everything their heart desires. The knight asked the dragons what they wanted to wear. The dragons began to consider the boy's offer. Louise replied that she would like a sleeping bag, which puzzled the guy. He wasn't quite sure if there were any sleeping bags for dragons, and he smiled awkwardly, admitting that it couldn't be considered a decoration. Louise then suggested an eye mask. The knight suggested that he could be made to order and asked her again if that was all she really wanted. Louise smiled and nodded at him. Leaning forward slightly, he warned her that she would only wear it at night, but Louise didn't really care and noticed that the guy always wore the same mask. The guy was puzzled by her statement, saying that he does not wear it, but he decided not to argue with the dragon and asked Colette what she wanted as a decoration. The dragon turned her gaze away from her master and hesitated to answer him. She barely managed to say what she wanted out of sheer embarrassment. She would have liked something that looked like a ribbon, not daring to look into the knight's eyes. He smiled at her and asked her what kind of ribbon she would like. The dragon continued to squirm on the spot and briefly replied that she would like a pretty ribbon. Siller noticed the dragon's femininity in his thoughts, but decided not to say it out loud so as not to embarrass her more. He told the dragons that he would visit the workshop tomorrow and leave an order. In the workshop, a young boy was taking the dimensions of Louise's head, which was sitting still in place. The master approached Siller and said that she would make a mask to fit the dragon. The order amount was 100 lire. Siller asked to make 2 masks so that one would be in stock. The master said that he would deal with this and the order would be ready in a few days. After leaving the workshop, Louise and Siller were satisfied that they had finished the job. Siller looked warmly at the dragon, who was temporarily wearing a collar. The dragons put on their collars without resistance, though Siller still didn't like it. Louise stopped and was about to say something to the knight. She hadn't expected him to agree to an eye mask. The knight looked at her in surprise and said that he had no reason to deny her her wish. She smiled and thanked her master. At the same time, a certain glow appeared from Siller's purse, which immediately attracted his attention. Opening the bag, he pulled out a glowing guild card and started reading it. On the card, it was written that the level had risen to 2nd. After contacting the mayor's office, he asked Rose how this could have happened and was surprised that the guild's level had grown so quickly. Rose, who was holding his card, was surprised by this, because usually the level does not increase so quickly. She explained to him that he had registered a guild of 1 person and 2 dragons, and under such conditions, he could only reach the 2nd level after a month. He understood the promotion scheme. If there were more people in the guild, the level would grow faster. Siller began to doubt that there was any mistake. Rose asked him to wait a bit and looked for information outside the door and went out with the papers, comparing them with each other. She said that there were no oddities. Siller asked her to explain what might be strange. The girl, smiling awkwardly, replied that it happens when a knight has rented a dragon and only for a while binds it to the guild, thereby increasing the guild level, and the dragon is returned to rent. Thus, Some people tried to make money not in the most honest way. Putting her hands together, she came to a conclusion. Rose congratulated Siller on raising the level of dragons above all, and Siller thanked her. He asked if anything changed with the level up, and the girl nodded at him. She handed the guy a document and asked him to give it to his fairy. The fairy leaned out of the knight's bag, touched a piece of paper with her magic, and opened it on the table. She was drawing something on it, which a girl and a guy were watching. When I finished drawing, it turned out to be a map of Povelsel. Siller noticed a dot of light in the middle of the city. Rose replied that it was a map showing his registered dragons, which surprised him. She pointed her finger at the spot, explaining that it was located near the administration building, which meant that Louise was nearby. The knight noted the convenience of the map. Remembering that the knight had more than one dragon, she couldn't find a second one on the map, but the guy immediately told her that Colette was currently on Mount Milrif, so she wasn't on the map. She was surprised that the boy could send his dragons on errands alone. She pulled the map closer and pointed her finger at Mount Milrif. The zoom changed, and Siller saw a dot of light flash across the surface. It was Colette. The girl explained that as the level increases, new convenient features will appear, and asked him to try harder. Siller picked up the map and was pleased to note that it was unusual. Before leaving, he asked why his level had gone up fast enough this time. Rose herself wasn't quite sure how the system worked, so she couldn't say for sure, but she noticed that it was quite unusual. When he got home, he was waiting at the entrance for Colette, who was coming home from work. The dragonesses were surprised that he was waiting for her on purpose. He replied that he had found something interesting for the dragon, which interested her, pulling out a small package from his back. Colette didn't react to the package at first, but her eyes lit up when she saw what was inside. There was a pretty bow, exactly the one she'd asked the knight for. Siller smiled and added that the masks for Louise were still in development, but there were a lot of ribbons on sale. The dragon couldn't take her eyes off such a gift, still glowing with joy. Siller was sure that this bow would fit her and helped her put it on the dragon's head. Colette didn't expect him to help her, which made her feel a little embarrassed. When he finished with the bow, he smiled. He was pleased to see that the bow looked good on her. Colette looked away, embarrassed, and asked quietly if he really thought so. Satisfied with the gift, he complimented her on how beautiful she looked. The dragon, who didn't dare raise her gaze, only smirked, saying that she already knew about it. Siller didn't argue with her, and the dragon thanked him for such a valuable gift by looking at him. Siller's fanny pack lit up again, which he noticed immediately. He pulled out a map but didn't notice the level up. When he looked up at Colette, the dragon was genuinely enjoying the bow, unable to contain her emotions. He guessed that the more satisfied the dragons were, the more experience the guild gained. It was only morning, and she was already up to her ears in worries. He looked at the map and assumed it was just trying to prove itself. Her companion replied that she had heard her laugh during the night. She even felt uneasy and decided that she was remembering her master. Gradually moving forward, he asked with a slight smile if she was so happy. He noted that it brought them a good income, for which he had praised it at the time, and remembered how bright its ribbon and guild map had shone. Perhaps his guess was correct. I also remembered how happy Louise was to wear her newly made mask. When they stopped, he told his partner that he was going to get them a new assignment. But as he approached the blackboard, he noticed Lindworm's certificate. It said that for the guild's achievements over the past year, the kingdom expressed special gratitude to them. Looking at the document with interest, he thought that despite the differences, he still admired them. Reliable guilds were easier to get clients from, and decided that they would also need to get such a certificate. Someone heard him from behind and chuckled, telling him not to get his hopes up. It was Louis. He pointed out sarcastically that he had heard about his new guild, and added that they didn't give one a diploma. Don't even dream about it. He went on to say that after receiving the diploma, new people were attracted to them, including B, rank knights with a decent reputation. The young man knew that such knights were already named, and he quietly agreed. It sounds good. Louis had said ironically that if he'd stayed a little longer in Lindworm, he would have been fine, but he broke off and left. The young man was not offended. He just let out a sigh and thought that he didn't want to go back to that guild at all. As he made his way to the center of the crowd, he didn't understand where the noise was coming from, so he excused himself and asked a passerby what had happened. He replied that they were saying that the dragon had escaped, was running around somewhere, and now they were catching it. He added that no one knows exactly where he is. After thanking him, the boy was confused. This was the first time he had ever heard of a dragon escaping. He looked at his partner and realized that he didn't want to disturb her. She looked very sleepy. After leaving her, he promised to take a quick look at the administration office, but then something abruptly bumped into him. As he flew back, he was surprised to see a dragon in front of him, begging for his life. He complained that he couldn't stay there any longer. He said quietly that it wasn't safe here and told her and her partner to follow him. After hiding in a secluded spot, he asked if she was Ima. The dragoness was surprised that he recognized her but confirmed it. He calmly said that he remembered everyone he had talked to at the time. He also remembered that she was a sume, a small breed but strong in battle, often found in guilds, and that she was then listed in Lindworm. He asked her why she had run away. She confusedly said that she had recently felt unwell and asked for a break, but to no avail. They made her work anyway. As a result, she almost got hurt. In addition, she heard the guildmaster say to another, "If the dragon is guilty, it is no longer needed, and if the next failure occurs, it is necessary to drive it to waste." He thought with annoyance that nothing was changing. Even though they know that dragons can understand speech, they still say it in front of them. She added that he was often in the stable, and that's why she was waiting for him there. She asked for shelter. He didn't say anything but wondered if Lindworm would discuss giving the dragon to another guild. Then they were interrupted by a knock at the gate. The dragon was afraid that someone might have come for her, but he patted her and told her that everything was under control. He asked her to trust him and promised to take her away from them. An old acquaintance was waiting for him in the courtyard. He said irritably that he had the dragon, and he knew it for a fact. He calmly confirmed, "Yes, the escaped dragon is here now." Then the adventurer ordered to bring her out and give her back. But he suddenly announced that he wanted to buy it back. The latter did not believe him and asked if he was serious, and when he received an affirmative answer, he doubted whether he thought he could get away with it. The master reminded them that their master had ordered her to be chased to death. Surprised, he asked how he knew that. The answer was short. "There is no smoke without fire." He refused to return it and told me to pass on his offer. But the man grunted and said that no one would listen to him. He pushed the other man away forcefully, entered, and shouted for the dragon to come out immediately. He told her to come over and said they were going home. The dragoness, awakened by his cry, decided that he was an enemy of her master. Without hesitation, she ordered him to die, opened her mouth, and attacked. The gentleman standing behind the assailant calmly said, "What did he expect? Unexpected guests are treated the same everywhere." With an exasperated clucking and a grumble of displeasure, the man left, making no secret of his attitude. The master, however, did not follow him with his eyes, but calmly told him to give the guildmaster what he had to do. It wasn't long before he was at the conference table, facing Lindworm Guildmaster Dickie Rush himself. He immediately made it clear that he had been informed of the offer and, after clarifying his intentions, asked a direct question. Is the master really going to buy the dragon from them? The answer was short and clear. Yes, that was exactly what he was going to do. He couldn't bear to watch them continue to torture someone who was already exhausted. As if he had caught an ulterior motive, the guildmaster only let out a sigh and noted that everything was now clear. The master, not wanting to delay, reminded him that the dragon was no longer useful, which meant that resisting its departure was just stubbornness. But Dickie Rush interrupted him. Despite its uselessness, the dragon was still considered Lindworm's property, and no one was going to part with it without a good reason. To a direct question about the amount, the master only grinned and said that money would not tempt him. He added that if someone asks for something, they should understand where they are. After listening to this without argument, the master calmly rose, and then, confidently but without challenge, knelt down and bowed his head. His request was repeated, not as a suggestion, but as a firm decision. This gesture seems to have affected the master after all. He thought for a moment, but then, standing up and waving his hand, said with a slight weariness in his voice, "Let him do what he wants." As the master slowly rose from his knees, he noticed that the dragons were already standing nearby, having returned unnoticed. One of them looked around anxiously, looking for a threat. The other tried to understand if everything ended well. The master only gave a curt nod, and that was enough. He walked over to the escaped dragon and gently ran his hand over her head. Now that everything was settled, he informed her that she was free. She thanked him with an unmistakable air of relief. When he asked her what she was going to do next and where she wanted to go, she answered right away. She didn't need to go anywhere, she just wanted to stay close to him. He took it warmly and greeted her again as a free companion. At that very moment, a strange thing happened. All three dragons suddenly began to emit a soft glow, as if something inside them was responding to an invisible call. The master did not understand the reason, but he felt a call, not from outside, but as if it came from the ring itself that he was wearing. When he opened his palm, he saw the ring shining just like that. And in the next second, everything was clear, at least to the dragons. At the same time, they realized what was happening. Something ancient and rare had taken effect. Right now, an artifact was awakened in his hands. Stunned by what he saw, he did not fully understand what was happening, turned to his companions with the question of what kind of artifact appeared in his hands. The escaped dragoness, looking at the ring, called it a secret treasure of dragons, a relic shrouded in ancient legends. She began to tell me that the Dragon Lord and the King of the Gods had once created this artifact, and according to legend, it only manifests in the hands of someone the dragons truly love. Still baffled, he confessed that he had never heard of the Dragon Lord other than his name, and asked what the dragons themselves knew about him. They replied that their knowledge was sketchy, but it was rumored that the dragon had ruled in an era when dragons still held sway over the world. His voice had an enchanting power that could captivate any creature, and the god king Romancier himself admired him immensely. As they drew closer, the dragons confessed that they were seeing the artifact for the first time in their lives, and the master frowned and asked them how they knew it was the right artifact. They only explained that they recognized it as something innate, an instinct that cannot be explained in words. As he peered at the ring, he saw nothing remarkable about it other than the simplicity of its shape. But when he noticed how confidently all three of them recognized him, he began to think that this was indeed a genuine treasure. Reaching out, he informed them that since the artifact belonged to the dragon culture, it was only logical for one of them to wear it. As a joke, he suggested attaching the ring to his stomach. But the dragon with the bow sharply objected, loudly expressing the fear that if she accidentally swallowed the artifact, it might also curse her. The other dragons confirmed that for a variety of reasons, they couldn't take the artifact for themselves, even if they wanted to. Realizing this, the master realized how serious this find could be, and suggested that perhaps the artifact should remain with him. Curiosity spurred him on. He wanted to understand the effect of the ring and carefully put it on his finger. The dragons, watching him, asked if he felt any changes. He listened to himself and realized that nothing had changed. Yet, suddenly, unexpectedly, his gaze fell on his companions, and then he noticed strange icons appearing near them. The realization came instantly. He realized that the artifact was working. The dragon with the bow, now with a hint of annoyance in her voice, demanded that he explain exactly what had happened. Moving closer to her, he asked her if she was feeling unwell. The woman, a little embarrassed, hastened to assure that everything was in order. He told her that the artifact had told him about it. Above her head, as well as above the heads of others, he now saw two indicators. One reflected a physical condition, the other a psychological one. Turning back to the dragon with the bow, he reminded her that she was always working alone and probably just didn't give herself a break. He apologized to her for that. She lowered her eyes and said, in a low voice, that she was all right. He also, to put it mildly, appreciated her efforts and asked her to let him rest for at least one day, so as not to bring himself to illness. Looking at the ring, he began to guess that he might have had the artifact for a reason. Perhaps its true purpose is to help take care of the dragons without letting them run out. After receiving her consent to rest tomorrow, he mentally confirmed that this ring is not a weapon, not a source of power, but a real blessing. For dragons, it is the best possible artifact. A few days later, while he was quietly resting in seclusion, he suddenly heard an insistent knock on the door in the dead silence of the night. Not immediately understanding who might have appeared at such an untimely time, he went over and opened the door, and saw a stranger in glasses standing in front of him. The man, bowing slightly, politely apologized for his late arrival and called him by name, wanting to make sure that this was the person he was looking for, Mr. Siller LaRose. After receiving confirmation, he again apologized for intruding at such an inopportune hour. With a slight inclination of his head, he said that they had never met before, and introduced himself as Laurent Fleury. His voice was controlled, but there was a hint of urgency in it, as he said that he had come with a request. When the gentleman asked him what the reason was, and why he had come to him, the guest did not hesitate to mention the name of Madame Mariot, the very woman whose letter he remembered to the smallest detail. The memory of that momentarily flashed through his mind, sending a faint echo through his heart. After letting the stranger in, he asked about the essence of the request. He took a seat and lowered his voice slightly, saying that one of the Dragon Knight guilds had suffered a heavy defeat during the last campaign. He knew that such campaigns were usually conducted against dangerous clusters of monsters, where the risk was high, but success promised fame and fortune. However, all this often hides losses. He asked how tragic the situation was. The answer came immediately. The entire first squad was completely destroyed. Not one of the participants survived. The gentleman froze. He hadn't heard such reports in years, and his surprise was genuine. Laurent continued. According to the rules of that guild, everyone is required to leave a will before the campaign, and now that no one has returned, these letters are left lying among the ashes, and there is no one to collect them. That's exactly what he came up with. The master, after listening to him, expressed doubt that he would have the strength to venture into such dangerous lands. But the guest immediately assured that there would be no danger. The guild has already assembled a second squad, powerful and reinforced, to complete the task. Now there are simply no more people who can search for wills. He added that it happened in the Danzig Valley, and a reward of 5,000 lire is offered for completing the task. The master, after considering everything, briefly gave his consent. Then Laurent thanked him and, before leaving, added that there was one more important point. He explained that during the collection of wills, the master can dispose of the found things at his discretion. The gentleman again briefly made it clear that he had heard and taken note of it. The next day, when he had packed up everything he needed, he informed his dragons that their final destination was the Danzig Valley, and that with the time to sleep, it would take 3 days to travel one way. One of the dragons turned to her master and asked him what the man meant when he said that he could dispose of all things as he saw fit. The surprised gentleman asked her if she had heard yesterday's conversation. When she agreed, he only awkwardly noticed that she had good hearing, and thought that the dragon must be able to hear his every move. Looking at her again, he said that the battlefield of the past battle was just a mountain of treasures. He explained that people go into battle with expensive armor and good equipment, and therefore it is considered common to remove it from corpses and sell it for a good price. Another dragoness, horrified by what she heard, asked with displeasure if people really do this, to which he only awkwardly agreed. He added that he had once heard of a poor fellow who was struck by the residual magic of an item, so it was a life-threatening occupation. He also said that in addition, dragons and their knights often use ammunition that is much more expensive than normal warriors, so that means you can paraphrase it as, take this as a reward. However, he didn't really like the idea himself. After a long journey through endless fields, dense forests, and scorching sun, they finally reached the Danzig Valley. In front of them lay a mountain of stricken corpses, 20 humans and 30 dragons. He said with annoyance that the mountains of corpses and rivers of corpses, and that it was just a terrifying sight. Turning to the new dragon, he said that it was easiest for her to notice the enemy and asked how things were going around, to which she replied that everything was fine and she did not feel any hostility. Opening his palm with the capsule, he suggested that the dragons split up and look for such capsules from everyone, and added that according to the customer, everyone should have them. Each of them agreed and briefly replied that they understood. The dragon who stayed with him sadly said once again that it was really an unpleasant job, to which he, trying to support her, said that she could rest, but the dragon refused, saying that she would also work, and that there was nothing she could do about it. He agreed and thanked her. When there were a dozen capsules in the bag, the dragons reported that all of them had been collected. Then, turning to the dragon Colette, the master gave her an order. She asked him if it was all over, and suggested that we head home as soon as possible, and that she didn't want to stay here at all. He asked her to wait a bit, and said that he had another job, or rather, a request. After remaining silent for a bit hesitantly, he still asked the dragons to bury the fallen knights and dragons. They asked him again, puzzled, and he said he didn't want to leave it like this. He said it was too cruel. The dragons fell silent, and he asked in confusion if he should. But they said that wasn't the point. They asked him if they should make graves for the dragons too, to which the gentleman briefly agreed. The dragon replied that he was strange, and that she already knew it, but he was still strange. The other dragons giggled and agreed with her. He agreed, and asked them not to be angry, and that they had to spend time with someone like him. They looked at him with a warm smile, repeated that he was strange, but still very good, and thanked him. She greeted him with a little excitement, and immediately apologized for the abrupt challenge. He knew without complaint that if she had used the letter, then something important had happened. Indeed, she reported that his guild had reached the third level. It usually took months, but it was a much faster journey. He immediately understood what she was getting at. The guild fairy flew up to him, light, almost weightless, with a mischievous smile and a light dress that shimmered in the sun. She giggled softly, as if she knew what was coming, but there was more than just amusement in her eyes. He caught a hint of concern. When he asked her if everything was all right, she admitted that she was just surprised. The guild alone, with only one knight, has been so productive that its success is already being compared to historical records. He repeated what she'd said about breaking records, but it didn't feel like his own story until now. When asked about the reason for this success, he answered simply, he follows the principle of the name of his guild. Dragons come first. He was just taking care of his dragons, that's all, but she didn't share his opinion. It seemed to her that there was more to it than that. However, now, with a new level, they have access to the so-called back room, a warehouse shrouded in a special spell that does not let anyone in except guild members and their dragons. He was wondering how he could use this space together with the powers of one of his companions. As he pondered, other knights. Conversations could be heard outside. Some discussed his success with interest, others with obvious wariness. Those stares made him feel uneasy. And it was at this moment that he noticed a carriage at the gate. A princess girl leaped out of it, beaming with joy. Her appearance was unexpected, but from the look on her face, she knew who she was looking for. As she came closer, she expressed her admiration for his achievements. In such a short time, he had become one of the most talked about knights, perhaps even too quickly. He invited her inside to avoid undue attention. Inside, she got straight to the point. She had a special request to make. She wanted to entrust him with the care of a special dragon. He immediately became wary, because if the request comes from the princess herself, then there is something important behind it. When he heard about the dragon cub, he didn't think much of it at first. But when she said it was a phoenix cub, he froze. This was something else. He asked her again if it was really about the so-called divine child, and she nodded stiffly. He didn't understand why such a rarity was assigned to him. The princess, visibly embarrassed, tried to dismiss the gravity of the moment, first saying that she just wanted to see how he would cope, and then that it was a contribution to the development of his guild. He thanked her for her trust. After that, they set off together. As she flew, she was curious to see how gently the dragon moved, and how an instant rapport developed between her and the creature. He asked her if she preferred a carriage or a flight. The answer was obvious. However, his dragoness, sensing the tension in the air, cautioned him not to try too hard if he was trying to impress. He just ran his hand down the back of her neck, in a gentle gesture of gratitude that didn't require words. Soon he started talking about the phoenixes. According to him, this species has long been considered extinct. The princess confirmed, there is a legend that phoenixes do not give birth to offspring, but are reborn themselves. After death, she stunned him with her story. The dragonesses, hearing the conversation, intervened. Even they, proud as they were, recognized that the phoenixes might be superior to them. There was no death in their lives in the usual sense. They were reborn, becoming stronger. The princess, encouraged, added that centuries can pass between rebirths. Perhaps this is the rare moment when one of them has reappeared, and if so, it may be destined to play a special role. He didn't know where it would lead, but he felt that something important was ahead. So 2 days of their journey had already passed. Here is a literary reworked fragment, designed in the same style as the previous text in the third person, without direct speech, with smooth dynamics and moderate emotional expressiveness. They stopped at a massive gate that led deep into the old temple. The gentleman was surprised to note that it was really impossible to get up here in a carriage. The ledges were too steep and the stairs were too narrow. They were already met by one of the knights. He solemnly greeted the princess, informing her that everything was ready. She briefly thanked him for his service and immediately demanded to be shown to the divine child. The knight replied that everything was still the same and gave the order to open the gate. The princess motioned for her master to follow her. He asked his dragons to stay outside and followed her deeper into the temple. They were greeted by a wide, majestic corridor, flanked by stone pillars decorated with images of ancient creatures. Torchlight glinted off the mosaic floor, making the silence seem particularly thick. Finally, they reached a large hall. In its very center, on a marble pedestal, rested a huge skeleton, powerful, snow-white, with wide wings and an elongated skull. The gentleman stopped, not hiding his confusion. In front of him, there really were only remains. The princess, without breaking stride, came closer and said that this was the divine child. Or, more precisely, what was left of it. The skeleton has been here for several centuries, and all this time the country has guarded it, believing that one day it will rise from the dead. She turned to the gentleman with a question, whether he understands what is in front of him. In response, he silently began to walk around the skeleton, carefully examining every curve of the bones, every crack, and every timestamp. When he reached the skull, he stopped, leaned his hand against it, and sighed. There were no more answers, just questions, and then something changed. A small, ancient, and hoarse voice addressed him as human child and began to saying that it had been many years since a human foot had set foot here. And the girl, he added, smelled like royalty. The gentleman looked at the skeleton warily. The voice, on the other hand, seemed to have no doubt. It knew who was standing in front of it. Then, as if mockingly, he asked if the man understood him. In the next instant, the temple resounded with heavy laughter. The master barely refrained from replying in the same tone. The skeleton continued to talk, calling his thinking ordinary. I immediately asked him why he was here. The master replied that he had come to help the one called the divine child to be reborn. The same legend is still alive among people. At this, the skeleton uttered a phrase full of ambiguity, as if the people themselves once knew how to bring them back to life. Then the master turned to the princess and asked her in a low voice if she knew how to bring the dragon back to life. She shook her head. The skeleton laughed again. His voice was dry, but there was a strange warmth in it. He talked about how weak the human memory is, and how unreliable books are if they depend on the will of kings and rulers. And then he asked the master to come closer. The skeleton said, almost in a whisper, that it was simple, and that all it needed was fire to be reborn. Enough flame and it will return an infinite number of times. The gentleman didn't believe it at first. How can you burn something that is kept as a treasure of the state? He hesitated, then decided to address the princess again before taking a step. He warned her that he was going to try to revive the child, and the result might be unexpected. She looked at him calmly as she placed everything in his hands. He thanked her. Then he lit a match. Its flame was tiny, almost imperceptible against the vast, gloomy hall. But when he threw it on the bones, the flames instantly engulfed the entire skeleton. Flames flared up brightly, dancing around the remains, and then the impossible happened. The fire began to change, as if following an unknown rhythm. The light grew brighter, the heat more palpable. There was a roar from inside the flames. Not angry, but triumphant. As they watched, a living dragon began to rise out of the bones, out of the fire, out of the very ashes. His wings spread out with a roar, and his eyes flashed gold. The dragon proudly declared that it was finally recovering. The master, looking admiringly at the dragon, noticed that it was smaller than he thought, and asked if it was a child of God. But the girl sat up, shivering and amazed. Unable to say anything, she only forced out an apology. The dragon cheerfully told the boy that it was all because of him. After all, he forgot to restrain his powers after 100 years. While the princess was groping for words, the boy, quite repeating his words about not being able to restrain his strength, quietly said that the dragon is quite mischievous. Suddenly, the dragon placed a paw on top of his head and ruffled his hair in a friendly manner. The dragon said that he was the first human who dared to call him mischievous. The princess was amazed at how well they had already gotten along. The dragon asked the boy his name. He introduced himself and asked his name in response. The dragon replied that he didn't have a name, and then, laughing again, remarked that he was the only son of God in the world, and so they called him, and he didn't need a name to be different. The master replied that it was inconvenient, and asked the dragon if he could give it a name. Slightly confused, he asked Chap again, and then burst out laughing again. Laughing louder and louder, the dragon startled the princess even more. After all, because of its loud voice, even a landslide appeared. The princess, confused, turned to the master, to which he replied that everything was fine and that nothing terrible had happened. When they came out of the room, everyone was stunned, and the guards immediately declared that it was dangerous for her to be here. Both the dragons and the guards were dumbfounded, but the princess assured them that she was fine. Then the master stepped forward and introduced the new dragon as a child of God, and the dragon reminded the young man that he had promised to give him a name, and the young man apologized in confusion. The young man himself thought that the child of the god would be quite different, and asked the dragon whether it was female or male. The dragon replied that they did not have a sex, because unlike others, they did not need to reproduce. Then the master offered him a name. Chris, and the dragon, happily agreeing, burst out laughing again and repeated that his name was Chris now. But the master hastened to stop him, reminding him that landslides would start again. The master informed everyone that he had given him the name himself. He asked the princess if it was rude of him, but the dragon, interrupting him, replied that he should not pay any attention to it. After all, he recognized it, and therefore does not complain. He asked the gentleman if he was free. The dragon offered to seal the contract with him, but the young man didn't understand what contract he was talking about. Then the dragon, realizing that he did not know about this, asked him if he was a dragon knight. He said yes, but it was clear that the princess didn't know anything about it either. The prince asked all his comrades about the treaty, but no one had any idea. The dragon, with annoyance, said that in just a few centuries, the concept of a contract between a dragon and a human had disappeared. Then the boy asked him again what it meant. But the dragon replied that it was better to show it once, and asked him to give some of his blood. When the boy made a small cut, a drop of blood hung in the air from the dragon's magic. The dragon also cut out a drop, and magically connected their blood into one common circle. The master glowed all over, and the dragon said that they were now bound to him, and if a person binds himself to the dragon in a contract, then he can use part of its power. The dragon, flapping its wings, explained that the gift the master received was the ability to control fire, but in his case it requires confirmation. He suggested that he ignite himself, not as an act of self-destruction, but as an initiation. The boy was immediately engulfed in flames. The princess, alarmed, stepped forward to stop him, but the master remained calm, showing neither pain nor fear. The flames didn't burn him. He said that everything was fine, that he felt fine, and even the warmth didn't touch him. Now he understood what it really meant to control fire. The dragon laughed. He noticed that this was his power, and it was unique. Not everyone can stand it. The kid thanked him. The dragon replied that it was mutual, and said that it was him for giving it a name. The impressed princess was surprised by what she saw, and clenching her palms into a fist, made a decision. She turned to the master and said that she had a request, and she wanted to invest in his guild. Startled, the boy asked her if she really wanted it, and after she agreed, he thought in amazement that he couldn't even dream of such a thing, that a member of the royal family would want to invest in his guild. She pressed her hands together and begged him again, and he awkwardly replied that it was he who should ask for it, and that he accepted her offer. She thanked him happily. After the events in the temple, a lot of things happened, and the Lord found out that he could bind the contract with 3 more, and decided to do it with his other 3 dragons. At first, the other dragons couldn't get used to the fire dragon, but they soon got along very well. The dragon informed the master that he could contact any dragon, but the number of available seats depends on those available in it. But the young man didn't understand, so he asked him what it meant. To which he replied that, in simple terms, he can write a certain number of words on paper, and it works the same with him. The boastful fire dragon began to praise himself again, until another dragon screamed in exasperation, and they were caught up in a hilarious exchange. The fire dragon, laughing, mimicked her, and she couldn't stand it anymore and bit him on the neck, so time after time the friendly skirmish began again. Until their fun was interrupted by the master asking the fire dragon how to find out how much space there is in it. The dragon asked him to prepare a glass of water. He told him to take the glass in his hands, close his eyes, and imagine that he was in an empty room, and in that room he had filled everything with water. The dragon told him to imagine the room expanding, slowly but steadily, getting bigger and bigger, as if the walls were moving away of their own accord, disappearing into thin air. This feeling was reflected in the boy's mind in a strange way. The glass of water in front of him suddenly began to fill up abruptly, as if someone invisible was pouring a stream into it. Alarmed, he jumped up, not understanding what was going on, while the fire dragon laughed as it watched. The dragon, still laughing, told the boy that he was right about him, and that his vessel was the best he had ever seen. Lost, he asked the dragon if this was his space. The latter, after briefly confirming, stated that he could now make pacts with as many dragons as he could fit in his inner world, jokingly adding that a lot of girls can fit on the imperial square, but he admitted that the example was not the most successful. The other dragons also told him that if there was so much room, it was a good thing. After the last time, when the master used his ability and learned from the fire dragon about the ability to make contracts, a dragon with a bow approached him. She still didn't dare say anything, shifting her weight from one paw to the other. Meanwhile, the fire dragon continued to imitate her, calling her behavior the most genuine influence of a woman's heart. Indignantly, she told him not to talk too much. The fire dragon tried to explain to the boy that he understood her, but she interrupted him and immediately bit him, and he immediately apologized. The boy asked him if he could heal wounds with fire. He answered in the affirmative. The master decided to make his next pact with one of his dragons, and the fire dragon told them to shed some blood. After that, a circle glowed under them, and the dragon, alarmed, said that she had a strange feeling, as if she was scratching at the throat. The master made sure that she wasn't in pain. Shyly, she confessed to her master that she thought he was more cool than usual, like a god. He awkwardly asked her if she was serious, and then the fire dragon announced that the contract between them was concluded. Suddenly, the master felt that he was gaining new knowledge. This was the ability that was inherited from her. The fire dragon explained to him that there were general skills and individual skills, which meant that she had individual skills. Sitting down, he decided to find out for sure, but as soon as he closed his eyes, he almost fell asleep for a couple of seconds. The dragon said that his sleepiness was similar to hers. He held out his finger and asked everyone to take a look at how the wound on his finger had healed. He assumed that his ability is recovery through sleep, and during sleep, recovery is faster than usual. The fire dragon said it was pretty good magic. He thanked the dragon for her ability and called the new dragon over to make the next contract. During the process of incarceration, she suddenly giggled, and he asked her what it was. But she said nothing. After completing it, he suddenly felt that he had some combat-related abilities. The fire dragon offered to try the ability on it. He assured me that it wouldn't hurt him a bit. The master, standing in a fighting stance, said that then he would not hold back. Spreading his arms out, he created a fireball in an instant. Impressed himself, he found it very convenient, and when the dragon asked him if he could use her ability, he said yes. Then I asked the fire dragon how he was. The fire dragon, full of enthusiasm, offered to try again. The kid himself didn't understand why the fire bullet worked with just 9 fingers. He tried to light the last one, the thumb of his right hand, but still didn't work. Then the fire dragon told him that the human thumb of the right hand means power. He asked him if he had seen that all rulers wear a ring on the first finger, but the kid said he'd never seen anything like it before. Fiery said it was a sign of a signed contract. Then the boy called the third dragon to conclude a contract. After completing the contract, he said that he wouldn't be able to use the ability that came from her right now, because now what he eats will become energy and be deposited elsewhere in his body. And as far as he understands, you can save as much as you want and use it too. Pleased, he noted that this skill would be especially useful on camping trips, and thanked her. Fiery, laughing, said that he was lucky. The fire dragon joked that if he made any mistakes now, he would be as fat as his dragoness. This annoyed her, and she immediately bit through it and protested that she wasn't fat. But the master did not separate them and said that the fiery one had asked for it. The next day, a new client came to the gentleman, introducing himself as Sebastian Bernard. The gentleman formally and informally introduced himself, and that made him feel uncomfortable with this attitude. He handed the letter to the master and said it was an invitation from Moriniel. When he opened the letter, he realized that it was from Lady Katrina again, and he thought of thanking her. And then I asked him what business it was. The man admitted that it was hard for him to ask for this, but he needed him to get him a dacite. He said that the dacite is about the size of a single cocoon, and about 100 pieces. The fire dragon interrupted their conversation, laughing, and said that it would be very interesting, and that they would take on the task. The master awkwardly apologized for the surprise of his dragon. The fire dragon told the master that he knew where dacite was and could show him. Mr. After agreed to accept the task. The man said gratefully that it was very brave of him to undertake such a task. The master asked the fire dragon what kind of dacite it was. Fiery explained that this is a type of jewelry, but people don't like it, because they get into trouble when they try to get it. And it was then that the master realized why he had such a high price. The dragon said that dacite appears when the full moonlight falls on it and begins to sparkle brightly, which is why some people also call it the core of the night dragon. The impressed gentleman thought that it must be very beautiful. He then reminded the fire dragon that it hadn't told him anything about where to get the dacite, but the fire dragon chuckled maliciously and silently led them to the scorching volcano. And then he said that, as far as he remembered, this volcano is called Tonabit, and dacite inside. The fire dragon burst out laughing and said that an ordinary person couldn't get it, but the boy could. Then the boy remembered that he now has the power of the contract, and now he understands why the task was given to him. The dragon, jokingly, offered him to climb even naked, just like in the hot springs. Another dragon asked her master if he was sure he didn't mind, to which he replied that everything was fine, and the fire dragon would not deceive him. And he went to the volcano. Once in the midst of the bubbling lava, he was sure that it really wasn't hot inside. The fire dragon praised him and said that he was happy for him, and that it was very brave of him. As he pulled out the first dacite, he thought it was like pulling something thick and sticky out of the mud itself, something heavy but necessary. 100 pieces didn't seem impossible or exhausting to him, and he didn't allow himself to be distracted for a second as he continued to collect them one by one. He could feel his body adapting to the stifling heat with each new movement, and the contract he had made was feeding him strength, protecting him from fatigue and overheating. Meanwhile, the rest of the dragons who had remained at the mouth of the mouth began to express their displeasure. In a plaintive tone, they asked him to hurry up. They were getting hotter, and the air around the volcano was rapidly thickening, as if the area itself was breathing harder. The master did not look up from his work and continued to work, mentally noting how much he had changed recently. It occurred to him that once in the past, he wouldn't have even approached such a place, let alone worked quietly in the heart of the volcano, but now he was standing there, quietly collecting rocks, and this was nothing out of the ordinary for him. When the work was done, the bag was packed tightly. It contained exactly 100 dacites, each the size of a large cocotte. The dragon, slightly lifting the corners of his mouth, replied that this is the human world. If there is strength and recognition, then even the hardest work is evaluated differently. The gentleman thanked him, feeling that what he had heard really reflected the essence of what was happening. Late at night, in a bar filled with dim lights and a hum of voices, a group of young people gathered around a table with mugs of alcohol, animatedly discussing the recent news about the new guild. There was talk of admiration for its rapid success, hints of its mystique, and suggestions that perhaps the members of this guild were hiding something from prying eyes. Among other things, it was mentioned with admiration that the queen herself was supposedly the patron of the guild, and this, according to many, explained their luck and rapid ascent. A new visitor entered the house, a figure in a heavy cloak with the hood turned up. After introducing himself as Six, he approached the master and made a business proposition. The gentleman, noticing the obvious unnaturalness in this name, remarked that it was probably fictitious, since the stranger himself did not hide it. The stranger continued, saying that he had a job to do. It would be necessary to deliver a certain cargo. The amount of reward that he promised for completing the task was unexpected, 30,000 lire. The gentleman was frankly amazed. Such sums for simple transportation of things were rare and seemed almost absurd. He cautiously asked what exactly he was going to transport, but the client evasively replied that he could not give details, only added that it was only important to deliver the item to a strictly defined place. The words of the mysterious customer seemed disturbing to the gentleman, especially the fact that he deliberately hides the contents of the cargo. He sensed a catch, a vague but palpable danger. Nevertheless, he was filled with a growing curiosity that gradually eclipsed his caution. The conversation was interrupted by the intervention of the fire dragon, who, hearing their dialogue, could not restrain himself and loudly commented on what was happening. He was attracted by the fact that what was happening was quite exciting, and he expressed a desire to participate. The master, agreeing that the task was indeed not an ordinary one, allowed the dragon to join in. The dragon, who boastfully promised that he would find out everything from the customer himself, stepped forward, assuring that no one could resist his pressure. The master hesitantly asked if it was worth it, but the dragon only asked me to trust him. Coming close to the customer, he defiantly demanded to immediately tell what he was really hiding. The dragon's sudden pressure was so powerful that the stranger fainted in horror and sank to the floor, shivering. The master approached him with concern and asked the dragon what he had done to him, to which the dragon, clearly pleased with himself, replied that he had only pushed a little, and now, in his opinion, the boy would definitely tell everything he knew. Dropping down to the startled customer, the gentleman repeated the question about the contents. Struggling to find the words, still trembling, he admitted that the cargo was the so-called dragon's tears, a kind of spirit with a special effect. The dragon explained that this is a special substance that has the ability to cause sleep if you bring it to the source of fire, and also accompanied by hallucinations. The master thought about it, figuring that perhaps the effect of this perfume allows a person to get into a state similar to a dream. The dragon added that this substance does not cause physical harm, but, despite this, it is under an official ban imposed by the king himself. The master checked with the customer whether his task was secret, and received immediate confirmation. Then he turned to the dragon with the question, "Why were spirits forbidden if they do not cause physical harm?" The dragon acknowledged that this was true, but added that the consequences were different. Because of the mass enthusiasm for these spirits, the level of demographics in the country began to decline. People increasingly preferred to drift away into sweet dreams, moving away from reality, and this entailed serious consequences. The gentleman, reflecting on what he had heard, remarked cautiously that in this case, probably, nothing can be done. The dragon suggested that the ban could be excessive, and there are people who really need such a tool. The gentleman, interested, clarified who exactly might need it. In response, the dragon gave the example of an elderly man who lost his wife, for whom the only way to see her again was to plunge into such a dream. The gentleman paused and admitted that he also thought this was possible, and perhaps the restrictions really should be made more flexible, because not all people are the same. Under the raucous laughter of the dragon, the master gathered his thoughts and decided to take on the proposed task. The stranger wasted no time in extracting a map from the folds of his cloak and pointing to the place marked on it, where, as he said, the object to be transported was located. After receiving the instructions, the master and his dragons immediately set out. When he reached the desired point, he peered dubiously at the dark silhouette behind the buildings, trying to determine if this was really Fort Nirko, the place where the spirits were supposed to be taken from. There were many armed men on the ramparts of the fortress. As he neared the gate, the master was greeted by a young man whose demeanor betrayed wariness. After handing him the paper, he expressed his intention to enter. After reading the document, the guy gave the order to open the gate. As soon as the lord with the dragons entered, the entire interior of the fort became animated. People, seeing strangers, became excited. A thin, one-eyed man, with a heavy gaze directed directly at the master, stepped out of the dense crowd. He asked if he really was a guild master, and when he heard the confirmation, he said that before they would entrust him with such an important task, he would have to demonstrate strength. The master stiffened inwardly. He was baffled. The task was meant to be a request on their part, not a test. However, after hearing that the fort had already encountered many deceivers in the past, he realized the need to prove his intentions seriously. After taking a deep breath, he took a fighting stance and activated the abilities bestowed by one of the signed contracts. With a single movement, he released a stream of energy, and a bolt of fire roared through the air, shooting skyward. In an instant, the entire area was surrounded by a flaming ring. Flames burst out. The flames that engulfed the area at his will made a strong impression. The one-eyed man smiled coldly and admitted that the master really wasn't that bad. When the man asked if he was satisfied with the demonstration, the man nodded. What he saw was enough. He told them to follow him. As they moved through the fort's territory, the fire dragon whispered to the master with a snide chuckle that everything had happened as he expected. With feigned concern, he asked if the man had used up all his energy reserves. The master, without losing his cool, said that he had only used about a third of his powers, and reminded him that with the help of one of the contracts, he could accumulate magical energy, albeit slowly. This fight, he added, could serve as a good lesson for future clashes. The fire dragon snorted with satisfaction, and praised him for being so reasonable. As he looked around, he noticed with displeasure how many wary and openly hostile stares were directed at them. Those who had called them now seemed to doubt their own decision. Clearly annoyed, the dragon shot a predatory glance in the direction of the watchers, and those who felt the magical pressure instantly quieted down. He thought it was funny, and laughed out loud. The master, noticing this, turned to him reproachfully, but the dragon, waving his hand, explained that he was just joking, and ruffling the master's hair reminded him that they were now comrades. The one-eyed man turned to look at the dragon with obvious surprise. He admitted that he did not know that the master had such a beast. However, the latter, not wanting to prolong the conversation, immediately reminded that they were not invited here for the sake of conversation, and asked where the cargo was. The man clicked his tongue reluctantly, but didn't argue, just turned to his subordinates and gave them a command. While they prepared the crates, the dragons talked among themselves. They didn't understand why everything had stopped. The fire dragon explained with mock seriousness that the man had obviously realized who he was dealing with, and now he wouldn't risk provoking them. Another dragon, observing the actions of the humans, said with a slight sneer that the reason was different. They were just afraid of their master. When the crates were brought in and handed over by his subordinates, the man gave them to the master and explained, "The cargo must be delivered to a certain Jigu in Manu. This person will make the payment." However, he also warned that there is an external check line at the entrance to Manu, and the contents of the cargo may be searched. The master will have to decide on his own how to get around this. As they set out, the dragons discussed the possible consequences. One of them expressed concern that if the spirits were discovered, the consequences would be disastrous. Then one of the dragons, less experienced, asked what a test was. It was explained to her that in large cities, this is a standard procedure for screening at the outer perimeter, conducted to prevent illegal traffic. It turned out that one of the dragons had already encountered this before, in the city of Rinterm. The gentleman, however, listened attentively and said thoughtfully that it was desirable to avoid any suspicion. He did not need problems with the law. The cargo was temporarily hidden inside one of the dragons, but everyone knew that such a disguise would not last long with a normal magic check. The master expressed doubts. Perhaps Manu already knew about them and their arrival. As they were passing by a small river, an idea suddenly occurred to him. He turned to one of his dragons and said that he would like to ask her for help. He had a plan. When they reached Manu, the master and the dragons carefully scanned the surrounding area. He spoke softly to one of the dragons and whispered that he was counting on her help. However, they were interrupted when one of the knights who had stopped in front of them blocked their path. The knight looked at the master and immediately asked if he was a dragon knight. After receiving an affirmative answer and seeing the documents bearing the Dragon Froust Guild seal, he still pointed at the Mushu Fushu type dragon and asked warily what was in her stomach. The master answered evasively, saying that it was nothing unusual. But the knight cut him off abruptly, saying that the examiners would evaluate it not by him, but by the examiners. After asking if that was all, he prepared for the search. At a signal from her master, the dragon opened its mouth and released a powerful stream of water, flooding the pavement in front of the guards. The knight staggered back in confusion. He clearly hadn't expected such a large number. The gentleman explained that it was just plain camp water and asked if they could go through now. After receiving permission, he nodded stiffly and walked on, quickening his pace. One of the dragons admired how well they had managed to pass the inspection. The gentleman agreed, adding that such techniques do not always work, but at the right time they are very useful. He also noted that although almost all of the water had been released, something remained: dragon's tears incense capsules. As he scanned the busy streets, he noticed that Manu was noisier than Borsel's. One of the dragons added that it was rumored that this city was built by the guild master himself. The master thought about it. How did he manage to build a city? And he wouldn't want to create something like this one day, a city for dragons. Then one of the dragons pointed to the signs with the same signs. The gentleman, interested, decided to check out one of the shops. Inside, they were met by a man with long hair. He immediately realized who was in front of him and asked about the delivery. The master silently signaled, and one of the dragons carefully removed the boxes. The man, after carefully examining the contents, confirmed that everything was in order, and gave the gentleman the promised payment in advance. When asked about the recalculation, the gentleman refused, saying that if he was deceived, he simply would not accept the next deal. When one of the dragons came out of the shop, she was surprised to see that they had effortlessly obtained 30,000 lire. The gentleman explained that such a price is paid only for delivery, precisely because of the rarity and importance of incense. He added that those who work directly with production probably earn many times more. This suggested that it was worth looking into this more deeply. Later, after settling in the house, the dragons noticed that the dwelling provided a place for them. The gentleman noted with a smile, "The city is rather big, not for nothing." One of the new dragonesses was surprised to see how many merchants wanted the dragon's tears. The master confirmed that if you can get incense into the city, you can do almost anything. When asked whether it is normal to make money on prohibited goods at all, he said that only the authorities consider it prohibited, and if there are those in need, then the supply is justified. The dragon agreed. If it's convenient for him, they don't mind. They don't care about people. With some annoyance, the master noticed that the method of making incense was not given to them, and, most likely, it is very complex. However, the fire dragon chuckled and told him not to worry. When asked if he knew how it was made, the dragon nodded. In fact, dragon's tears are just camouflage. Surprised, the master asked, "So the incense isn't related to the dragon's tears?" The dragon explained that the ingredients are indeed related to the dragon, but nothing mystical. The basis is the usual Garian fruit, which can be found even in a vegetable shop. The master quickly understood and went after him. At the market, he found the shop where he first saw Garian, a curiously shaped fruit that looked like a cow's horn. The saleswoman explained that only the inside is edible. The master immediately bought a large batch, surprising her, and then informed the fire dragon about the purchase. He told the two dragonesses to swallow the fruit and hold it in their stomachs. The master clarified that only the inner pulp is edible, but the dragon explained that the method of cooking is not suitable for them. The fruit should be left whole. For Colette, a dragon with a special structure, he clarified, "You need to store the fruit in the first stomach." The master asked about himself, and the dragon replied that he did not need food, he simply did not have a digestive system. One of the dragonesses called him useless, and he laughed out loud in response. When everyone asked what to do next, the dragon said to wait a month. The master was surprised. "So this is how dragon's tears are created?" The dragon, demonstrating Garian, explained that its spines are covered with secretions during gastric processing, forming a hard shell, an analog of pearls. This is how incense is formed. The gentleman was struck by the simplicity. He noted that this method seems easy, only to a dragon. After all, the other dragons don't speak, and they still have to patiently hold the fruit inside for a month. Turning to his companions, he apologized. He knew that the task was not easy. However, they grinned and assured that they would manage easily. The gentleman thanked them and added that perhaps many people already know this method, but then it occurred to him that if he continued to buy Garian, it might arouse suspicion. The dragon agreed, suggesting that it was better to grow them yourself. One of the dragonesses said that she could do it, but it's not worth it if someone sees her. The master agreed. Everything should be done secretly. Another added that they would need a plot of land. The gentleman admitted that he couldn't do it on his own, but he knew someone who could. The next day he went back to the Dragon Bazaar in Mano. When he reached the stall, he said that he was looking for a gargoyle. The salesman nodded and led the way. There, near the stone-scaled creature, the master stopped, bowed affably, and introduced himself. The boy suddenly admitted that he understood the language of dragons and would like to communicate. However, the dragon's reaction was extremely restrained and cold. There was an awkward silence, in which the master cautiously remarked that the dragon seemed to be taciturn. He briefly confirmed this, adding that he simply does not like to talk. The master, noticing his taciturnity, got to the point. He expressed his intention to take the dragon with him and asked his opinion on this matter. The answer was dry. The dragon indifferently allowed him to do as he pleased. As they set off, the master tried to make contact and asked if the dragon had any suggestions, but the dragon ignored him. The master asked again if the dragon could hear him. Then he explained that he thought that the appeal was not to him. He added that dragons are usually not given names, so he doesn't care what they are called. The master suggested Yui's name, and when he didn't hear Yui's obvious refusal, he knew that Yui didn't mind. Although the reply was restrained, the master sensed a hidden agreement in it. With a small smile, he said it was a pleasure to meet you. He then asked about the abilities of this type of dragon, and Yui looked down and said that it would be difficult to explain. The gentleman assured that it is enough to explain as it turns out. The dragon talked about two skills. The first is that it disappears with the person it touches. The master admired the possibility of invisibility, to which Yui clarified that the sound also disappears, but until it is touched, it remains invisible. The second skill, according to Yui, allows you to change the perception of others. The gentleman admitted that he did not fully understand and offered to show it in practice. They went to the house where they were temporarily staying. Inside, the dragons were surprised to ask the master about the newcomer. Confused, he pointed at Yui. The dragons apologized. They hadn't noticed him. The master assumed it was because of his small stature, but the fire dragon laughed and said that only the master was seen initially. The master, not fully grasping the essence of the fire dragon's words, turned his gaze to his companions and solemnly introduced them to each other, gesturing at each of them. He introduced the newcomer to the other dragons, emphasizing that he was now part of their team. Then he turned to the newcomer with a request to demonstrate his ability, but the latter calmly replied that he had already demonstrated his second power. The fire dragon chimed in again, explaining with a light laugh that when the three dragons first looked in that direction, they only saw the master himself, but not Chap. The master frowned and lowered his head slightly, asking if he had a second ability. The newcomer confirmed without emotion, adding that his skill is to distort perception, which is why others see him differently. Interested, the gentleman thought for a moment, and then asked if he was capable, for example, of making someone's body lying on the road invisible to others. The dragon replied curtly in the affirmative. Impressed with the capabilities, the master enthusiastically summed up that with such power, they could effectively mask entire fields. The fire dragon expressed keen interest and, as he watched, remarked that it would be very interesting if the master made a contract with the newcomer. Then the master, without hesitation, turned to the young dragon, expressing a desire to create a magical connection between them. After receiving a quiet agreement from him, he moved closer and, just in case, asked if Tom needed an explanation about the nature of the contract, because he might not know all the subtleties. He said without much expression that he didn't hate such things, and then, after a pause, added that he found the rest of the team interesting too. The master thanked him, and in the next moment, a magical contract was made between them. Almost immediately after that, he felt a new sensation, as if a new power had been poured into his mind. It was the power of perception. Impatient, he wanted to test her in action. The fire dragon suggested that he use this skill on him as a test. Having agreed, the master concentrated, directing his powers to use the new gift. Only a few moments passed, and the appearance of the master in the perception of others began to change. In the eyes of all three dragons, he appeared as a majestic, formidable, and powerful representative of the ancient race, the Bahamut dragon. The fire dragon couldn't help but laugh, commenting admiringly that it was indeed an ability that could control perception. The others confirmed with interest that the Dragon King's appearance was surprisingly becoming to the master. A few days later, while in Bursel's office, the master raised the issue of expanding the guild, directly telling the girl that he would like to create another base. She wondered in disbelief if the guild had already reached such a large scale. The master replied that they weren't tall enough, but they had a large dragon, and now there were 5 of them in the team, and the city limits were getting crowded. Although, in reality, the real reason was their attempt to cultivate a mysterious fruit. She understood the seriousness of the issue, warned that it would not be cheap, and asked if he could cope with the costs. The gentleman replied that he would like to get a larger territory. The girl noticed that the cost depends on the area which he specified. He needs a space commensurate with a military fort. After a short pause, she said that it would cost 50,000 lire a year to rent such a plot. When the master heard the sum, he was shocked, but the girl explained that all the land belonged to the king, and therefore the price was so high. Then he regretfully replied that he would not be able to afford such expenses. She recalled his acquaintance with the princess and offered to ask for help from her. However, the master averted his gaze and refused, not wanting to drag the princess into his affairs. He knew that she would have helped without hesitation, but he preferred to deal with the matter on his own first and thanked the girl for her help. When he returned to his team, he said that they would have to do without a designated area for the time being. The dragoness, in response, joked that they would now have a real household. The master, a little embarrassed, agreed, adding that they would first need to complete the fruit-growing experiment. Turning to the gargoyle, he announced his intention to plant the seed and asked him to hide it when it was a little older. The fire dragon asked if the current number of seeds would be enough, to which the master confidently agreed, explaining that this is still a trial stage. Then Agniani suggested not to plant on the street, but to use the premises. The master doubtfully remarked that there would be no light, but the dragon replied that this was not a problem and asked to take a look. In front of everyone's eyes, it began to gather light in the air, forming a fireball in space. A bright, warm glow bloomed over their heads like a small sun. The dragon explained that this phoenix flame is a living flame that can give plants the strength to grow. The master specified whether this flame will be able to burn constantly to provide conditions for the development of sprouts. After receiving confirmation, he anxiously asked if it would become a burden for the dragon itself, but he just laughed, saying that such a thing was nothing to him. When he came down to the master, he said warmly that it was the first time in 3,000 years that he had met someone who was worried about him. Calling the gentleman his friend, he added that he could not worry, For him, it is as easy as getting up from a chair. The master, looking at him with confidence, said that then he would rely on his support. Everyone in the team was busy with their tasks when suddenly someone called out to the master. It was the princess, and it was clear from her appearance that she was in a hurry. He invited her to go inside and asked her what task she had brought. However, she replied that he was wrong in his guesses. The princess said that she had received a message from the city office saying that it needed territory for the guild. The master was about to refuse and explain that he did not want to disturb her, but she interrupted him, indignantly stating that there was plenty of land and she was ready to give him as much as he needed. The master, a little embarrassed, replied that this was too much. After a moment's thought, the princess said with firmness in her voice that she would do everything possible for him because she wanted to be useful to him and his team. The master, seeing her determination, finally agreed. He smiled at her and told her that he was completely relying on her then, and the princess, full of enthusiasm, promised that he could rely on her for everything. It had only been 3 days since their last conversation when the princess met her master again, this time with the results already prepared. She informed him that she had found a suitable territory. He asked her, a little awkwardly, if it had caused her any trouble, and she smiled and said no. Moreover, she explained that she had been looking for someone to take care of this land for a long time, and now she was grateful to him for this. Then, looking out of the carriage window, she said that they had already arrived. The master followed her example and looked outside and was surprised to see a really large area spread out in front of them. Looking around the area, he noted that, judging by the archive data, there used to be an estate here. This meant that the land had already been cultivated in the past, so it might be suitable for cultivation. But now everything looked run down. The ground had not been cultivated for a long time, and most of the buildings in the area were beginning to collapse. The princess admitted with annoyance that she wanted to find them a place where they could start working right away, without too much preparation. But the master hastened to reassure her, thanking her for her help. He said that the territory is still excellent. There is both a bridge and water, everything you need to start construction from scratch. She brightened visibly at his words, and was relieved to say that she was glad he liked it. As he scanned the entire expanse of the former manor, he noticed that there was practically nothing left of the old village that had once belonged to the aristocrats. It had once been home to salaried workers and farmed crops, but now it was abandoned. However, the master felt a surge of enthusiasm. He decided that he would use the land to grow Garian, and, inspired by the possibilities, suggested that we start by clearing the area. Clenching his hands, he summoned one of the abilities he had obtained through the Dragon Pact and burned everything he didn't need. This was the first step towards restoring the land. The princess, who was watching, was amazed. It was the first time she had seen his abilities in action. He explained to her that he had made a pact with the dragons, and now some of their power was his. When he was busy preparing the fertilizer, he suddenly noticed that the princess was trembling strangely. Her face changed, as if she was struggling to contain some emotion. He asked her worriedly what was wrong, but she quickly waved him off, saying that everything was fine. After thanking him for his attention, she hesitated and then with some difficulty, but still admitted that she had long wanted to become a part of their guild. However, since she is a princess, it was forbidden for her to do so. She looked down, and it was obvious from her face that she was really having a hard time. The master, watching her sympathetically, realized how much she was trying for them, and decided that he himself should do something in return. After telling her not to move, he concentrated and used one of his new techniques, the one that was related to perception. As a result, her appearance completely changed. She began to look like a completely different person. The princess, looking at herself with surprise and admiration, could not believe what she saw. He explained that now, in a new guise, she will be able to join their guild, while remaining incognito. With a timid smile, she asked if she understood correctly that she could no longer be called a princess. After receiving confirmation, she jokingly said that then she needed a new name. The gentleman, after a moment's thought, suggested the name Jeanne. She gladly accepted it, saying that she liked it very much, and thanked him with sincere warmth. Then he pointed out that now that she was a guild member, she should know something. He told her about his ability to understand the language of dragons and communicate with them directly. A little embarrassed, but with a smile, he added that he understood how strange this might seem. The Princess Jeanne now replied that she had never heard of such a thing, but there was more admiration in her voice than disbelief. After the master suggested that the princess try out a new opportunity, they returned together to the city of Bursel. On the way, she was still thinking about what had happened and, slightly confused, tried to clarify exactly what she should now understand. In response, the master, without giving a direct explanation, politely asked her to wait a little. He beckoned to one of the dragons, intending to demonstrate to the princess his ability to communicate with them. His idea was to let the princess ride on the dragon's back for a short time, during which he would translate her thoughts, thereby proving that he could actually understand the language of dragons. He asked the dragoness for her opinion on the idea. However, her response was unexpected. With a small sigh of regret, she apologized and admitted that she was not sure if she had the right to divulge thoughts that were not intended for outsiders. She also clarified that she herself did not express a desire to share them. The master, respecting her position, did not press her further. He called the princess over and gave her the essence of the dragon's words. The point was that on their previous trip she had said things out loud that the dragon didn't think she should pass on to anyone. The princess, hearing this, looked at the dragon in surprise, not understanding what exactly was being said. Then the gentleman asked her a clarifying question. Did she say anything unusual out loud during the trip? And at that moment it seemed to come to her. When she remembered something, she blushed instantly. And it was clear from her reaction that she had actually said something that she would have preferred not to mention. She was completely at a loss for words, and barely able to contain her excitement, she hastened to exclaim that it was absolutely impossible to talk about it. The dragoness, however, was quick to reassure her, making it clear that she had not intended to reveal this information at all. For her, it was nothing more than a random observation. Hearing this, the princess expressed her gratitude. The master relayed the dragon's further words. She thought that perhaps the princess and the master himself should discuss such matters in person, if they were important. Embarrassment returned to her. Her words became more and more confused. Her voice trembled, and she stammered, trying to say something about the impossibility of such a conversation, and then, changing the subject, she laughed uncertainly. However, there was a hint of recognition in the laugh, and now she had no doubt that her master could actually understand the language of dragons. The princess expressed her admiration for his abilities. She concluded that this particular trait was why the dragons trusted him so much, which explained why they followed him. The princess also admitted that she had previously believed that she was communicating only with a dragon cub, and only now realized that everything that was happening was the result of his unique gift. The master shared that he had previously told his former guild about this. However, despite his honesty, they rejected him and expelled him from the organization. The princess, hearing this, expressed her sympathy. She was surprised at how cruelly he was treated, especially considering that his previous guild was considered first class. The master thanked her for her kind words and confessed that now he was even grateful to those who once rejected him. He understood that it was through this experience that he had come to this moment. As he looked around at the dragons nearby, he realized how important it was to be around those who truly trusted him. He then turned to the princess and solemnly informed her that he was accepting her as a new member of his guild and would rely on her. The princess, hearing this, felt joy and enthusiasm. After the conversation ended, they shook hands. The princess, looking straight into her master's eyes, made it clear with confidence that he could rely on her completely. It had only been 1 month, but the changes that had taken place in the territory were already noticeable. Previously neglected, overgrown with weeds and cluttered space was transformed beyond recognition. Now it was possible to run at full speed on flat and cleared land, without risking tripping or catching on the remains of the former ruins. The work was carried out intensively. The master, watching his plans gradually come to fruition, began to discuss the next steps with the guild members. After listening to him, the fire dragon, who had been following the process closely all this time, reminded him that 2 of the dragons still had Gariana trial fruits stored in their stomachs. He offered to take them out and see if they had matured in the past month. After receiving the instruction, the dragons went to get the fruits and soon returned, carrying a carefully prepared basket. The gentleman received it with a slight excitement. After all, these are the copies that were laid down as test ones. Looking inside, he saw that the fruit looked great. Rich color, smooth shape, and clear signs of maturity. The dragons, delighted, repeated that they had managed to make precious incense dragon's tears. They wondered how Garion could take on such an unusual shape in their stomachs. The master said that it must have been hard for them to keep them inside all the time, and thanked them for their efforts. Later, when he looked closely, he said that the incense did not look very pretty, however. To this, the fire dragon replied that amateurs would not understand, and he could guarantee the quality. He added that the Mano merchants would probably appreciate them, and offer to show them around. The gentleman returned to Gigo's store and met with the clerk, apologizing for the unexpected intrusion. The salesman asked him what he needed today, to which the gentleman replied that he would like him to take a look at his product. When he came closer to take a look, the master added that he had made them himself. He timidly clarified that so far he did not have very many of them, but if they were taken, he would be able to make more. The salesman sat down and carefully examined the goods. He was impressed by the high quality and admitted that this is the first time he has met such a thing, and he doesn't even have any complaints. He asked if he had done it himself. The master simply replied that he knew someone who knew how to do this, and the latter advised them to keep them in the dragon's stomach for a while. The salesman, after listening carefully, said that he was lucky. The master replied that his dragons were very capable. He asked the seller if he would take them, to which the latter asked in response whether he would be able to guarantee such quality in the future. The master looked at his dragon questioningly, and she said that if he asked, yes. Turning back to the salesman, he said that there would be no problem. The seller, at first hesitated, said that he would buy 1.5 times more expensive, and then, correcting himself, said twice as much. The boy was shocked, and the seller added that the price is quite justified and the quality corresponds to it. Opening the cash register and handing the boy a bill, he said that it was a church account, and it can be cashed in any church. He added that its cost is 10,000 liras, and this is an advance payment. The boy thanked him and accepted the bill. Sometime later, he was sitting in another meeting with another young man. He introduced himself as Razan Loran and said that he was from the Loran Trade Organization and was happy to meet the head of the Rising Guild. With a smile, he said that he was sure that their guild would reach even greater heights, and added that he would like to get to know them better. The gentleman thanked him and asked him the true purpose of his visit. The sales representative agreed and said that he had brought him some goods. Taking out a small chest from his bag, he placed it on the table and asked the master to look at one of the sacred relics. He added that, as far as everyone knows, these are usually the remains of sacred creatures, which are often sold as fakes. But this was the real thing, and of course it wasn't clear what was in the box, so he asked me to look carefully first. The master opened the box and saw that there was a small bone inside. He agreed, explaining that it was the bone of the Dragon King, who ruled all the dragons. He very loudly added that over time it will become more and more expensive, and therefore it is better to buy it now. But the gentleman replied that he understood him and would think about it again. Then the voice of the fire dragon was heard from the window, and it intervened again, interrupting the master's doubts. He said that he advises him to buy the bone, and that he guarantees that he will not regret it. Then the master, listening to his friend, said that he would take this bone. When he went out to the courtyard to see the fire dragon, he said that he did not know what he was promising him, but hoped that it would be worth the money spent. Then his dragon friend replied that it wasn't just a dragon bone. Touching the chest, it suddenly burst into flames, and the bone before his eyes turned into a blade that was hidden by mimicry. The dragon explained that it was the horn of the phoenix, and that was its real name. He also added that there is even a part of himself inside this blade, a couple of deaths ago, and that people call it a divine object. He explained that such items are called divine because they were once used by divine beings, and such a thing cannot be obtained just like that. The boy, confused, asked the dragon what it was useful for, to which he replied that he literally makes people cry with happiness. He told him to break the blade and put it in himself. The kid asked him if he meant to eat it, and what would happen to him afterward. The dragon replied that he would be able to survive after just one death. Startled, the boy examined the blade and realized why it was from the phoenix itself. The dragon jokingly told him not to worry, and that it tasted normal. But the master said that wasn't the point, but that there was only one such thing, and it wouldn't work if he ate only part of it. He said he wished he had 4 of them for all the kids, and the dragon laughed aloud. When he finished laughing, he said that the master was very interesting, because even though he was mortal, he always prioritized dragons. He didn't think that there were such people, and suddenly declared that he would grant his wish as a thank you. Snatching the paw from his hand, he burned it, telling the boy not to worry, and took the blade from him. After chopping the severed paw, he handed over a huge blade, saying that it was an updated phoenix horn. He asked the boy to come back, saying that he would soon see for himself. When the dragon brought him in, the boy, puzzled, asked him what he would do. To which he replied that the center is right here. The boy was still puzzled, and the dragon ordered him to stick an updated phoenix horn in the ground. As the boy did so, a bright light suddenly blinded him. A huge beam of light, breaking through the clouds in the form of a cylinder, rushed into the sky from the horn. The dragon replied that now his wish was granted, and while they were in this territory, none of his friends would die, and if they are in danger, they can come here. The gentleman, startled, said that he couldn't even believe it, but judging by the scale, it was possible. He thanked his friend. He was encouraged by the fact that no one would die in the new territory now, and looked hopefully at the stream of light. And so their new history began, the history of their guild. As the master showed the princess around, he told her that they only had a house and a building for dragons so far. He said that they had already moved from Bursel, and now they have a new place called Pasron. The princess, looking around in surprise, noticed that his house seemed much more modest than the dragon building. The master agreed without argument, explaining that without the dragons there would be no guild, and that he had simply miscalculated when building the house. Later, he added that he plans to expand the territory as soon as it is possible to accumulate enough funds. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by an alarmed dragon, informing them that a guest had come to them and was waiting at the gate. When the master reached the gate, he saw a young man who said that they would like him to go with them. The master asked warily if something so important had happened, but they said they didn't know exactly what was going on. The master, hoping that nothing serious had happened, still agreed to go. The princess suddenly announced that she would go with him, and he, thinking that in her new image she would hardly be recognized, agreed. When he knocked and entered the office, she apologized for the sudden call and asked who he was with. He said it was a new girl in the guild, and her name was Jean. She said, with a slight grin, that he'd managed to hook up with a lady. After examining her more closely, she said that the newcomer's manners were very good, and that she was probably the daughter of a merchant. She had the feeling that they had met somewhere before, but the master interrupted her and asked what had happened. Her gaze changed, and she said that she intended to ask him to clean up after the others. She admitted that the Lindworm Guild had failed in its mission. The master asked her what they had done, and she said that there had been a disaster in the dragon pasture. The workers managed to evacuate, but the dragons themselves remained. She added that she was very sorry for the dragons, and that she had given Lindworm a task to help them out, but they had failed. The master exhaled heavily and said that he now understood why she had come to him. Suddenly, two other adventurers burst into the office, from the same guild where the master was once kicked out. One of them, the commander of the third squad, snorted with displeasure and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Turning to her, they demanded to be given the opportunity to explain everything. They were trying to convey that if the assignment was taken away, their reputation would suffer. When they were asked what they were offering, they rushed into details, but the master interrupted them. He said that he would leave immediately and asked her to pass on all the necessary information. She agreed and said that she would do so, and just as one of the adventurers was about to protest, the master, already leaving, threw after them that they had better do the paperwork, as they wanted. He added that the lives of the dragons were at stake, and the first thing he would do was move there. The adventurer tried to stop him, but the master burned his arm with magic in an instant. While he was trying to extinguish the flames, his companion was confused, not understanding how their former guild member managed to gain such power. After leaving the office, the master spoke to his dragons, telling them who would go with him and how. He warned them that something might go wrong and asked them to be prepared for it. They replied that they understood him and would try their best. One of the dragons asked what she should do, and he said that her mission was to rescue and fight, and that guarding the house was also an important job. Turning to the other dragon, he said that she could sleep for now. They would still need her power. Then he turned to the gargoyle, saying that there was something he wanted to clarify. He suggested that they might need to sneak in without being seen, and asked if he could make sure they weren't discovered. The gargoyle replied that with humans, no, but with dragons, yes. Then the master asked him to turn it into a wall, and he replied that he would try. Surprisingly, in an instant, the master merged with the wall, becoming invisible. But he was warned that if he moved, he would be immediately visible. The master asked if he could do it for him, and the gargoyle replied that he could, but he would get tired quickly. Then the master patted him on the top of the head and said that it was not necessary to overexert yourself, and he would only ask for it in a critical situation. An hour later, having prepared a huge festive table, the princess, surprised, asked what they would do with it. The master replied that it was all for him, and that one of the dragons had a contract that turned everything they ate into energy. Impressed, she asked him if he thought he would need that much strength. He answered in the affirmative and said that the battle would definitely not be easy. She brought him some water so that he wouldn't choke on so much food. The dragon who was watching him said that he didn't think he would be happy with food anytime soon, but she couldn't help him. The gargoyle said he was a strange man, telling her not to strain herself while he choked on his food. The dragoness, turning to the children, asked them not to let their master down, and added that if something happens to him, she does not ask them, she demands. Others responded fervently that they would give it their all. The fire dragon joined them and said that their master was an excellent leader. He turned to the master and said that he would not go with him this time, but that he would give him something for the journey. Stopping on its way, the dragon asked the master with a slight annoyance how long they still had to go to their destination. The master, without losing his composure, opened the map and, after carefully studying it, replied that if they went further than the Eclipse River, somewhere in the region of the Nureyev Mountains, the journey would take about half a day. The dragon snorted and remarked that it would have been much easier to take a straight route without any unnecessary twists and turns. But the gentleman explained that in this case, their legs can be very different, and suggested that they go along a more gentle, albeit winding path. Then the dragon sighed and invited him to sit on his back, so as not to waste his strength in vain. Noticing that the master was breathing heavily, he solicitously asked him not to overwork himself. The master, thanking him for his attention, replied that he could handle it, adding that it would be difficult for the dragon herself to carry him. She frowned slightly and asked him about the other dragon, adding that, even if she refused, he could just give the order. The master immediately realized that it reminded him of the obedience rings and firmly stated that he did not like such methods. He admitted that he could force the dragons to do something against their will, but he doesn't want to use such a technique, and he never wants to use it at all. The dragon laughed and said that she understood how he felt about them, and she even liked his stubbornness and integrity. Through her laughter, she added that he was too hard on himself, and the master was slightly embarrassed. Suddenly, the gargoyle accompanying them abruptly stopped him. The other dragon immediately shouted at him, warning him of danger, and he jumped back in time. The attacker turned out to be his former guildmate. The indignant gentleman asked him what he was doing, to which he replied that he should ask him about it. He threatened the gentleman that if he went further, he would have serious problems, and reminded him that their license was at stake. The master reminded him that their guild should be busy settling the situation, not creating new conflicts. But the adventurer replied that it was none of his business, and added that the master had not changed a bit, and his guild was still terrible. The master calmly stated that he would save the dragons himself, without resorting to the help of those who did not want to participate. The adventurer immediately gave his dragons the order to attack him. The dragons whispered among themselves, discussing whether to trust their master. The master's dragon said firmly that this was the person she trusted the most, and her voice sounded confident. Then the dragons decided not to attack, and said that he could go if he really intended to help. The master thanked them, and they said that they were tired of the adventurer and wanted to go with him. But, realizing that it would be troublesome, they decided to stay and keep the adventurer out of the way. The adventurer demanded more and more fiercely to kill them, but the dragons ignored him, not responding to the threats. Then he decided to go to extreme measures. With a single wave of his hand, he tightened the rings of obedience, and the dragons screamed in pain, unable to resist. Their gazes changed, and they were already standing ready to attack. But the master's dragoness was quick to reassure them, not wanting them to act under someone else's control. The adventurer gave the order again, and the master managed to dodge and disappear under the smokescreen, disappearing from sight. The adventurer, noticing his movement, pointed again, and the dragons pounced again. They were quite strong, and the master only had one way out. He shouted to the gargoyle to hide himself and him immediately, and in a flash, he was gone. The mage himself was left at a loss to understand where they had gone. The master understood that as long as the dragons were under the adventurer's control, they couldn't act freely. Suddenly, the rings on them began to smoke, and the master himself was right behind the adventurer. Knocking him down, he pinned him to the ground, not allowing him to get up. The master's dragon asked her kin if they were all right. They tearfully agreed and complained that their master had used the technique and they couldn't do anything about it. The dragoness, angry, wanted to harm the adventurer, but the master stopped her, saying that he was not worth it, and you need to save your strength to save yourself. She repeated what a wonderful master she had, and she sounded proud. Meanwhile, at home, the other dragoness, Fire Dragon, was trying to convince her not to worry about the boys. She asked him what he had given the master. He replied that he had given him his phoenix horn, and they immediately understood that it was a horn that would not kill anyone as long as the Fire Dragon existed. They wondered with interest when he would use it, and what kind of moment it would be. At the same time, the master had already reached the right pasture, ready for the next step. Standing in front of the massive, gloomy gate wrapped in barbed wire, the master couldn't help but feel that this place reminded him of a prison. The steel doors, covered in rust and dents, rose above them like a wall between worlds. Barbed wire strung around the perimeter seemed to warn that the entrance here was not for the weak. The dragons looked at each other and agreed with his feeling. One of them said quietly that where they came from, everything was completely different, free, spacious, without fear. They were uncomfortable, and their voices were filled with concern mixed with incomprehension. The master caught this mood and knew that something dangerous, perhaps even beyond the control of reason, was waiting for them ahead. But, controlling his excitement, he firmly told them to move on and asked them to keep up, no matter how hard it was. After taking a step through the threshold, they found themselves in a place where complete chaos reigned. There was rubble everywhere, walls cracked, ceilings caved in, and the air was thick with dust, smoke, and tension. The space itself seemed to be suffering from the recent battle. The dragons immediately sensed that there were many other dragons here, and their aura was in the air like a premonition. As they moved deeper, they noticed the claw marks on the walls, deep, ragged, as if left in rage and pain. The ruined parts of the building looked as if the ceiling had not just been destroyed, but bitten out, ripped out from the inside, as if someone was trying to break out. From these footprints, it was clear that there were at least 6 different types of dragons here, each with its own characteristics, each leaving its own mark. Some of the markings were wide, like giant paws, others were thin, but with frightening precision. Suddenly, one of the dragons called out to the master, and he turned around in alarm, tensing up. Out of the shadows, as if from the ground itself, a huge winged beast came towards them. Its claws were monstrously long, and its wings were all different colors and shapes, as if they came from 2 different creatures. It had 2 heads, one with curved horns, the other with a toothy mouth, and both looked at them with predatory interest. Its body was covered in scales that alternated between green and purple, and its movements were smooth but menacing. It was a chimera dragon, a creature that seemed to have been assembled from fragments of different species, the embodiment of savagery, strength, and ancient anger. A dragon with 2 heads but 1 body, a monster that combined the features of different creatures, in other words, a chimera, stood in front of Selir. Selir, who was watching the chimera, knew that if the chimera was here, then there must be a pasture nearby. But the chimera had already noticed the presence of unknown guests. When they saw Selir, they roared and prepared to attack. Noticing the impending threat from the enemy, Selir ordered his companions to take cover from the attack of the chimera, which was already gathering flames. Fire shot out from its mouth towards the heroes. The flames hit Yui. Selir, noticing how badly she was hurt, shouted her name. The chimera's heads were preparing for the next attack, gathering all their strength. This was noticed by the heroes, waiting for Selir's further actions. Cursing, Selir prepared for a counterattack, gathering all the power in his hands. He channeled his power and attacked the chimera, causing a huge impact and splash. Smoke filled the air after the impact. Selir asked Yui to dispel it, and the dragon agreed. While the chimera was distracted, Selir decided to retreat to avoid further problems. After moving to a safe distance, they continued to watch the monster among the ruins. It was looking the other way, not noticing them. Emma, slightly embarrassed, asked why the creature was acting so strangely. Selir didn't know the exact answer, but he guessed that the chimera might be connected to the solution. Emma asked him what he was talking about, and Selir suggested that they explore the area. They explored the area, but didn't see any other dragons. Selir pointed to one of the tracks. He pointed out that the trail Emma had found led back to where the attack had taken place. He says there aren't 6 dragons here. On the contrary, there is only one that has united 6 people, that is, the chimera itself. Emma understood what he was thinking and assumed that the tracks belonged to a chimera. Selir confirmed it. Emma turned away in confusion, not quite understanding what was happening. She continued to stare at the creature, not believing that such a thing could happen to dragons. Yui lowered her eyes and quietly asked what they should do now in this situation. After all, their goal was to save these dragons, she said. Cillier considered his next plan. Sighing, he said that perhaps things could still be resolved through dialogue. Emma and Yui exchanged uncertain glances. Emma asked if it was really possible to talk to the Chimera. Cillier replied that in this situation, you need to try everything possible. He asks the companions to keep their distance so that they don't get hurt, and he will try to get closer to the Chimera and talk. Emma tried to talk him out of it, thinking it was too dangerous. Cillier hoped that everything would be all right. But if not, I was counting on their help. Smiling at them, he explained to Emma that as soon as he gave the signal, she would have to divert the Chimera's attention. He asked Yui to watch. They agreed, reminding him to be careful. Cillier was walking towards the Chimera. The Kimi heads noticed the movement and stared directly at him. He tried to make contact by asking if the dragons could hear him, but all he heard in response was a growl and another oncoming attack. One of the heads tried to grab him, but he dodged it. The other was about to spew out flames. He dodged the fire again and tried to speak, asking if he was understood. The dragons calmed down, glaring at their opponent. Cillier clicks and asks them to answer. He suggested that they might not understand him. Cillier always managed to find contact and talk to the dragons to understand them and help them, but this time he didn't understand what he was doing wrong. The heads just growl at him. He was beginning to guess that they weren't dragons anymore, which was why they were reacting like this. Nevertheless, he shouted at them, asking if they wanted to go back to their old lives. When he finally heard the dragons' voices, he stopped and listened to them. They asked Cillier to kill them. He froze, realizing that he had finally received an answer from them. The dragons repeated their request. Cillier couldn't understand why they were asking for death. The dragons said that it was hard for them, that the pain was unbearable. They only want peace. Cillier noticed that the demons' minds were already beginning to leave the Chimera's body. They begged him again to put an end to their torment, and he still hesitated, watching in silence. As he steeled his will, he realized that there was nothing left but to fulfill the dragon's last wish. He pounced on the monster's open mouth, knowing it was a risk. Opening his fingers, he surrounded them with fire and said the name of his full opening technique. A stream of fiery punches gushed into the mouth, causing a powerful flash. Flames shot out from inside, exploding the monster. Before they died, the dragons thanked Cillier for keeping his promise. Cillier and the dragons watched the flash for themselves, stunned. Finally, the creatures were released from their suffering. Cillier noticed a core in the midst of the explosion. He jumped towards it and used the tip of his knife to try to extract the phoenix horn. When everything subsided, only ruins and smoke remained. Fur with small horns appeared through the rubble, and a paw popped out. One of the Chimera's heads emerged from the rubble. With amazement, the survivor asked how she managed to survive after such a strong attack, looking perplexed at the heroes. When Cillier saw the survivor, he replied with a smile that it was due to the fact that he had originally conceived it. But, after such an abrupt awakening, the dragon, which also combined the characteristics of other animals, such as dogs, began to lose consciousness. Frightened by the condition of the Chimera's former victim, Emma asked if she was okay. The dragon just grunted to indicate that everything was fine. Cillier was already leaning toward her. He checked her breathing and assured her companions that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Reassured, Emma made sure that the dragon was still alive. She added that it was due to the power of the phoenix horn that Cillier had used earlier to keep her alive. Cillier replied that it was the only way to free the dragon from her hybrid incarnation. After looking at the exhausted dragon, he can't promise anything, but he assured her that if everything goes well, there will be nothing to worry about. Yui lowered her gaze. She looked at the dragon and asked what kind of dragon it was. Cillier didn't fully understand the question, but Emma immediately understood what Yui meant. Cyril looked at the dragon and couldn't say for sure, because he had never seen such a species before. Emma echoed Cillier's conclusion, but Yui just hummed in approval. The guy remembered her old appearance, which was part of a chimera. He assumed that it had been modified, but soon dismissed the idea as he looked at the dragon. Emma stated that the dragon looked normal and was asking for a plan of action. Cillier decided to keep her appearance a secret. He asked Yui to hide it, especially in places where there might be a lot of people. Yui wanted to clarify if she should just make the dragon look like a normal creature. The guy patted Yui's head and said yes. She agreed to Cillier's request. Yui wanted to say something else. She noticed that somewhere in the ruins there were still dragons that had weakened. Cillier and Emma reacted immediately to the little companion's statement. The guy said that they should go immediately to help them. Yui stands in front of Rose, saying that there were 31 dragons in that place, adding that there were also those who could not be saved. The girl thanks the psychiatrist for his help. She said that the rescued dragons are currently being treated by doctors. Cillier thanked Rose for the information, saying that he would continue to deal with them himself. Lowering her gaze slightly, but keeping a smile on her face, she complimented the guy on his work. It worked well, but very unwisely, putting itself in danger. But the girl reassured him that even so, he had done a good job. She shared that the other group failed, compared to his group, which on the contrary coped with the task. Thinking about the other group, the girl assured that they will still be talked about for a while, but then the conversations will subside. Cillier shook his head and added that the members of the other group had already quarreled, so it was no longer important. Rose asked me to pass this information on to her, and she'll be able to sort it out. Cillier thanked her. The girl was going to tell the guy something. Averting her gaze, she asked if something had bothered him during the assignment. He just gave her a puzzled look. But, from the look in her eyes, Cillier knew what she was talking about. He only confirmed that he would like to keep it a secret from others. He admitted that he destroyed everything that could pose a threat. He couldn't contain the force. Cyril adds that the destroyed site could not have been restored in any case. After convincing herself in her head that he had finally confessed to what he had done, the girl shared that she understood him. She apologized for the way things had turned out. Cyril asked her to remember the reward with a small smile. Rose heard the guy and thanked him again for his work. Later, Cillier brought a dragon who had already regained her strength and looked much better. Bursting into laughter, Chris greets the new guest, calling her shallow. She is stunned by the majestic dragon's speech. Chris praised Cillier for making the bold decision to bring the surviving dragon back to the guild. He says it's an artificial dragon, and all the evidence has been destroyed. Cillier was convinced of his theory, but the dragon was shocked by what she heard. Chris sighed heavily. Even after all this time, people are still doing experiments like this. Cillier asks the dragon how long ago it was developed. Chris said thoughtfully that he couldn't say for sure that all the experiments were successful. Chris is surprised by Cillier. Cillier, not fully understanding the reason for his surprise towards him, looks at the dragon with a puzzled expression. Chris says at first that he doesn't know what kind of dragon the survivor is. After hearing Chris' conclusion, Cillier was convinced that the surviving dragon's appearance was new. Chris adds that this view is similar to the ideal that people wanted. Cillier asks how it was possible to invent such a species. Chris was about to offer his theory. The dragon tells the survivor that when Cillier defeated the mixed dragon and used its horn, all 6 or 7 species joined together and thus she appeared. Cillier does not fully believe in what he has heard, asks the authenticity of what is happening, whether it is possible at all. Chris mentioned that this was just his guess. Laughing merrily, he added that Cillier had used his horn for such a thing after all, and it wasn't surprising that such a thing could happen. Cillier glanced at her and asked what they should do now. The dragon responded to the boy's question. Seeing the dragon's puzzled expression, he convinced her that he would protect her. The dragon repeated what she had said, a frightened and sad expression on her face. She asked Cyril if they would treat her harshly, which surprised him. Shaking, she added that she didn't remember her old life very well. However, it was painful and hard for her all this time. The guy assured her that she would not face such an attitude on his part. Seeing how the dragon was shaking, I assumed that she had been through difficult and terrible conditions, that she was now in such a state. The dragon asked the boy if he was telling the truth several times. He said yes. Cillier patted her head again, trying to calm her down. Calming down, the dragon smiled and realized that there was nothing to worry about now. Cillier said that from now on, she would be with them in the guild. He asked if he could give her a name. Happy with the offer, the dragon allows the guy to give her a name. After thinking about it, Cillier comes up with an answer. He named the dragon Chanel, smiling fondly at her. She was glad that her name was Chanel now. Chris approved of Cillier's actions, adding that now Chanel will feel safer and more relaxed around the guy. Chris turned to Chanel, drawing her attention. He suggested a communication contract between her and Cillier. Cillier asked Phoenix what it was for, and Phoenix just smiled contentedly. He replied that the contract would strengthen their bond. Realizing what the dragon means, Cillier agrees with him. After drawing the symbol, he said that he needed a drop of Chanel and Cillier's blood. Their blood drops fall on the painted symbol, emitting a glow. This glow, being opposite the monster, gives it a certain ability. Chris asked if the guy liked his new strength, which appeared after the conclusion of the contract. Suddenly, light enveloped Cillier. He looked down at the hand, and it was glowing. It was the power of transformation. The light completely enveloped the guy. His body began to change shape. It became a creature covered in scales, with a long, flexible tail. Even the fingers were covered with thick scales, and the nails were replaced by claws. The changes had so startled him that he hardly realized what he had become. Chris laughed merrily at the sight of Siller's extraordinary transformation. Chanel noticed that Siller was completely unrecognizable, looking at him in amazement. Silla transformed into a dragon man, Chris described. The dragon continued to watch in surprise, seeing that Siller combined the dragon's appearance and the human's appearance. Siller realized that he had gained this power after signing a contract with Chanel. His appearance began to resemble a chimera. He could now combine his human and dragon forms. Looking at himself, he is interested in what he is now capable of being in such a transformation. Transformed back into her human form, Chanel was surprised by what she saw. Siller didn't even have time to do anything when the human form returned to him on its own. Chris asked what was the matter, seeing the hero's puzzled face. He continued to stare in surprise at the transformed body. He said that his energy ran out as soon as he became human, to which Chris laughed loudly and merrily. It hadn't even been long, but the energy was already exhausted. He noted that the reincarnation will require a sufficient amount of it. Chris added that it would be worth testing his abilities in the form of a dragon. After taking a breath, he decided to go shopping to buy enough to store his energy. But the dragon ignored him and looked back. After asking them to wait, he abruptly flew out of the building through the window, leaving the guy in disbelief. When Chris returned, he took the dead bull with him, leaving it to Siller. After looking at the future concoction, he agreed with the dragon that it should be enough to restore energy. After eating the bull completely and leaving only the bones of it, he put the dishes on the plate. Chanel was surprised by the guy's food. She was surprised that Siller had eaten everything, leaving only the bones. The guy just patted his stomach, which surprised him. He told Chanel that, in addition to her, he had signed many contracts with other dragons, which is why he has many abilities. The dragon was surprised at the number of Siller contracts that had been concluded. Siller added that the other dragon should return, and that he should introduce them to a new companion. Chanel smiled and shared her desire to meet them. After looking around, he decided to try his hand at reincarnating as a dragon. They went out into the street, not far from the building. Siller, having prepared himself, instantly transformed into his other form. After looking at his body, he noticed that his physical strength had increased noticeably. Chris also noticed these changes. The dragon offered Siller to fight him, which caused him to doubt, because it was not easy for him to decide to attack such a majestic dragon. In response, the dragon only laughed, adding that he was the strongest. Siller will only be a small stone for him, which will not be able to harm him in any way. With a chuckle, Siller agreed to the suggestion. He asked Chanel to move away from the scene of the battle so that she wouldn't get hurt. Siller glanced back and saw that Chris was already preparing for the fight. Having prepared himself, he was about to attack the dragon. But Chris insisted, asking him not to hold back and fight with all his might. He landed his first blow in the direction of the dragon's face, leaving it apprehensive. After getting hit, he leaned slightly to the side. Siller warned him that this was not all, and prepared for the next attack. After straightening his legs and preparing himself, he focused on Chris' gaze, who was also looking at Siller. He launched a series of punches at the dragon's torso. Chris held on this time, watching the abilities of Siller, who continued to attack him in the torso. He said that he was doing quite well with the new skills, that he didn't even have time to regenerate. With a grin, he asked if Siller would be able to continue attacking him, but Siller did not give up and prepared for the next attack. But suddenly, the human form once again reincarnated on its own, leaving Siller no chance to try out other abilities. When he checked himself, he said that the energy had run out again. Chris stopped attacking, and also noticed the boy's words. Even after eating a whole bowl, Siller didn't have enough energy to last for a long time. The expense turned out to be large, but he also said that the fight was a good one, catching the guy's attention. He managed to surprise Chris. He showed confidence that when Siller was in the form of a dragon, he would become the strongest of men. Siller liked the dragon's attitude. He noted that such a force can be useful if a serious situation arises. He looked back and walked over to Chanel, thanking her for the gift of the ability. But he noticed that something was wrong. Chanel, watching the battle, was so confused that she felt dizzy. She couldn't keep up with the dragon and guy's movements during the battle, so her eyes hurt. Chris chuckled slightly at the dragon's reaction. The dragon noted with a grin that for all Cilier's care, you wouldn't think he had such power. A few days later, Cilier was walking through the city with Jean, who was under a certain impression. The princess, after seeing Cilier's transformation, still couldn't help but be surprised. She said that the dragon form looks noble, almost like a deity's. Cilier looked at her and asked her what she meant by divine. Going to the city, he showed the girl his new look thanks to the contract with the dragon, and since then she has remained very impressed with what she saw. She continued that it was unbelievable that a person could get such power. Giving Cilier a sincere smile, she happily said that he was the best dragon knight out of all the knights. Embarrassed, Cilier thanked the princess for the compliment. He remembered that before he could only speak to dragons, but now he has taken their form and is able to transform into one of them. But Cilier was unsure of something. The girl noticed the guy's doubts. He said that after obtaining such an ability, he needed to eat a lot more than before, so that he could conserve energy when reincarnating for longer. Food began to go 3 times more than on all the others. Jean was surprised by the amount of food that Cilier now has to consume. Sighing, he complained that he was already bored with the monotonous food in huge quantities. The girl agreed with him. She had an idea. Smiling, she suggested that he hire a chef and was about to recommend a good one. But the guy refused the offer. She was taken aback by the refusal and asked him why. He was going to explain his point to her. He explained that if he was going to choose a friend who would cook, he would like to trust someone who could be truly trusted. These words surprised the princess. Abruptly turning away from the guy, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Embarrassed, she could hardly believe the guy's words that he could trust her in terms of food, which she was very happy about. But Cilier thought that Jean was angry, touching her lightly to make her turn in his direction. She snapped back that she would look forward to it. The guy didn't understand why she said that. She continued by saying that good food is directly related to his transformation. Once again admiring his appearance, she put Cilier in an awkward position. She will look forward to helping him by expressing her determination in front of the guy. He laughed and thanked the girl and promised to do his best. He noticed that the girl really liked his dragon form. Suddenly a group of guys with guns approached them. Seeing the guy, one of the robbers noticed that he was good-looking and strong. He noticed the princess next to Cilier, calling her a bonus to win after their upcoming fight. She looked puzzled at his comment. Embarrassed, Cilier asked who they were, which made the other opponent laugh. They addressed Cilier as a nameless one, and mockingly asked if he would do any work for money. Cilier began to see what they were driving at. He caught their biased attitude, but he continued to ask them who they were anyway. One of the guys laughed again and added that Cilier had caused too much trouble for Furus. The guy understood who they were referring to, specifying that they weren't talking about Rintwolm. One of the opponents confirmed his question. He said that Cilier could curse them in the next life. As he readied his weapons, he also added that the guy should also be cursing his stupidity for coming out without more backup. Cilier noticed that the boys were waiting for this moment to attack him. After reassuring Jane, he said that he would turn into a dragon form in this fight. The girl noticed that the guy will need energy for this. As he began his transformation, he chuckled at the girl's comment. His opponents were ordinary people, while he transformed into a completely different creature with incredible abilities. Having caused surprise at the transformation of the opponents, and already quickly attacked, Cilier said that such guys are not worth a second to defeat them. After winning the battle, he returned to his previous appearance, sighing after working so fast. The girl was looking at him admiringly. She praised Cilier for the work he had done. She carefully looked back in the direction of the enemies. In front of him, on the ground, was a pile of fallen guys that he had just fought. The girl asked what to do with them, and whether to inform her own people to punish the robbers. But Cilier refused, saying that no one was injured. However, the princess insisted on the offer, saying that they deserved to die for attacking Cilier, keeping a cool smile on her face. He noticed the girl's anger and looked at the defeated men. He didn't know what to do with them, because people like them were needed for the dirty work they did. The girl offered to call Louise in order to understand what to do with the bandits. Cilier asked me to wait before calling the dragon. Before that, he still had some things he wanted to do. They arrived at the place where Cilier was heading. The girls immediately looked in surprise at the building they had approached. It was the Rintholm Guild. She asked the guy if it was her. He confirmed her guess. He noticed that this guild was sending a mob of bandits at him more than once, and now they've wove Jane herself into the mix. She looked at him. Now he couldn't forgive them for their behavior, and decided to protect the princess from the guild. After entering the guild, Cilier apologized for the intrusion. The guy reacted sharply to them. It was Louis who immediately recognized Celier. Celier also recognized the guild member, but I didn't show as much surprise as Louis. Stuttering his words, Louis asked what Celier was doing in the guild, watching him with a puzzled expression. Celier immediately put Louis under his surveillance, as he was quite worried when he saw the intruders. He told him that there was a conversation, and asked for the person in charge, to which Louis started snapping back. Seeing that the situation was becoming tense, Princess Jean intervened, asking Celier if the negotiations were not already enough. She resolutely, but without revealing her identity, said that the truth will remain true, and she is going to make public everything that she experienced with Celier on the street. But after seeing Louis' reaction, Celier immediately knew who was standing in front of him. The princess was standing in front of him. Louis still couldn't believe what was happening, and that this wasn't an ordinary girl standing in front of him, but a noble person. Jeanne calmly assured him that it was the princess herself. She gave him a warning look, saying that she was going to voice everything she saw and heard to the public, putting the guy in a difficult position. Louis tried to stop them, but he couldn't bring himself to comply. Celier sighed, realized that Louis couldn't call the person in charge, and agreed to her suggestion. Adding fuel to the fire, he added that they do not listen to them at all, and it remains only to go directly to the government office. Jeanne didn't mind. Keeping a cool head and determination, she confidently declared that she would achieve the disclosure of the whole truth about the guild's activities. Everything was going according to plan, Celier noted to himself. After all, if he hadn't intervened, Jeanne would probably have hit Louis in earnest. Louis stammered, still hesitating to comply with their demands. Celier pressed on and warned that this was his last warning. He continued to insist on meeting with the person in charge, threatening that if they didn't, they would leave, harming the guild's reputation. Louis looked down, gave up and asked me to wait until he got the right person. He went the other way. In a large office the heroes were sitting, and opposite them was a responsible person who was apologizing for the long wait to the princess. It turned out to be the deputy guild master Rintholm, who had a tense expression on his face. Celier, seeing the deputy, couldn't resist remarking, saying that he didn't expect the elder to come out. In response, the man cautiously replied that he could not afford to be rude to the princess. However, the princess replied that what she had encountered earlier was quite rude towards her. The deputy bowed his head to her, apologizing for her inappropriate behavior. He added that it was necessary to immediately notify about the visit of the princess. The deputy apologized again, already bowing his entire body in front of her, not daring to answer her. Jean stared at the deputy in silence. Already straightening his back, the deputy reported that Louis had already reported to the deputy that he was behind the attack on the heroes on the streets of the city. He once again apologized for the guild members' behavior and assured that Louis had suffered the punishment he deserved. Celier briefly replied that this was not necessary, which caused the interlocutor to hesitate in what he had heard. Celier added that Louis used people to attack him, which was fine, because the most important thing was that the princess herself was there. He looked at Jeannie and asked her what they had said to her. She relayed the bandits' words as they called her a bonus. Celier added that they humiliated her highness. The deputy was shocked after such words. He tried to justify himself by saying that it was an accident, because they did not know who was standing in front of them. But Celier interrupted him, saying that if the case came out, a simple explanation wouldn't change anything. The deputy found himself in a difficult situation. He couldn't find the words to respond to the heroes. Celier noted in his mind that if the information about this situation reached the princess, father, the king himself, then the guild would face serious trouble. The deputy understood the gravity of the situation and didn't know what to do. He also reminded the deputy about the incident with herbs and stressed that if the truth comes out, problems will be inevitable. The deputy adjusted his glasses and asked Celier and Jeanne to wait, preparing to get up from the sofa. The deputy came over and handed them a box of money. The sum was 100,000 lire. He hoped that this would calm the princess' anger. Jeanne gave Celier a satisfied look, asking him how he liked the deal. The deputy watched them warily. Celier agreed to the deal. Having reached a compromise agreement, the heroes with the winnings left the guild building. After confirming that the guild was now being punished for their antics, he looked at Jeanne, who wasn't particularly pleased with what had happened. He asked her what had happened. Jeanne apologized to him, saying that she had an urgent matter to attend to. Celier asked her about an urgent matter, but Jeanne just nodded. She asked the mayor if she could leave. After receiving his consent, the girl walked away. thanking him and adding that everything would be fine with public affairs in the city. Siller understood Jane and dismissed her, saying goodbye. Meanwhile, Siller was about to pass on the report on the scoundrel to the government office. But then something caught his attention. He saw a shop with materials for dragons. After opening the bag and noticing that it contained enough funds, he thought about it. The next day, the main work on the site was completed. Siller thanked the workers for their help. The 3 dragons came around the corner, asking Siller's permission. He invited them inside, where the work was being done. Emma, surprised by what was happening, asked what the workers were doing and what exactly was being built. Siller only offered to see for himself. Chris decided to look first, laughing out loud. Before the dragons appeared an updated, spacious playground with well-groomed grass, their new cozy corner. Anna, the dragons, didn't quite understand what had happened at first as they looked around. Louise hesitated, admitting that she wasn't fully aware of the change yet. But Emma exclaimed with delight that it was much more comfortable, which the other woman agreed to. Chris, when he touched the ground, realized that it was completely covered with new soil. The dragons noticed that the land was completely different, and not ordinary. Siller said that he asked the workers to change it in this particular area. This land was covered with blue grass. Emma was surprised. Louise asked Emma if she knew about the blue grass. Emma exclaimed and confirmed that she knew. She said that the blue earth in the Dragonlands is an expensive material. She couldn't believe that the entire area was blue earth, and Siller confirmed her guess. Emma still didn't believe that fact. Louise asked about the cost of this herb. Siller explained that such a herb cost about 20,000 lire. The dragon was surprised at how expensive the land was. Chris, smiling cheerfully, appreciated the guy's huge investment for the comfort of his dragons. This was where the dragons spent most of their time. Siller wanted this place to be as comfortable as possible, even if it was expensive. Chris admitted that, as a dragon, it was difficult for him to understand this approach, but he appreciated the effort. The dragon guessed that Siller had spent more than just on land. Siller confirmed his guess. There was a bright, sparkling crystal hanging on the wall, which also immediately caused the dragons to be surprised. Siller said it was called a stayer. It keeps the magic at its best. The dragons studied the device with interest. Chris studied the crystal carefully, and noticed that the air was thick with magic, as if a young dragon had been born somewhere nearby. Sheepishly, Emma asked if it was expensive. Siller, without losing his composure, said that he bought this device for 80,000 lire. He got extra money, and he decided to fulfill a long-standing desire. Despite their embarrassment and surprise at the prices, the dragons were still happy to receive such a gift from their master. They thanked him for taking such good care of them. Siller didn't really understand these changes in the precinct, but he knew that he had done the right thing, that he had invested in such expensive materials for his dragons. Voices came from the street. They were talking about a nobleman, another voice confirmed. Siller turned at the sound of voices. Jean and an unknown elderly lady were approaching them. Siller saw the unexpected guests and apologized to the princess for not meeting her properly. The princess replied that everything was fine. Instead, she wanted to introduce her companion in front of Siller. It was the Countess Giral, and Siller froze at the sound of her name. With a bow, he excused himself and introduced himself to her. The woman announced her full name, Clara Giral, and was happy to meet the young man. He raised his head, puzzled, and looked at Jeanne. Jane, understanding his reaction, said that she had explained everything to the Countess. The other woman gave a quiet grin in response. The Countess said that she has been working with the Rentholm Guild for a long time. Few aristocrats engage in dragon-related activities, and such connections usually bring guilds profit. There was a hint of disappointment in her eyes when it came to the situation with the guild and the princess. Siller felt confused. The Countess began to doubt whether to continue supporting the guild. The Countess asked Siller to tell her about the dragon Faust, smiling tenderly at the boy. Siller was shocked by the Countess' request. It became clear that she wanted to cooperate with them already. Zana admitted that she was still angry with the guild and was not going to forgive her. Her face remained cool. Siller realized that this was exactly what she needed to do. She intended to weaken Rentholm's influence. Her determination and ability to attract even Countess Giral spoke for themselves. Siller also noted her sinister smile. In his mind, Siller admitted to himself that he didn't want such a girl to ever become his enemy. He hesitated and asked what would happen to the Rentholm deal. Siller also added that it would be nice if it was something he could handle on his own. The guy's words caught Jean's attention. She called him to her side. The guy leaned down and listened to what the princess was going to tell him. In a whisper, she told him not to worry about it, assuring him that everything would be fine. Smiling contentedly, she was sure that she had chosen the right person who could damage the reputation and harm the Rentwolm Guild. The boy sheepishly agreed with Jean, convincing himself that things were going well only if the girl wasn't exaggerating. After all, Celia knew that he didn't have the same power and influence as the Rentholm Guild, so he politely asked the Countess to reveal the details of the proposed transaction. But the Countess looked back and wanted to show the guy something before talking about the contract. She asked the boy to look at something, pointing out the carriage that they got out of with the princess. The guy glanced at the transport and realized that the Countess had brought something with her. The Countess led Celia and Jean to the carriage. Glancing behind the carriage, he looked at the painting in front of him in surprise. It turned out that the Countess had brought a dragon with her. A phoenix looked out of the window, also appraising the dragon that had been brought in. His species was radon. Quite rare. Celia turned to Chris and asked about the dragon's appearance, which made it clear to the Countess that the young man was well aware of the dragon's nature. The woman smiled slightly at his quickness. Type of radon. This species is not the strongest among dragons, but it is not inferior in beauty to any other species. There were shackles on the dragon's paws that made a sound when the dragon's paws shook slightly. This immediately caught the guy's attention. The woman, still smiling, asked Celia's opinion of the dragon. But the guy was upset after what he saw, saying that the dragon is very beautiful, which the Countess agreed with. She added that her family is most proud of this dragon. Jean explained in a whisper that the aristocrats kept several radon dragons as family symbols. The boy now understood the idea, thinking that one would have to have a lot of money to afford a dragon of such a rare species, let alone keep it. Chris noticed that it became a culture among the aristocrats to do this. The Countess had previously trusted Rentwolm to take care of the dragon, but now she asked Celia to look after the dragon. Glancing back at the Countess, he realized that she wanted him to take care of the dragon. Returning his gaze to the chained dragon, he knew he could handle it. Celia asked for permission to touch the dragon first, which the Countess agreed to do. He approached the dragon. Before touching it, he introduced himself and asked for the dragon's name. But the dragon only replied that as an accessory in the family, it doesn't have a name, without looking up at the guy. He sat down to express his condolences for the outcome. He shows understanding that the dragon has to live in such difficult conditions. There's a look of sadness on his face as he realizes that the dragon isn't living its natural lifestyle. The dragon noticed that Celia understood her words, and Chris immediately responded. He confidently stated that Celia is his best friend, and as a person, is a very unusual person. Unlike Chris, she reacted with restraint, surprised that people like him even existed in this world. When Celia asked if he could keep an eye on her, she didn't give a direct answer. She was surprised that he was even asking for permission, given her current situation. Celia pointed out that she was treated like a special person in Rentwolm. It didn't matter to her, because after all, she was chained to the shackles like a bird tied to a cage. Celia understands the dragon's feelings and asks if she wants to be free, but her kind doesn't have enough power to survive in this cruel world. They have no better place than being chained up. He didn't answer, but looked sadly at the dragon. She continued. The dragon pointed to the shackles, saying that they couldn't be broken unless they were very large. Celia noticed that there is magic in these shackles which makes them more stable, which holds back the power of the dragon's chain to them. But he knew that the dragon had already given up and was restricted in her freedom. He clenched his fist at the way he was treating her. He decided to reincarnate in order to somehow solve this problem. His transformation was noticed by the guests, which caused surprise. Jean called out to him, not understanding why the guy decided to reincarnate as a dragon. He grabbed the shackles and was able to open them with a single tap, freeing the dragon. The Countess clicked her tongue and asked the guy what he was doing, but Jenny stops her, assuring her that she should trust him. Returning to his human form, he smiled at the dragon and announced that she was now free. She looked down at her freed paws in surprise. He advises her to do what she has always wanted to do. The dragon looked at him in surprise at what he said. She stood up on slightly shaky paws. Looking up at the sky, realizing that she was now free, the dragon spread her wings and took off. Her eyes aren't as dark as they were before. She is overwhelmed with happiness and a sense of cherished freedom from shackles. Celia and his guests were surprised by the beauty of the dragon. Watching her fascinatingly, the dragon landed after a light flight. She stood in front of the guy, saying that it was good at last after such a flight. The dragon thanked the guy for finally freeing her and giving her freedom. The guy said no thanks were necessary. Looking at the dragon, he noticed that she was very beautiful. Selir asked the countess how he liked the dragon's appearance. The woman stared in amazement at the previously chained dragon that was now free and radiating light. The young man says that dragons are not made to be chained and restricted in their freedom. After all, they are much more beautiful when they are free. Jean was glad of this outcome, and the countess agreed. She agreed with Silir's words too, as she watched the dragon. Now she understood why His Highness was taking a liking to Silir. These words caught the boy's attention. She expressed the hope that they would continue to keep in touch in the future. Silir bowed to the countess and thanked her for her cooperation. Jean was satisfied with the deal. The woman says that the payment for the contract will be made only tomorrow. Silir calls out to the countess, saying that he has a request. The countess is all attention, asking the guy what he wants. He asked who would provide him with food for the dragons. The woman was surprised that this was the only request of the young man, and said that she would ask that the person responsible for the products personally come to the mayor. The boy thanked the countess. She noticed that Silir was an interesting person, and approached the dragon. Jean called the guy. She asked why Silir did this. Meanwhile, the countess stroked the dragon, noting that her mane shimmered beautifully. Silir only replied that he would like the dragons to have a good diet. Jeanne chuckled at the answer. She said that she now had no doubts about the dragons. Faust. Silir only wished that taking care of dragons was a natural process in this world. The next day, the guy was in town. Rose apologized for summoning the guy to her office. She said that the task for the Faust dragons had arrived. The girl added that the customer specifically asked them to help. The guy was surprised that he only asked for them, showing his appreciation. Rose joked that it was like a specialized registration desk for a young man, but still showed pride in it. Silir appreciated her joke and laughed back. He asked what he had to do. The girl asked him to wait until she pulled out the task sheet. But instead of one, there was a list. The guy didn't understand what she meant by the list. She clarified that this is a list of tasks that a psychiatrist must complete. Halting in his words after hearing this, he asked how many tasks were on this list. She didn't know, so she just decided to open the task sheet in front of the guy. There were 46 tasks for submission, and 97 for training. That wasn't all. Silir also asked the girl what the tasks in question were, which slightly puzzled her. Rose realized that Silir didn't fully understand what was going on. Those present in the building along with them drew attention to the guy. They were all looking at them with smiles, which was noticed by the girl and the puzzled guy. It turned out that the conclusion of the contract with the countess, who had previously been at Rintholm, this news spread throughout the city. The countess realized that she could rely on Silir, not the guild, and so a lot of things fell on his shoulders. The guy sighed. But he decided to choose specific tasks. Rose understood him, telling him not to sell his power for cheap. She suggested to him that, in general, to refuse all customers. The senders of these tasks simply wanted to have connections with Silir. The guy was surprised that there were also such customers, but he folded his hands and admitted that he just didn't want to get involved with a lot of work, because it would be not only him, but his dragons. The girl now understood why Silir was so reluctant, and remembered that he was such a person by nature. But the guy asked the girl to give him a look at the list so that he could choose tasks. Rose handed him the list, adding that there wasn't much detail in these tasks. Silir took the list, opened it, and began browsing. He noticed that there were a lot of pointless tasks, but one caught his attention. The girl asked him what had surprised him. He showed her the assignment, which he stared at as he read the list. This task turned out to be the rescue of a dragon that couldn't get down the cliff. The girl was surprised, because it was a rare case when the dragon could not get out on its own, comparing what usually happens with kittens. Silir decided to take on this task. The girl asked if he was sure, because the reward for completing it is only 5 lire. But he showed perseverance in doing so, as it is necessary to save the dragon child. He couldn't just let it pass him by. Rose spread her arms and decided not to interfere with the boy's will. All she said was that it looked like a guy. Meanwhile, in an unknown place on a rocky cliff, the little dragon was trembling in fear as it continued to wait for its rescue. When she arrived at the cliff, the dragon groped her way to find out exactly where the dragon was. Looking around, Louise looked familiar, which Silir agreed. He added that according to the information, the cliff where the dragon child is located is the place where the princess was rescued. Louise asked the guy if she would have to save her dragon this time, to which the guy replied that it wasn't worth it. Since Louisa knew the area, she had already provided assistance, and Cillier said that he would take care of everything else on his own. He hoped that in this task, he would be able to transform without any problems. Louise smiled at the guy, showing her understanding. While walking around the area, the dragon asked the guy what kind of child they would need to save. After asking the question, Cillier remembered why he had brought Louise along on this mission. On the task sheet, it was stated that the dragon being rescued belongs to the rare Balar species. The dragoness, realizing what kind of species it was, advised her to move faster to save the dragon. As they approached the cliff, they noticed a small figure standing on the edge. Louise realized who it was that was standing there. She told the boy to look up and examine the figure, assuming it was the dragon child standing there. The dragon felt sorry for the child, as it stood trembling, waiting to be rescued. Cillier asked if she could bring the dragon down. As she surveyed the area near the cliff, she noticed that she couldn't see any foothold that would allow the dragon to approach the child. Moreover, the dragon is small, which could complicate the task. The guy understood Louise and offered to do it himself. Louise relied on Cillier. With a flick of his finger, he transformed into a dragon form. Flying up to the cliff, he was close to the child, which caused her to be surprised by the unexpected figure in front of her. He picked up the baby and made his way safely down to Louise. When the dragon reincarnated back into her human form, she said that before she could even blink, Cillier had completed the task and saved the child. The little dragon looked at her rescuers in surprise. Louise noticed the child's interested look and asked how she was feeling and if she was hurt. The child asked Louise who she was, referring to her as her sister. As she was about to answer her, something suddenly dawned on her while looking at her. Cillier noticed the change in the dragon's face and asked what had happened. After looking at the child, she declared that the little dragon was not of Balar's kind. The guy was surprised by what he heard. It became clear that the baby dragon found was a primordial species. Hearing this, Cillier couldn't help but be surprised. He could hardly believe that he had just saved a member of such a rare species, and the kid himself looked at his savior with interest. Usually, the dragons that knights work with are created artificially and are considered a product of aquaculture. But the original ones are wild, unaffected species. Their chance of appearing is 1 in 10,000. As Cillier continued to stare at the rescued dragon, he admitted to himself that he had never seen the original species with his own eyes before. He noticed her interested gaze on him. The little girl continued to stare at the boy, as if studying his face. Cillier was slightly confused and asked what was wrong. Suddenly, she asked him if he was her father, causing Cillier to fall into a slight stupor. He replied that he was an ordinary person, but was immediately interrupted by a child. As if she didn't hear the answer, she continued to ask him why he suddenly became a human. After all, he was in a different form before. Cillier didn't quite understand the child, looking at him in surprise. Louise was about to make her guess. She said the child was talking about turning a tiger into a dragon. The boy now understood what the rescued dragon was talking about. He decided to reincarnate as a dragon again, which caused the child's delight. Jumping on top of him with a hug, she made sure that it was her dad standing in front of him. But the guy returned to his original appearance, apologizing to her. It would take too much energy if he kept doing this. The little girl was glowing with delight. Not taking such a reincarnation of the guy into their interests, the child only continued to hug him with a smile on his face. Louise assumed the kid was so happy because Cillier was the first one who reminded her of another dragon. Cillier understood Louise's thought. Since he was the first person to come to her in the form of a dragon, she considered him to be her parent. Louisa expressed her surprise that the dragon child liked him, because this almost never happens in the entire practice. The guy only responded by saying that in this case he was just lucky. She thought that maybe the child's parents were somewhere nearby. Cillier agreed with the dragon's suggestion. Crouching down, she leaned over the baby and asked where she was born. Seeing that the child didn't quite understand the question, he paraphrased it and asked where she was when she woke up. Happily turning away, she headed back to the place where she was born. Cillier noticed that the child was moving quite fast. Too quickly, the child moved away from the rescuers, and Cillier lost no time in getting on Louise and running after the fleeing dragon. Doris was running too fast, which surprised even Louise, but she couldn't keep up with her. Puffing, the dragon added that the primordial species are especially good at short sprints. Since it is not advantageous for humans to have the dragons they normally own move as fast as the primordial ones, they are trained to deal with long distances. She asked the boy to keep an eye on the fleeing dragon, which was already disappearing from sight. Cillier got off Louise and asked her to rest, and the dragon sighed contentedly. Turning into a dragon, he began to chase after the fleeing child. But she continued to move faster, so that even Selir in the form of a dragon couldn't catch up with her. He realized that at this rate, he would not last long in this image and began to call out to the child to slow down. Suddenly she stopped at a certain place and joyfully called Selir and informed him that they had arrived at the place of her birth. Returning to his human form, he walked over to the child and surveyed the area. A medium-sized cracked egg lay on the ground. He guessed that the baby had hatched from him and asked her if that was the case. The dragon replied with satisfaction that it was true. She added that after her hatching, there was no one near her, and because of this she went to look for her parent and ended up on a cliff. She also noted that she was very scared to be alone. Selir looked around and noticed that there was also an object lying on the ground. It was a claw. Selir took his hands and examined them. He realized that it was a piece of her parent's claw. The dragon looked around and noticed something. Louise wasn't there, and the child started asking where she was. Selir replied that she was very tired of running after her, so she decided to rest and stayed behind. The dragon was surprised by what she heard and hurried back to Louise, heading in the opposite direction and simultaneously shouting apologies to her so that she could hear. Resigned to the fact that Selir will have to catch up with the mischievous child again, he reincarnated as a dragon. But the piece of claw that he was still holding began to give off a certain light, and the young man turned his attention to it. From the dragon's claw, which glowed with a soft and bright light, this radiance was transmitted to Selir's feet as well. He immediately noticed the change, though he didn't immediately understand what had happened. Curiously, he assumed that the claw had changed the shape of his legs, giving them more than just their appearance. It dawned on him that the claw had not only changed his legs but also given them new abilities. He decided to try out a new power by starting to accelerate. It turned out that now he can move with incredible speed. He began to run faster than the horses. This startled him. However, when he returned to his human form and caught his breath, he realized that this speed required a significant amount of energy. Out of exhaustion, he leaned against a tree to rest for today's work. Next to him was a small dragon who saw the shabby appearance of her daddy. She asked him what had happened to him. When asked by the little girl, Selir, steadying his breathing and smiling, assured that everything was fine with him. The dragon girl didn't come alone, but Louise was with her, and judging by her heavy breathing, she also had to chase after the baby. The guy saw the state of the dragon, laughing, said that the child exhausted them. But something caught his eye. Louise also came with a dead bear on her back. She said that she assumed the guy was tired and decided to bring him food to recuperate. He smiled at her concern and thanked her for her help. Selir ate heartily, leaving only the bones of the carcass. As he stood up, he noticed that after the last transformation, his hands had developed claws that could move very quickly. He suggested that we return to the city, and Louise agreed with him. But then, a small person stopped them with questions, asking where they were going. Selir replied that they were going home and asked if she wanted to go with them. The child enthusiastically replied that yes. Before he left, he wanted to give the child a name. He asked the dragon how she would feel about Leah's name, and if she would mind if he called her that. In response, she was only happy and happily agreed to this name. When they got home, Chris met them and greeted the travelers. He noticed that they had come with a new group. Selir was holding Leia in his arms. He immediately realized that Leia's species was a primordial one that was rarely seen in the world. When she saw Chris, she began to introduce herself to him, and introduced herself by her new name, saying that she came with Dad. Chris noticed that the dragon was quite energetic. Chris glared at the kid when he heard the kid call him his parent. Selir smiled sheepishly and said that he would explain the situation. The dragon also noticed a change in Selir. Selir asked for his horns before explaining. Chris asked if Selir was asking for the phoenix horn and received an affirmative answer from him. Meanwhile, Louise and Leah were enjoying their company. Selir knew what he needed the phoenix horn for. He assumed that when he transformed, he would be able to gain the power of immortality, just as he had with the horn of the primordial claw. In the middle of a large field, there were dragons and their master. His chest was bare, but he stood still. The dragons' gazes were filled with wariness and interest in the boy's next move. Yui still couldn't contain her emotions and expressed her doubts about his idea. Louise asked Selir if he was really sure of his decision. Selir nodded in agreement and didn't hesitate to order Louise to prepare for the upcoming training session. Louise, who had lowered her gaze, was still hesitating, but Chris intervened and told her not to be shy and just act. Chris chuckled and joked that it wouldn't hurt more than a light bite for a tiger with his new abilities, smiling contentedly. Selir didn't understand the joke and just smiled nervously. Gathering her thoughts, the dragon decided to act. As Cilia began to accumulate firepower, he calmly waited for her attack. But before it could begin, an unexpected guest suddenly approached them. It was Princess Jeanne who had caught them at this inopportune moment. As she watched the scene, she asked what they were doing. Her voice attracted the attention of Celia and Louise, but Louise could no longer stop the attack, and continued to gain strength. Throwing out a fiery punch, it pierced right through the guy's stomach. The princess was shocked by what she saw. Grimacing in pain, he transformed into a dragon form. Jeanne had already hurried over to her wounded comrade, but she stopped after Cilia took on a dragon-like appearance. There was no longer any sign of a deep wound on his body. His regeneration was triggered by reincarnation. Already in his human form, he was sitting on the grass, surrounded by dragons and the princess. He had a phoenix horn and wanted to see if the power of immortality would work in dragon form. Jeanne understood the guy's idea and sighed that everything went well. After looking at the guy's body, she agreed that there wasn't even a scar left on it. He agreed with her. As he groped at the wound site, he noted that the blow had accurately penetrated his stomach, but after regenerating, it left no trace of the wound. He explained that in the form of a dragon, he becomes almost invulnerable. Even if he is injured in his human form, he can transform instantly, and then all the damage will be immediately healed. These abilities amazed Jeanne. Louisa, hearing his story, felt sad and asked if her power would be useless to him now. However, Cilia was quick to assure her that this was not the case at all, because her help was still important. He explained that he had acquired the power of immortality, but he knew that there would be a price to pay for it. He could already feel the consequences. The power consumption was now huge, even 10 times more than before. Jeanne agreed with the guy's observations. So he assured the dragon that her power of sleep and healing would help him with minor injuries. Louise relaxed after hearing this and expressed her joy at the news. But with folded hands, he said that despite such changes, he needs to do something about energy consumption, because this becomes his vulnerable point during reincarnation. After Cilia's words, Jeanne remembered why she came to them, causing the guy with the dragons to be interested. She had read many different books from the castle library and discovered an interesting spice. Cilia asked with interest what exactly it was about. This spice was called rainbow salt, also known as arc-en-ciel. Cilia had never heard of her before. The princess explained that it is difficult to process, and ordinary cooks do not use it in cooking. Cilia suggested that if she came specifically to talk about it, then the product is really important. The girl added that the taste of salt itself plays a big role. When you use it, salt gradually changes its taste. This feature immediately interested Cilia. But Jeanne didn't know how or when the taste might change. He realized that this spice is not for the everyday table, because its taste can change unpredictably. However, he noticed that for people like him who were bored with the familiar taste, this spice might be perfect. Jeanne smiled and agreed with his conclusion. He thanked Jeanne for such good and valuable information for him, grabbing her hands in his. The girl looked away from the boy's face in embarrassment, saying that she was only too happy to help him, stammering her words, not expecting such a reaction from Cilia. Cilia asked where he could buy arc-en-ciel, but the girl did not give an exact answer. She added that such salt is rarely found in chefs. It is either extracted manually or ordered through guilds. The confusion in her voice revealed that this wasn't an easy task. Cilia thought that made perfect sense. With joy, the girl shared that she knows a place where you can find rainbow salt. However, it was located quite far away. Cilia immediately offered to help with the search. He suggested that she go get some salt tomorrow, if she was available. The girl smiled brightly at the suggestion. She agreed to his offer. The next day, they went in search of rainbow salt. The princess was sitting on a horse, and the guy was sitting on top of a dragon named Colette. He asked her to get some fruit. From its mouth, it took out a banana and handed it to Cilia. Before setting out, he decided to take Colette with him, who could always provide a sufficient supply of food. Jeanne noticed the banana in Cilia's hand and called out to him. While chewing on the fruit, the boy turned to the princess and asked what was wrong. She pointed her finger at the banana, claiming that Colette had touched it with her lips. The boy didn't fully understand the princess' train of thought. She was just about to continue, embarrassed that it might have been an indirect kiss, but she stopped in mid-stride, averting her gaze. She remembered that Colette was a dragon, not a living person, so there was nothing wrong with that. What was more important was that she was once again convinced of how kind and amazing person was. He wasn't sure what she meant by that. She explained that without any hesitation, He ate the food that had been in the dragon's stomach. But the guy clarified that the dragon's spare stomachs didn't contain stomach juice and dirt, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Jean agreed with the guy's words. Jeanne explained that such behavior, taking a banana out of the dragon's mouth, would normally be considered strange, which surprised the guy. She added that if it doesn't bother him, then it's, in her opinion, just amazing. But he still couldn't understand what exactly she was trying to say. Colette chuckled, glanced at him, and asked if he wanted more. Cillier nodded in response, but at that moment, a strange sound distracted his attention. Sounds coming from the far side of the field caught Cillier's attention. He stopped and turned his head in the direction of the spring. Jeanne noticed how the guy stopped and asked what happened. Cillier replied that he had heard something strange. When he pointed out the noise, Jeanne also listened and caught the same extraneous sounds. She wondered if it was the wind, but Cillier dismissed the idea at once. He claimed that it was an unnatural sound and immediately headed in the direction from which the sounds came, despite Colette and Jean's attempts to stop him. Running towards the noise, a huge mud monster golem appeared in front of him, attacking the dragon knight with a naga. Seeing the creepy creature, Jeanne turned to Cillier in fright, asking what they should do now. The guy calmly told her to leave the golem on him. Without hesitation, he took the form of a dragon and furiously charged into the battle, attacking the monster from the rear. A lightning-fast rush allowed him to break through one side of the golem's torso, catching it off guard. The night girl didn't expect to see the dragon man who saved her in front of her. After using up his energy, he returned to his human form. He himself knew that he couldn't last long in the other form due to the rapid waste of energy and tried to defeat the monster in one blow. He caught his breath, and only the remains of the monster lay behind him. The night girl was surprised that the guy managed to defeat the golem in one blow. After thanking the guy, she introduced herself as Rosalie Rain and asked for the names of her rescuers. Cillier and Jeanne introduced themselves. Rosalie looked surprised, as if she knew who it was. She asked if he was the sealer of Faust's dragons. The guy was surprised that someone knew him. The girl exclaimed that she had heard of him, saying that the Faust Dragon Guild was now well known in society. She was surprised that it was such a famous person who saved her, which surprised the guy himself, not expecting his popularity. The night girl also noticed the horses that the heroes rode. Rosalie added that not every horse can safely withstand the presence of a dragon. In her opinion, the princess's horse was distinguished by intelligence and courage. Cillier thought to himself that the horse itself was excellent, and since it belonged to the princess, it couldn't be mediocre. As if catching his thoughts, the princess said aloud that she had expected nothing less, which slightly embarrassed the young man. Cillier's gaze slid to the rider, and he noted that it was rare to see real dragon knights like her these days. His words caught Rosalie's attention. She smiled and looked at her dragon, who returned her gaze. She said that she was used to riding it, since her guild only consists of one person. In times like these, it's rare for anyone to fight on top of a dragon other than the classic knights. Knights are usually assigned a variety of jobs, so more often than not, dragons are responsible for carrying cargo or leading the way for scouting. Cillier mentally acknowledged that this was clearly not an easy job. Rosalie was preparing her dragon for departure. She said she had to go. As she sat down on the back of her companion, she admitted that she was caught off guard. She had actually arrived on a request to destroy the creature, but was interrupted by an attack from a golem that Cillier had overpowered. After thanking them again, she smiled at them in farewell. Cillier understood and wished her good luck on the journey. As they continued on their way to the place where rainbow salt could be mined, Jeanne didn't hide her admiration for the knight they had just met. In her opinion, Rosalie looked almost like a dragon man when she was on horseback, and she wanted to invite her to her palace. Cillier was a little confused by the comparison, but he still agreed with the princess. Jeanne, noticing his confusion, immediately clarified what exactly caused such a reaction. The guy admitted that Rosalie was really impressive, but added that her dragon seemed rather strange to him, but did not go into details. The princess asked with interest if he was hinting at any strange preferences of the dragon. Cillier replied that it was nothing special and was about to add that he had once experienced something similar, but Colette cut in abruptly, interrupting him. She said with some embarrassment that he was different. Cillier didn't understand this sudden statement from the dragon, but he continued, saying that he wasn't talking about himself, but about the wyvern he once rented. Colette was embarrassed after the guy explained his point. Cillier didn't understand why the dragon suddenly thought she was talking about him. Colette, noticeably flushed, began to defend herself desperately, claiming that this was not what he could think of. She even spelled out her words to clear away any possible misunderstandings. Deciding not to ask the dragon, he only let her know that he understood her. After walking a short distance, they finally arrived at their destination. Nature surprised the guy with its beauty. In front of the heroes was a large, elongated tree surrounded by several leaves, right in the middle of Lake Gareth. The princess said that this place is the source of Arcanseal, Rainbow Lake Gareth, surrounded by rare rainbow crystals. Cilir, looking around, said the name aloud and expressed admiration for the beauty of this place. The princess agreed wholeheartedly. As they scanned the area, they noticed small crystals growing on top of each other. Cilir asked if they were the Arcanseal. The princess confirmed his guess, adding that most likely, the crystals are formed due to periodic changes in the water level in the lake. Colette volunteered to collect them. Cilir offered to help her, but the dragon refused, assuring her that it was no different from ordinary ore mining, and she would manage on her own. He decided not to press the point and trusted her, watching as she began to absorb the crystals into her empty stomach. He suggested that the princess go hunting, so that later she could cook meat and try out rainbow salt. Jeanne approved of the idea. When she reached the depths of the forest, Jeanne noticed a moving figure among the bushes, pointing to a hole. It was a wild boar that was good for a hearty meal. However, upon sensing the presence of the threat, the beast began to slowly retreat. Cilir noticed this. After surrounding the animal with flames to prevent it from escaping, the boar looked back and returned its gaze to the youth. Instead of running away, the boar ran towards Cilir. Jeanne called out to him to save himself, but he didn't move. As soon as the boar attacked the guy, he grabbed him with his bare hands, wrapping them around his neck. After killing the animal, the guy looked at his prey with satisfaction and was about to start preparing for the meal. Jeanne admired Cilir's lightning-fast reaction to the boar and began to praise him. Cilir didn't fully understand her reaction. The princess guessed that the boy's physical strength in human form had also changed and increased, perhaps almost as much as in dragon form. Cilir saw what she was getting at when he looked at the boar. He didn't even notice how quickly he killed the boar and added that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to handle an animal like him. The heroes lit a fire, and the guy began to taste a piece of meat, using the spice they got. Jeanne asked him how he liked the taste of Arcanseal. After tasting it, Cilir admitted that it was delicious. The girl was glad that the guy liked it. He added that with each bite the food became sweeter, then sharper, and thanked the girl for helping him solve the problem with nutrition. Cilir did not forget to thank the dragon who was able to collect enough crystals. It was routine for Coletta, but she accepted her master's thanks with a satisfied grin. He was also interested in something about himself. He only realized that his physical performance had improved after feeling his muscles. Colette asked how much the guy's eyes had improved. Clenching his fist, he added that they had improved within human limits. This was a nice bonus. And now you don't need to transform every time and spend extra energy. Colette suggested that his dragon form be modified and enhanced to avoid excessive energy consumption in battle. He sighed and admitted that it would be nice, but it wouldn't be easy. Colette asked again why Cilir had decided that. Cilir reminded that after activating the power of immortality, Louise and the others shared bits of their horns with him, but he was never able to swallow them. Thinking about it, he had a theory. The primordial dragon's claw came from the body of one of the fallen, and the phoenix horn came from Chris' immortal body. Perhaps all this power is somehow connected not only with the body, but also with the soul, with the very life energy of dragons, he suggested. After hearing the theory, Colette doubted that she couldn't help the guy now. Jeanne admitted that she couldn't understand Colette's abilities, but suggested that they needed the remains of dragons. Cilir admitted that this was just a theory, but he still wanted to test it. The princess offered to share more materials with him so that he could try out the idea. She added that she has many similar artifacts to use. Then Cilir understood Jeanne, remembering that she was from the royal family. Jeanne smiled and added that the artifacts are kept in the treasury. She took from her pocket the chain that represented the artifact she was talking about. Cilir glanced at the chain and asked if it was a gemstone. Jeanne corrected it that it was a Mizuchi scale. Cilir said he had never heard of such a species. Jeanne clarified that this is an extremely rare species. They are also called ghost dragons. She explained that with special processing, dragon scales can become an artifact that creates a protective barrier. Similar ones are installed on carriages to protect high-ranking people. Cilir recalled the first time he had met Jeanne. Then her carriage fell off the cliff. The knights were killed. The carriage itself was destroyed, but there was not a single scratch on it. The girl realized that the guy remembered, added that since then she has been wearing this artifact as a talisman, gently looking at the chain. She held out her hand with the artifact to Silaru and asked him to take it for further use. He tried to decline the offer, saying that it was to protect the princess herself, but Jean insisted. She admitted that even without the artifact she feels safe next to it. Silaru smiled at her explanation. He accepted the princess' gift. As he took the artifact in his hands, he made an inner promise that next time he would protect the princess personally, no matter what. Suddenly, light began to radiate from the artifact. He looked at his glowing hand in surprise and opened it. The artifact remained unchanged, and the glow stopped. Colette asked Silaru how he felt after such a glow, but the guy was interested in something else. Jean asked the guy what happened. He said that the smell of fried meat was gone. The girl, sniffing, agreed with the guy. Silaru decided not to delay and reincarnated. Suddenly, the ground under their feet outlined a circle that began to squeeze the support around them, which the heroes immediately noticed. Returning to his human form, Silaru caught his breath. Jean noticed his fatigue and became concerned about the guy's condition. He assured me that everything was fine, although he admitted that his strength was running out. Each time it became more difficult to recover. She asked him again if he really felt that way, and he confirmed it. The power of the scale created a protective barrier around them, he said, looking down at his hands with a smile. Jean, delighted with the ability, guessed that it could help the hero. The remnants of dragon power are now seeping even into his human form, so the smell of meat is gone. Now, he needed to learn how to control this power so that he wouldn't put others in danger. After making the men's uniforms out of mud, Colette called out to Silaru for his opinion. After praising the dragon for her work, he asked her how she managed to make such perfect figures. Colette waved it off and said it wasn't difficult. She explained that she just ate enough earth and squeezed everything in her stomach. Silaru remarked that it was similar to working with clay, but admitted that he did not know such skills of Colette, again praising her. Colette's cheeks reddened at the praise, and the dragon just grinned. Louise called out to the boy. Turning to Louise, she asked him what he was going to do with these forms. Silaru replied that thanks to the rainbow salt, he was able to get enough. So I wanted to do a little training and asked the others to step aside. Louisa and Jean obeyed him. But Leah ran up to him and asked what her dad was doing. He leaned over the child and asked her to move away, explaining that her presence here could be dangerous for her. She smiled at him and nodded in understanding. She hurried over to Louise and Jean, who were waiting for her with smiles on their faces. Colette, seeing such a warm scene between the host and Leah, she was embarrassed and looked at the guy with narrowed eyes. When he saw her look, he asked her what was wrong. But Colette just looked up and said it was all right. Chris burst out laughing. He noticed her strange behavior, and snidely said that there was nothing wrong with being a little selfish, and asked if she would like him to ask a friend to pet her as well. To silence him, Colette jumped on him and bit him on the neck. Silaru tried to calm the dragons, but Chris only told him to ignore them. The guy smiled slightly at the strange scene and confided in Chris. Chris, with Colette still around his neck, stood up proudly and released flames towards the hero that the clay men were hiding behind. But he didn't back down. He stood there like he was protecting these clay dolls. Turning into a dragon, a protective barrier activated and enveloped him with clay against fire. Chris continued to attack with fire, while the dragons and Jean watched anxiously. After finishing his training, Silaru returned to his human form. Everything went well, and not a single clay, like the Silaru itself, was damaged. The protective barrier made from Jean's artifact withstood Chris' fire. The guy noted that the protection was strong and reliable. Jean breathed a sigh of relief and admitted that the guy again managed to scare the girl with his ideas. The young man thanked Chris for his help. The dragon said in response that the guy is the strongest of all people. He also thanked Colette for creating clay dolls for training. The dragon offered to test the barrier on living creatures, but the young man refused, explaining that he could not just put them in danger for the sake of regular training. Jean noticed his concern for others, but not for himself. He continued that his reincarnation didn't last more than 3 seconds, even if he ate a hearty meal and gained enough energy. He needed at least 30 seconds to apply reincarnation in a real fight. Chris thought for a moment, looking at the boy. The dragon replied that it was necessary to increase the amount of energy stored in Silaru and reassured him that there were many solutions for this. The young man was glad to hear this. Chris asked him if he wanted to know the options, and he got an affirmative answer. The other dragons also began to listen carefully. He voiced the first option, which left Scylla in shock. I should have eaten the dragon. If he ate the dragon, he would also eat its soul, noting that it was an effective solution. But Scylla interrupted him. With a change of expression, Scylla told him that he was angry after the proposed option. Chris laughed and said it was a joke. But Scylla expressed the hope that this is really a joke. Chris repeated that he wasn't being serious, but added that he could see the guy genuinely cared about the dragons. Scylla only said that anyone would be angry at the suggestion. But the dragon said that because of his anger, the guy missed the point of his words. Louise intervened and explained that this was only the first way to increase the energy supply. Scylla realized that there were other options. Colette demanded to stop such checks, and Chris, still laughing, said that he had no malicious intent. Scylla sighed and rubbed his head. He asked Chris what the real way to increase the energy storage was. Chris replied that you need to use the power of the dragon sphere to do this. After saying the name of the ability, he looked back at the dragons and asked them how it was used. Louise couldn't answer because she didn't know, and this was the first time Emma had ever heard of such a power. Colette asked Chris what this ability was, but the dragon replied that it would take a lot of time to explain, so it would be better to show everything in practice. Scylla asked Chris if they should create this dragon sphere themselves. Dragon said yes. Chris said they can make a drop sphere while they're here. When Scylla heard about such an easy way to craft a sphere, he chuckled. The dragon looked around at the other dragons, wondering who could help them with the crafting. He immediately warned her that Colette would not be suitable, causing her to resent it. She asked him why she couldn't, but Chris laughed and said there wasn't much she could do about it. But Colette didn't like this arrangement, but Chris turned his attention to the others. He asked them who had eaten the least recently, which surprised Colette. She asked him if he didn't have enough to make a sphere. The dragon replied that yes, because without it, you can't acquire power. Colette chuckled and looked away. Scylla privately noted that the dragon species to which Colette belongs is the largest, and because of this, she will not be able to participate in the process. After a moment's thought, he suggested Leia, the little dragon. Leia, hearing her name, immediately responded, but when he realized that it was too small for such a risky business, he changed his mind about this idea. Leia wasn't sure what her dad meant, but she left it at that. Scylla suggested that you need to eat something to create a sphere, so Chris asked the dragons who had eaten the least today. The boy examined his companions. He said that Louise was the best choice at the moment. The dragon itself nodded and agreed with the owner, specifying that it is a herbivorous dragon, unlike the others. Emma, frustrated, admitted that there was nothing she could do about it either. But the guy calmed her down, reminding her that she eats a lot for her energy, so it's not her fault. These words calmed the dragon down. Trusting Louise, Chris also advised her to eat a hearty meal. Jean asked why not let Louise eat with Arc-en-Ciel, but Scylla declined the idea. He wasn't sure if human seasonings were suitable for dragons. Glancing back at Emma and Colette, he asked if he was right about that. Colette assumed that if you swallowed it whole, nothing bad would happen, but Emma hesitated, saying that the seasoning left a tingling sensation. Scylla was convinced that this was a pointless idea and renounced it. Jean understood him and decided not to change his mind. The guy didn't think it was necessary to give an extra supplement to the dragons, because the taste buds and nutrition of people are very different from the dragons. Jean understood and remembered this observation. Scylla also added that dragons prefer raw meat to fried meat, which Emma confirmed. The princess and the young man exchanged smiles. Dragons don't look like humans after all, Scylla added. When she was full, Louise refused to continue eating. The young man praised the dragon for her work and help. Chris prepared her for the next job. He was going to teach her how to create spheres. Pulling a glowing sphere out of his forehead with his paw, he pointed it towards Louise, who was watching the process in amazement. After receiving the power, they were connected by a magical connection. As soon as the sphere entered Louise's interior, it lit up. Returning the sphere back to his head, Chris asked the dragon if she understood how it all worked. The girl replied that yes, but with a little confidence. Scylla watched the dragon in surprise. She decided to try to create a sphere on her own, and Scylla supported her. Louise braced herself. A bright glow formed around her. Opening her wings, she felt a surge of power and created a sphere. This sphere that Louise had just made glowed very brightly, but it wasn't large in size. Looking proudly at his creation, Chris praised the dragon. Since the sphere wasn't large, Scylla held it with his fingers. Jean noticed the similarity of the sphere to a transparent pearl, looking at it with interest. The guy agreed with the comparison of the princess, and asked what he should do with this small sphere. Chris tells him to eat it. He offered to chew it first, but advised me to swallow it whole for the first time. After looking at the sphere, he agreed and swallowed it whole. Suddenly, he felt something. Noticing this, Chris asked if the process had started. He felt a strange sensation in his stomach. Jean asked worriedly what had happened. Somehow the sensation stopped. The guy felt that something was growing in his stomach. Laughing, Chris said that if the guy bit off part of the sphere, it would immediately grow in his mouth. But Cillier did not laugh, only cautiously said that it would be unpleasant if such a thing happened. After observing his feelings, he asked if there was a clot of energy in his stomach. Chris said yes. He explained that the dragon sphere is a compressed bundle of dragon energy. Dragons produce a lot of energy, so it would be enough for an ordinary person. Cillier noted that this is a significant reserve. He realized that with this strength, he wouldn't have to eat much. For him, his dragons can feed and produce spheres, which he will absorb to increase the energy supply. Chris also suggested that you eat more spheres to make your energy production more efficient. Cillier was surprised by such valuable information. But Louise had her doubts. She said that she could only make one sphere at a time, and she didn't have the strength for another. The dragon also noticed that the youth's energy hadn't increased much, but he reassured her that one sphere was enough. Chris laughed out loud and said it wouldn't be a problem for them. He shared with Cillier his observation that the dragons were clearly drawn to him. Thanks to this, they will be able to craft more energy spheres. Louise agreed with the dragon's comment, but Cillier thought that the dragon was exaggerating. He offered to check the energy reserve after eating the sphere and instantly transformed into a dragon form. After a little more time than usual, he returned to his human form. The transformation took only 5 seconds, which pleased Cillier. He noted that if one sphere of energy gives 5 seconds, then this is already a significant progress compared to the past. Cillier thanked the dragon for its help, noting that along with the increase in energy consumption, the opportunities for it have become much greater. Chris nodded contentedly at his master's thanks. He stroked it with his huge paw, twice the size of the guy himself, and said that he was waiting for the guy to show him something interesting with renewed vigor. Cillier headed southwest from Borsell to the Marzen Valley. He was standing alone in the valley opposite the predators. Without wasting a second, he reincarnated and quickly headed towards the wolf pack. His mission today was to destroy the 100-strong Tongbin wolf pack. Seeing the enemy approaching, the beasts growled and prepared to attack. But before it could even attack the enemy, Cillier instantly decapitated one, then the second, and then several wolves, leaving the predators in a stupor. But he felt that there was still a lot of time left in his dragon form, about 10 seconds, and he leaned back to the side and returned to his human form. It was immediately caught by Louise, and she made a new portion of the sphere for her master. The guy noticed the glow. After devouring the sphere, he thanked the dragon and turned back into a dragon. Cillier returned to the remaining wolves with renewed vigor. This pack could be more dangerous than the experienced bandits. Cillier learned about this task from Jean. The dragons watched from afar. Once again, he felt that there wasn't much energy left, but he noticed that the two dragons were surreptitiously surrounded by wolves. As he dealt with the predators nearby, he noticed their intelligence. Cillier returned to his human form and crouched down to exhale. Emma immediately noticed it and developed a new sphere. Cillier was glad that they had been alert when the predators had sneaked in. After returning to the formation, he was going to continue the mission. Mission accomplished. Heroes and Rose were already standing outside Borsell's government building. He called out to Colette, who immediately understood him, and opened her mouth. The first wolf's head emerged from the dragon's mouth. A mountain of half the predators' heads was already standing in front of the girl. Holding out her hand as a stop sign, she said that was enough. She confirmed the mission, and praised Cillier for the work done. The guy asked Colette to leave the heads. The same asked what to do with the remains that were in her stomach. Cillier thought about it and offered to eat Colette's wolves if her stomach could handle it. She replied that she could easily do it, but the girl stopped them. She explained that the heads of wolves are needed as evidence. This is an instruction from Princess Joan. Cillier was surprised to hear that the princess had given such an instruction. This task was officially assigned by the princess. Cillier thought it would be easier if she applied directly, rather than through the state. He supposed she must have had her reasons. Rose asked me to move the remaining heads to the warehouse. Colette pulled the heads out of her stomach as Cillier and Rose watched. When he saw the girl about to leave the warehouse, he asked her what they should do next. The girl said that the state will conduct an investigation, which caused the guy questions. The girl asked if he knew that dragon knights were given titles. Selir was surprised and admitted that he had not heard of such a thing. He clarified whether this title can be obtained not only by a guild, but also by an ordinary person. Adding that such a thing does not really interest him, Rose said that most of the time, that's what the government does. But this time the title will be awarded to Selir personally, and everything will not be so simple. The girl continued that if the investigation confirms that he honestly completed the task, Turu will be awarded the title of Dragon Knight of the First Star. The guy was shocked by such news. He couldn't believe that he would get such a noble title. Rose gave a short laugh. She reminded him that he had destroyed an entire pack of Tobin wolves on his own, saying it was an outstanding achievement. He chuckled to himself that even such a layman understood what star meant in the upcoming title. The title of Dragon Knight of the Star is awarded by the state for a great feat performed by the owner. Selir clarified to Rose that there didn't seem to be any clear criteria for obtaining such a title, since the stars were known outside of the Dragon Knight's circle. Rose explained that the first star is given for feats in one area, the second for contributions in several areas or as a rank increase, and the third for an unprecedented feat. There are not many such knights in the history of the kingdom. Rose also added that it's easier for civilians, which the guy agreed with. He said that receiving such a title is a great honor. She said that the results of the investigation would come in a few days and asked the psychiatrist to wait. Selir smiled contentedly and looked up at the sky. In his mind, he thanked the princess for the opportunity. 3 days later, Selir received a letter. It was an invitation letter to the government building. The butler greeted him, bowed respectfully, and asked him to wait for a while, leaving Selir in a bright room with an ornate interior. The guy sat down awkwardly on the sofa, noticing that he was not used to being in such places. Someone knocked on the door, and Selir gave permission to enter. It was the maid who brought him tea and apologized for waiting. She began to show service and set her cup of tea on the table. He was embarrassed and thanked the maid. Having tasted the taste, he realized that it was most likely an expensive variety and asked why it was treated so respectfully. There was another knock on the door. Selir gave me permission to enter. It was Rose. She entered the room, apologizing for keeping him waiting. The young man was surprised by the sudden arrival of the girl. Looking at the fittings of the room, he asked how he should feel about all this. The question interested her. With a smile, she replied that it was an appropriate address to the Dragon Knight of the First Star. Now, he understood what it was all about, and sighed. Selir was surprised at how much the treatment of a man with such a title changed. The girl confirmed his point. After drinking tea, he admitted that the First Stars are amazing personalities. Rose asked him what brought him to the government building. He apologized to her for the fact that they had to organize such a reception in honor of his arrival. Selir said that he had come to see if there was any work to be done. Rose replied that they didn't have any specific requests for a knight at the moment, which surprised Selir. After all, he thought that after making a deal with the Countess, there were no more tasks. But Rose said they turned down most of the requests. The young man asked why they did this, but Rose's answer was curt. That's because Selir became a Dragon Knight of the First Star. When she saw the boy's puzzled face, she quickly explained that they had decided to choose the appropriate clients for him. She asked if they could now send him to catch some supplier of the imperial family, offering only a loaf of bread as a reward. Selir was surprised that such tasks did not correspond to the level of the First Star. In other words, now he will only receive serious and important assignments. Rose agreed with that. When they reported this news to the dragons, they were surprised that there was no work for them at the moment, but he encouraged them that now his work would finally be truly appreciated. You can say that he fulfilled one of the goals that he set for himself after being expelled from the guild. The dragons understood their master's train of thought. At that moment, Louise pointed to the side where the townspeople were already gathering. The townspeople looked at him with astonishment and pride. Selir was surprised at the attention that suddenly came to them. Soon, he heard a voice behind him. They were children who recognized him and were delighted to see him in person. They admitted that they are his fans. One of them even asked permission to shake his hand. Selir hadn't expected such attention, but he held out his hand. The boy was beaming with joy. He said that he dreams of becoming a Dragon Knight, along with his friend, like Selir. His friend repeated what he had said, adding that they wanted to be just as brave and noble. Selir was moved by their words. He realized that such a title is an honor for adults and an inspiration for children. The boys continued to ask the knight how they could become like him. Selir smiled at the question and considered. A man with dark, carefully coiffed hair and a distinctive mark under one eye addressed a small group of young men. A small, friendly smile lit up his face. He began his speech by asking those present to remember one extremely important instruction that he believed was of great importance for their future. The War Master emphasized that they should cherish dragons, calling them irreplaceable companions. The girls listened carefully to his words. One of those present confirmed the truth of these statements. The War Master, continuing his thought, emphasized with particular emphasis that all of them should cherish dragons, since these creatures are irreplaceable and loyal companions. The entire group, realizing the meaning of what was said, expressed their admiration, and cheers rang out. The dark-haired young man who started this conversation went on to explain that with proper care and care shown to the dragons, they would be able to reach a high status and become great dragon knights. The girls, inspired by this prospect, happily confirmed their complete willingness to appreciate and protect dragons, expressing their sincere intention to follow his instructions. At that moment, the dark-haired warrior watching them thought that this might be the best thing that had happened to him in a while. The horned creature sitting next to him looked at him questioningly. The young man, immersed in his own thoughts, realized that changing the established thinking of adults, with their deep-rooted beliefs, is an extremely difficult task. However, he noticed that children, unlike adults, have more openness and receptivity. His eyes flickered over the children playing nearby, and he noted their spontaneity and readiness for new ideas, which gave him some hope for the future. In the course of the story, one of the characters, whose identity has not yet been fully revealed, admitted that certain features in him will not change, and he will remain true to his principles. In response to this appeal, he was called the owner, which indicated his authority or belonging to a certain field of activity. This remark hinted at his established habits or personality traits. The interior of a trading company called Jigu. This establishment specialized in the sale of manovara, a product whose nature was still a mystery, but which, apparently, was in demand. On the counter, various items were neatly laid out, ready to be sold, which created an atmosphere of lively trading. At that moment, a customer with long, flowing hair entered the trading company and approached the counter with a specific purpose. He turned to the salesman, who was introduced as a dark-haired man, and asked him for a product called Dragon's Tears, while specifying that he takes them as usual, which indicated the regularity of his purchases. The seller, observing the buyer with restraint, proceeded to fulfill the order. A man with long hair, holding a certain item in his hands, which apparently was recently purchased, noted its excellent quality, expressing his satisfaction. Then he turned to the dark-haired salesman, asking if there was an opportunity to increase the volume of deliveries of this product. The salesperson in turn looked thoughtful, apparently considering the technical or logistical side of such an increase in production or delivery. The buyer, noticing the seller's thoughtfulness, clarified his request, explaining that their products are in great demand and are sold out very quickly. He expressed an understanding that an increase in production or supply could potentially negatively affect the overall quality of products, which indicated his knowledge of trade matters. The dark-haired salesman listened intently, continuing to reflect on the information he had heard, and possible solutions to this problem. The narrator noted the current situation, which was that the number of dragons available to him was relatively small, making it impossible to launch mass production of goods that required dragon components. However, he mentioned that despite this limitation, they managed to establish the production of the necessary raw materials in a specially created base designed to create dragon tears, which was an important step in the development of their business. Then it was emphasized that his product, which is Dragon's Tears, has simply the highest level of quality, which makes it a very valuable and effective tool for certain purposes. It has been said that it makes it surprisingly easy to manipulate consciousness or emotions. As a confirmation of this fact, a story was mentioned about the widow of a nobleman, who, after using this product, was extremely pleased because it even allowed her to clearly see the face of her late husband, which indicated its powerful effect. The interlocutor, after listening carefully to the previous explanations, asked whether the merchant also does business with representatives of aristocratic circles, which could indicate the high status of his products. The seller, answering the question, explained that due to the exceptional quality of their goods, they have the opportunity to trade with aristocrats, since their products meet the high requirements and standards of this stratum of society. The seller, sitting at the table and clearly concerned about the future of his products, expressed an urgent desire that the quality of the goods he sold would not in any way deteriorate in the future, since the demand for them currently remained extremely high. The interviewee listened carefully to his words and replied that he fully understood his concerns and took into account his wish to preserve the high quality of the products. Finally, the interlocutor began to present new information, saying that he had an important case for the seller that had nothing to do with the trade of dragon's tears, which immediately aroused interest. The interested merchant, showing curiosity, asked about the essence of this new case, to which he was told that there were several key points that would be presented in order, foreshadowing a more detailed explanation. A man with long hair, starting a new topic, asked his interlocutor if he knew anything about the mysterious dragon masters, implying a certain specific field of knowledge or activity. The dark-haired merchant, after listening carefully to the question, replied that he had indeed heard of such individuals or concepts, which indicated that he was somewhat knowledgeable in the matter. Then a more detailed explanation was given regarding the breeding characteristics of dragons. It was said that these creatures have the unique ability to lay eggs even without participating in the mating process. However, it was clarified that a baby dragon that was born in this way, that is, drunk from a special source, will no longer have reproductive abilities. Moreover, in such cases, as a rule, female individuals are born. The merchant, listening to these unusual facts, expressed his understanding of what was said. One of the characters, trying to clarify a certain point, asked why most of the dragons, as a rule, are born female. He suggested that this may be due to the previously mentioned reason concerning the peculiarities of their reproduction and the formation of the sex of offspring. This question pointed to his attempt to link new information to already known facts. This was followed by a more detailed explanation. It was clarified that dragons tend to mate towards the end of their extended lives. As a result of such unions, as a rule, females are born that have a unique ability to bear and give birth to the next generation. These special dragons, which have such reproductive functions and play a key role in procreation, are called the master dragon. The dark-haired character chuckled slightly, noting that, despite some similarities, the biology of humans and dragons is still significantly different, emphasizing the uniqueness of the dragon family. The questioner, with some curiosity, asked what the price was for such an object, referring to the dragon master egg discussed earlier. The man with long hair, answering his question, confirmed that such dragons and their offspring were naturally extremely expensive, indicating their rarity and value. The seller, hearing about such an impressive price, looked very surprised, perhaps realizing the scale of the upcoming transaction. The salesman, suddenly having a hard time, tried to remember something important that was eluding his memory. A vague thought flashed through his mind, which he tried unsuccessfully to grasp. The interlocutor, noticing his confusion and inner struggle, asked what was going on, expressing his concern. However then, realizing that this might take time, he asked to continue the story, adding that nothing terrible had happened and they could return to the interrupted topic. Then the image showed an egg with an unusual shape and a dark shade, which, as it turned out, was laid by a previously unknown master dragon. It was this egg that the next dragon master would have to work with, which indicated a certain continuity or special purpose of this artifact. His appearance was a key moment in the story, opening up new perspectives. The long-haired man continued to explain the conditions of the quest, clearly stating that even an ordinary egg with a dragon master is an extremely expensive and valuable object that requires special handling. He explained that the main task of the seller is to carefully guard this egg until it hatches, which is the entire scope of the assigned task. He further clarified that he can entrust such a responsible and important task only to a truly reliable and experienced person who is able to cope with such a task. He then mentioned that the salesman might even use the powers and abilities he showed in the fight with the Tabini wolves, alluding to his past exploits and proven effectiveness in combat. This emphasized his confidence in the salesperson's abilities. The salesperson, having heard the terms and scope of the proposed task, confidently replied that, of course, he would be able to cope with this case. Then he thought inwardly that the news of his recent promotion or his increased influence had probably already reached this place as well, which explained the trust placed in him on such an important matter. A man with long hair, turning to the financial side of the issue, clarified that the corresponding payment is due for performing this work. He offered an impressive sum of 3 million liras, asking for the opinion of his interlocutor regarding this proposal. The latter, hearing about such a large sum, looked very surprised, which indicated the significance of the proposed reward. The dark-haired seller, after weighing all the conditions and the amount of the proposed payment, gave his consent, confirming that he would take up this responsible matter. His response was brief, but expressed his willingness to accept the challenge and complete the assignment. Next to him was a creature with a distinctive crest on its head and a unique tail, which, as if understanding the course of events, grinned. It said the word amazing to express its approval or perhaps even anticipation of the upcoming events, which added to the mystery of its presence. The participants of the conversation, after evaluating the proposed reward, noted that 3 million liras is really a very large amount, which testified to the value of the task. The crested creature present at the conversation murmured approval, as if confirming the significance of the amount mentioned. The seller explained that, in addition to the obvious financial benefits, payment is a good incentive, but, most importantly, completing this task will allow them to significantly improve their reputation. Then the salesman, noticing a change in the crested creature's behavior, addressed it by name, calling it Colette, and asked what had happened. Colette seemed to mumble something unintelligible in embarrassment, perhaps trying to hide her thoughts. The merchant, in turn, noted that this was the first time he had ever heard of the Master Dragon, but it was difficult for him to find words to describe this phenomenon or creature, which indicated that the information was new to him. The crested creature, as if suddenly aware of a connection, noticed that the egg that dragons leave behind before they die is similar to what happened to Leah. This remark indicated some previous incident or knowledge of Leah's fate, which created intrigue and required further explanation. The merchant exclaimed in surprise at the comparison, and at that moment, as if on a whim, he finally remembered what he was trying to keep in mind. A small, furry creature with small wings suddenly appeared next to them, which was an unexpected appearance. The merchant saw him, recognized him immediately, and called him by his first name, Leah, which indicated their previous acquaintance. It was revealed that this creature, Leah, was found next to the remains of a dead dragon. What was left of this dragon was just an empty egg, from which Leah had apparently emerged. Thus, the small furry creature was identified and named Leah, and it became known that it was a primordial dragon, which emphasized its uniqueness and connection to powerful creatures. The dark-haired merchant, realizing the depth of the information, turned to the crested creature, asking if Master Dragon was among them. His question expressed a desire to understand how closely this creature is related to the mysterious Dragon Masters, and what role it plays in this complex and intriguing story. The other man looked down in deep surprise. His eyes were wide. He tilted his head as if in disbelief. The young man's hand reached out. He wanted to touch the glowing object. The object gave off a soft glow. A look of deep shock crossed his face. At the same time, he was asking for Leia. Then the two men continued their conversation. The man doubted the dragon's words. He admitted that there is no evidence, but it seems likely. The dragon noticed that, compared to humans, dragons are much more pure creatures. A man and a small dragon were standing on the road. The dragon looked worried. He looked anxiously at his companion. The man called out his name and said that he was a dragon master. Then the two men continued their conversation. The man doubted the dragon's words. He admitted that there is no evidence, but it seems likely. The dragon noticed that, compared to humans, dragons are much more pure creatures. The young man said the dragon's name and said that it was of the Balor breed. The dragon confirmed this with confidence. The master noticed that this was reflected in their instincts. He assumed that the dragon was looking for a place to lay an egg. He clarified that the dragon is looking for a suitable place to nest. The man was surprised by this turn of conversation. He looked at the dragon, not understanding. The dragon asked if the man thought she was puzzled by something. He asked why the man thought so. He asked him a question about what this little individual. The young man looked at the dragon in surprise. He said the dragon was too close. He couldn't help but be surprised. The man asked if it bothered the other person. The dragon reacted sharply to the question. He shouted that it wasn't like that at all. The dragon denied that he was worried. But then he admitted that wasn't the point. The man looked at the dragon's paws. He was confused. He mumbled something unintelligible. The dragon raised its paws and hid them. The young man stared at the dragon in disbelief. He was confused. The dragon said he was just thinking about the kids. His face was sad. The young man asked what was going on. He was curious. 2 days later, events unfolded at the Pazlan base. This place was in the mountains. Suddenly, a small furry creature ran up to the man, happily calling him Daddy. The young man was happy to meet the furry creature. He said that he was finally back, calling him Daddy. The man replied that he was at home. The fox cub also expressed joy at his return. He picked up the little creature and asked if it was doing well. The man said that he was confident that the interlocutor will cope with all the cases. The fox cub thanked the baggage handler, calling him amazing. Then he contradicted himself. A small, furry creature invited the man to play with it. It offered to play catch-up. The man replied that he needed some rest. He apologized to the creature, explaining that he was very tired during the trip home. The creature looked disappointed. It made a sad sound. The young man thought that playing with her requires a lot of effort, since she is an eternal child. The young man suggested that the furry creature check its speed. He told it to run around the base, and the little creature happily agreed. It sped forward with great speed, leaving a swirl of dust in its wake. He was amazed by the creature's speed. He thought it was amazing, and said that's what he expected. The man struggled to keep up with him. He noticed that even in his dragon form he couldn't keep up with him. The creature turned around and asked why the man hadn't gotten faster. The fox cub said that if the man tries to keep up with the flying creature, it will take him 10 seconds. Then he added that in this case, the man will not have enough energy. The young man replied that this was the case. The other party was surprised by his words. The man smiled and said that was the whole mystery. The dragon asked what to do with him, raising a paw. He said that the man would have at least 5 dragon spheres with him. The man laughed and agreed with his words. He thanked his companion. He was very pleased. The little creature was suddenly startled. It turned to the man. Another woman appeared in the distance. The man and the small creature looked in her direction. The young man looked at the furry creature in disbelief. He asked me what had happened. The creature was shocked. The woman with long hair looked at the carriage in surprise. She said she hadn't seen it before. She turned to the princess. The young man asked her what had happened and who she was. He looked serious. The woman apologized to him, saying she was sorry for her sudden appearance. The man replied that it wasn't a big deal. She explained that it was a merchant who had made a contract with the royal family. She added that he really wanted to meet a man, and she could not refuse him. The young man asked what the merchant wanted to talk about. The woman replied that she could refuse him. She noticed that his position wasn't the lowest. She explained that he had insisted on a face-to-face meeting, and it was about a big deal. The young man said that he understood everything. He admitted that it seemed suspicious. He added that he would talk to him. Soon, the man was sitting across from the merchant. The merchant said it was an honor to meet the man. He introduced himself as Pierre Gounon. The young man introduced himself in response. He asked the other person to speak without preamble and asked what he wanted. The merchant excused himself and said he would get straight to the point. Cyril explained that the princess had asked him to arrange this meeting. The young man asked if it was really that important. Gounon said that he had recently played with a dragon. The young man was surprised by this. He asked if he meant Leah. The merchant asked if he could take another look at the dragon. The man asked why. The merchant said he just wanted to take a look. He said he didn't feel any malice in him. Another person offered to stop the dragon if it went berserk. The man agreed. He called the dragon's name and asked if it was here. The young man looked at the dragon in surprise. He said the dragon was too close. He couldn't help but be surprised. The man asked if it bothered the other person. The dragon reacted sharply to the question. He shouted that it wasn't like that at all. But then he admitted that wasn't the point. The man looked at the dragon's paws. He was confused. The dragon raised its paws and hid them. He then explained that, compared to humans, dragons are much more pure creatures. The young man said the dragon's name and said that it was of the Balor breed. The dragon confirmed this with confidence. The master noticed that this was reflected in their instincts. He suggested that the dragon was looking for a place to lay an egg, adding that the dragon was looking for a suitable place to nest. The man was surprised by this turn of conversation. The dragon asked if the man thought she was puzzled by something. He asked why the man thought so. He asked him a question about what this little individual, Cyril, was asking for Leia. 2 days later, the man returned to the Paslan base. The little furry creature happily called him Daddy. The man replied with a smile that he was at home. He took the creature in his arms and asked if everything was fine. The man gave the merchant permission to examine the creature carefully, saying that everything was in order. The man looked in surprise at the dragon that was too close. He asked if it bothered the other person. The dragon denied being concerned but looked confused and hid its paws. Then the dragon said that, compared to humans, they are much more pure creatures. The young man said the dragon's name and said that it was of the Balor breed. He confirmed it. The man assumed that the dragon was looking for a place to nest. The merchant studied the furry creature carefully. He exclaimed in surprise and thought that there could be no mistake. He informed the young man that it was the dragon master. The merchant added that this is also an original look. The young man looked at the merchant in surprise. He asked him what he was talking about. The merchant thought with a smile that Jiju wasn't lying. The merchant told the woman that he had received the information from a man named Jigu. He added that he accidentally overheard their conversation at the entrance to the store. The young man realized what was going on and remembered that he had already discussed it. The man looked at her in surprise when the merchant called the creature a witch. The merchant then moved on to the matter he wanted to discuss. He asked if the man could sell him the child. The man was shocked. The merchant offered 1,000,000 lire. The man replied that he refused. At first, the bearded merchant, confused, said only a few words without finishing his thought, and then asked the girl if she was going to pay for the goods with 2 million. In response to this, the interlocutor, who had long dark hair, quietly replied that 2 million would not be enough. The merchant asked again how about 5 million, but she rejected this amount, which left him completely confused. A young man with an eye patch who was next to the girl said that the product was not for sale. His face was serious, and he seemed to be adamant in his decision. At this point, the merchant changed his tactics, asked if his interlocutors knew who he was, and clarified that he was now the strongest. He looked cocky and slightly haughty, waiting for his words to make an impression. The man in the headdress looked puzzled and asked what this meant, but the other man with the blindfold interrupted him, asking for the name of the guild. The bearded merchant, taken aback by this turn of conversation, at first looked away in confusion, then, gathering his thoughts, nevertheless answered the question asked. He called the guild Dragons First. The blindfolded youth, with a serious expression, asked the man why he thought they were selling the dragon for money. The merchant, who had been very confident before, showed deep regret on his face. He bowed and offered a sincere apology for his behavior. The man admitted that he acted recklessly when he offered them a deal. The man in the hat apologized with deep regret for taking up their time and apologized for the whole incident, then fell silent. The young man who was watching him replied that it was good that he realized his mistake. The other man nodded in agreement. Then the young man with the eye patch made an important remark, saying that just in case, he wanted to warn about the following. He patted the small creature that turned out to be a dragon on the head, specifying that if something happened to the dragon, the merchant would be the first on the list of suspects. Hearing this, the man was very surprised and exclaimed in disbelief. He looked at the other man with complete bewilderment. The dark-haired woman said she understood the warning, and the merchant confirmed that he understood it too. The girl then reminded the man that he was a supplier to the royal family. The man, clearly confused, wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the young man, who said that the merchant might try to steal the dragon by force. He replied that he would never do anything like that. The young man explained that this is just reinsurance. He continued that if necessary, they will consider any possible version, and the merchant will still be in the queue first. The man swallowed slightly and looked at the other person with undisguised concern, but could not object. The young man, addressing the merchant, expressed the hope that he would understand him, and the merchant mumbled in the affirmative, looking scared and sweaty. The dark-haired girl, watching the scene, thought that it was all very strange. The small creature that turned out to be a dragon was also nearby, listening intently. The girl turned to the young man, calling him Mr. Cyril, and apologized. The girl felt that she was genuinely sorry for what had happened, and looked away. Then, turning to Cyril, she said that if she'd known what he wanted to talk about, she wouldn't have finished. The young man watching her replied that there was nothing wrong with that. The girl bowed her head and said that she was sorry, to which the boy with the eye patch replied that it was just a business transaction, and in their world this is the norm. He went on to say that the merchant just disappointed him this time, but in general, he can be counted on. The girl asked why the young man threatened the merchant, after which she added that she thought she understood the master. She also asked if he was really that influential, and apologized guiltily for her question. The young man turned his head and looked at her without replying to her words. The young man, smiling, said that the merchant had learned about Leia's nature and thought that she could become a wall. The dark-haired girl, confused, asked him what he meant by wall. The young man explained that he certainly didn't believe the merchant would harm Leia, but if he found out that she was being kidnapped or something, he would take action. In that case, he wouldn't let them get to Leia and would protect her instead. The girl, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise that she agreed with this approach. Her face expressed genuine joy and relief at hearing the words. The girl, clasping her hands in a gesture of admiration, exclaimed joyfully that Mr. Cyril was magnificent, and the young man, smiling, watched her reaction. Next to him was Leah, who looked puzzled. Little Dragon stated that he didn't understand what they were talking about, but it probably meant, "Daddy is cool," and his words were filled with delight. Cyril smiled and patted Leah's head, laughing and saying that Dad was really cool. The girl smiled and thanked him. Then Cyril, stroking Leah, addressed her by name, and she, in turn, expressed her gratitude to him. Cyril, turning to the little dragon, said with a kind smile that he would protect him, asking him not to worry. Leah, hearing this, looked at him in disbelief. Then the young man turned to the big dragon, asking him to take care of Leia's protection while he guarded the egg himself. He clarified that this was exactly what he was doing, and the big dragon named Chris looked at him thoughtfully, then turned his head and asked himself if he was the one being addressed. The big dragon nodded in the affirmative, and the young man in turn said that he would be much more comfortable if he took up this matter, since he is their main trump card. The young man clarified that this was so, and added that he certainly scared the merchant well, but why did he ask for it at all? The big dragon, laughing, exclaimed that of course it was true. Then he turned to Cyril, said with a confident air that the job was already done, and asked him what he thought of it. The young man, watching him, said that of course he could prevent the abduction, but the big dragon interrupted him and said that everything was already done. Cyril thanked him gratefully, and the dragon nodded. The young man closed his eyes and scratched his chin, saying that he wasn't the smartest person in the world, and that people didn't always behave as he expected. At this time the big dragon turned around and shouted at him to be quiet, and the little dragon cried out in fear at the noise. Cyril watched the scene with an eye patch on. The big dragon turned to the young man, laughed, and said that unlike most people, sleep was needed here. He looked very confident. The big dragon hummed thoughtfully, and the young man with the eye patch asked him why he was laughing. The big dragon then said that he was relieved. He was glad that his friend was able to make a wise decision, and clarified that he was checking it out again. The young man, watching him, remarked that most people were not so smart, and explained that although the merchant could help them, he was not all-powerful. He added that this was why he had turned to the big dragon, and that everything was clear now. The big dragon told the youth that as long as he was here, the little dragon would be safe, and that the youth could safely go on his mission. He called it his friend, and the young man with the eye patch smiled and thanked the dragon, calling it Chris. Then, the next day, a young man with black hair who turned out to be Cyril and his companion Colette went to St. Simon's to complete their assignment. They are shown walking along a mountain road. Chris, turning to Cyril, said that this time they were traveling together again, and the young man nodded in the affirmative. Cyril added that few people would be suitable for this task, to which Chris, smiling, asked why he had chosen him. Cyril replied that there were 2 reasons for this, and, turning to his companion, said that, as he had said, the 2 of them would have many dragon spheres. Chris nodded in agreement, and asked what the second reason was. The dragon Chris hummed thoughtfully, and the young man, looking at him, said that if anything happened he could swallow the egg. The dragon replied that everything was clear to him. The young man then explained that if it came to that, the dragon might be in danger. Chris replied that he could handle it, and asked the young man to rely on him. He added that the young man cannot worry. The dragon looked very determined, and the young man with the eye patch said thoughtfully that he understood everything. The dragon, smiling, said with confidence that he could certainly do it, and the young man replied that then he would rely on him. He thanked his companion, calling him Colette. Then, as the young man walked along the mountain road, he thought that guarding the Dragon Master's egg was a very responsible matter. He admitted to himself that when he first received this assignment, he didn't fully understand it. After yesterday's incident with the merchant, he realized how valuable the Dragon Master was. Colette said with a smile that they would do their best, and the young man looked at her with the same smile. Then, he thought about how he believed that only his powers would be needed. At this time, he was standing next to Colette, who was hugging him with her tail, while mountains and clouds could be seen in the background. Continuing on the road to Saint-Simon, the young man and his companion entered the post town. Colette hummed as she looked around thoughtfully. The young man remarked that he thought the road was too small, and that it would probably be more spacious further on. He walked beside Colette and looked at her, waiting for her answer. The dragon nodded in agreement. Then he thought that in this city most of the houses and stalls were designed for dragons, and that most of the city was equipped for them. Colette asked the young man which hotel they would go to which he replied that any hotel would do. At that moment, he noticed that there seemed to be some dragon nights here as well. Then Colette pointed to one of the hotels and asked if this one would be suitable. The young man didn't answer, but went inside. He told Colette to wait here while he went inside the building. Inside, there were people sitting at tables and talking. He gave his companion a confident look before entering. As he passed the bar on the first floor, a young man with an eye patch spoke to the man behind the counter. He said he needed a room for one night and added that he had a baby Sarush with him. The man at the counter listened to him and asked how many there were. The young man then asked how much the dragon room cost. The man replied that a room on the second floor was worth 50 lire, a room on the upper floor was worth 100, and a room with a window was worth 200. He added that food was included in the price of the room, and asked that the dragon be placed in an empty stall. The young man, watching him, said that everything was clear to him. The young man, smiling, said that he would take a room with a window, since dragons are always treated well, and added that even people talk about it. The man behind the counter replied that it was fine and asked for his name and the name of the guild. The young man called himself Cyril LaRose, and the guild, Dragons First. At this time, the people in the hall heard the name of the guild and looked back at Cyril in surprise. One of the customers picked up a mug and repeated the name of the guild, and everyone else noticed it too. Cyril, noticing their reaction, asked if something was wrong. A man with dark hair who was sitting at the table told his companion that he seemed to be a celebrity and clarified that he belonged to the Dragons First Guild. Cyril, after listening to him, replied that he would do as he was told. At this point, one of the customers, who looked like he was drunk, turned to Cyril with a grin, asking what he should talk about with drunks. Then he asked if he was talking about the rumor that someone got rich with Baba's help, and laughed out loud. Cyril, not understanding what was going on, asked what it meant. A drunk customer noticed his reaction, asked if he was angry, and added that he was handsome. The characters gathered in a tavern, having fun chatting. One of them, smiling, noticed that they had a favorite of the princess. The other guy asked if he didn't know that. One of the others chuckled, suggesting that their princess was dating someone. He was told that she was just naive. The group laughed out loud, raising their mugs in a toast. One of the young men, in a suit, looked at them without saying anything. The other tavern patrons started making jokes about one of the men. He looked puzzled, and then one of them called out to him. Another man with dark hair replied that the princess was not so frivolous. He apologized for his remark. One of the young men asked what he could do for them. At that moment, the dark-haired man began his transformation. His appearance changed, and he replied that it was a transformation. It has horns and fangs. The dark-haired man, turning into a demon, grabbed one of the offenders by the arm. He was shocked by what was happening. The rest of the customers were startled, and their beer mugs fell off the table. One of them screamed in fear. The demon stared at them, its eyes glowing. He held his victim's hand, not letting go. The people in the tavern screamed in fear as the mugs continued to fall. One of them was in the air, screaming in terror. The man in the suit, who was sitting to the side, watched the scene in silence. He didn't say anything. One of the customers asked what he had done. The dark-haired man replied that it was nothing special. The man who turned into a demon returned the keys to the owner of the establishment. The owner noted that fights in the bar are common. He said fights were common and asked if he could go. The owner of the restaurant answered in the affirmative. Some of the victims were lying on the floor. They noted that their opponent was very strong, and they were lucky to be alive. The owner of the restaurant said that he likes guys who protect the honor of the girl. The dark-haired man looked confused. The owner handed over the keys, wishing them a pleasant stay. The man thanked him. The dark-haired man left, leaving the proprietor alone. He went up the stairs to leave. The man in his room noticed that he was bored. He decided to stay at a hotel to save energy. He wondered if he might get into a fight again if he hung around the bar. He reckoned he'd spent almost a full second. He counted it as 1/4. He stared at his hand, lost in thought. He saw a man standing near the door of his room. The man looked at him in surprise. A girl stood in the doorway, smiling. She was saying something, but the man looked puzzled. He took a step back, looking at her in surprise. She continued to smile. Next to the door was a beautiful girl with a smile. The man noticed that she smelled like a dragon. He thought that she was probably a dragon knight. The girl asked if he would like to have a drink with her. The man in response asked what business she came to him for. The girl continued to smile as she held the mug in her hand. The girl went into the man's room, thanking him. He looked confused. He asked if there was an ambush outside. The girl was smiling and the man looked tense. He asked her name. The stranger introduced herself as Lisa and handed him a glass. He thanked her as he took the glass. The girl raised her glass, offering a toast to the acquaintance. The man raised his own in response, agreeing with the suggestion. She took a long drink from her glass. Then she asked her companion why he didn't drink. The man replied that he doesn't like to drink when he doesn't understand the situation. He looked at her suspiciously. The man asked the girl if she had seen everything. She replied that she had been to the bar and heard that he was very strong. He confirmed that his name was Cyril. The girl said that she would like to feel the embrace of a strong man. Cyril thought that she was talking straight to the point. He noticed that she was a dragon knight, very close to her dragon, and wondered if that was why she was looking for a strong man. The man asked her if she thought it was strange. He was standing in front of a girl who was sitting on the bed and smiling. She didn't answer his question. He studied her, noting her confidence. Cyril was puzzled by her behavior and the goals she made no secret of. He couldn't understand why she had come to him. The girl continued to smile, waiting for his reaction. Cyril looked tense, trying to make sense of the situation. He noticed that her behavior was unusual and very straightforward. The man considered her words and his situation. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Cyril thought he got the feeling that the girl named Lisa was looking for more than just a hug. The man looked at her suspiciously, but she continued to smile. Suddenly, they heard a commotion outside. Cyril asked what it was. The girl got up, went to the window, and listened. Cyril also came over to see what was going on. The man looked in the window and confirmed that it was really noisy. The girl stood nearby, watching intently. They both stared out the window, trying to pinpoint the source of the noise. The man looked worried, but Lisa remained calm. He couldn't understand what was going on, but the noise was getting louder. The man and the girl were at the window. Cyril and Lisa were looking out at the street from the window, where there was some movement. He noticed the carriage and said that it looked like a noble had arrived. A man in a suit who was in the tavern looked out of the door in surprise, wondering what was going on. Cyril was shocked to see that the nobleman was staying at their inn. He was standing at the window with Lisa, who was looking out. The man in the suit noticed this, and also looked outside. He expressed bewilderment, wondering what could possibly make a noble visit such an inn. The three of them were looking at the street where the horse-drawn carriage was parked. There were many people creating a commotion around. Lisa remained calm, while Cyril and the man in the suit were surprised. Lisa asked in surprise if Cyril knew the nobleman. He replied that of course he knew who didn't know him. The girl was shocked, her eyes widening. The man, in turn, was surprised by her reaction. Then he heard footsteps and noticed that the noble was looking directly at him. Cyril wondered if the man had come to see him. The door of his room opened and a nobleman stood in the doorway, apologizing for disturbing him at such a late hour. The man was puzzled, and his companion was surprised that the nobleman addressed him. Cyril couldn't believe that such a high-ranking person would come to see him. He was startled and confused, trying to figure out what was going on. The nobleman, standing on the threshold, said that he was looking for a room that belonged to Monsieur Larose from Dragon's First. Cyril, who was actually Larose, replied that this was his room. He invited the nobleman to enter, but the nobleman first saluted and then thanked him. The man in the suit, who also came out of his room, was surprised that the nobleman was looking for Cyril. Cyril himself looked puzzled. He didn't understand why such a high-ranking person would come to him. The nobleman bowed politely and went into the room. Cyril was watching him. The nobleman apologized for the sudden visit and introduced himself as Charles Sabre. Cyril and Lisa were surprised to hear his name. Lisa whispered that he was very famous. Cyril was also impressed by his fame. Lisa stared open-mouthed at Charles. Cyril looked at her in surprise. Charles was smiling. Lisa explained that Charles is the heir to a famous family. Its final destination is Saint-Simon, the capital of the dragons. Charles confirmed it. Cyril was surprised and lost in thought. He looked at Charles, trying to understand his motives. The man in the suit who was nearby was startled. Charles looked politely at Cyril. Lisa looked at him in surprise. Charles, smiling, said that he was the customer of the request Cyril was currently making. Cyril, holding his chin, looked surprised to realize this. Charles continued by saying that it was a request for the Dragon Master's protection. He remarked that he was a wonderful aristocrat, and asked why Cyril was here. The man in response suggested that the point is not just to get acquainted, but to take him with you. He said he'd come for it. Cyril was puzzled, but Charles remained calm and polite. He was smiling, waiting for an answer. Cyril couldn't believe what was happening. He was standing in the middle of the room, surrounded by surprised people. Charles explained that he was the customer, and that he had come to pick him up. Cyril was startled. His expectations were not met. He didn't think that the customer himself would come for him. Charles, being an aristocrat, didn't seem like someone who would solve his own problems. Charles apologized for his mistake in forcing Cyril to stay at the hotel. Cyril said he didn't mind being here. It wasn't often, he thought, that they took so many people with them for a simple escort. He asked Charles why he had come to pick him up, since he was a powerful man. Cyril was puzzled, and Charles was smiling. A man in a suit was standing nearby. Cyril looked at Charles with a puzzled expression. Charles, in turn, remained calm and smiled as he waited for an answer. Cyril couldn't understand the motives of such a powerful man. Charles noted that Cyril had been rude and disrespectful in agreeing to demonstrate his strength. He added that only the knights of the 3rd star make it into history. Cyril, in turn, said that he was only a knight of the 1st star. Charles replied that they all started with the 1st star. Cyril was startled, and Charles was smiling. The man, listening to their conversation, noticed that Charles spoke very well. He thought that Cyril wasn't the type to cling to titles. Charles, smiling, said that they had prepared a place for Cyril to stay. He offered to accompany him there. Cyril said he shouldn't have, but thanked him. Cyril was surprised, and Lisa was smiling as she said something to him. She said she had to go. Cyril, a little embarrassed, said goodbye to her. He hadn't expected her to leave so quickly. Cyril was puzzled, but Charles remained calm and smiling. A man in a suit who was nearby was watching the scene in silence. Lisa, smiling, said that he was more interesting than she thought. Cyril scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. He didn't know how to react to her words. Lisa continued to smile at him. Cyril was puzzled, but he looked pleased. He watched Lisa walk away. She was saying something to him as he left. Cyril was left alone in the room, watching her go. He considered her words and his situation. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Charles apologized for interrupting Cyril. He said it wasn't a big deal. And Charles noted that his conversation with Lisa seemed to have gone well. Then Charles asked if they could go. Cyril said no, and explained that the dragon he had come with was currently sleeping. Charles, smiling, suggested that they move out tomorrow morning. Cyril agreed, and Charles said he didn't have to worry about it. Charles, in turn, remained calm and smiled as he waited for an answer. Cyril, embarrassed, agreed to his suggestion. A man in a suit who was nearby was watching the scene in silence. He was glad they had found a compromise. Charles, being an aristocrat, didn't seem like someone who would solve his own problems. He was polite and respectful to Cyril. Cyril, for his part, was surprised by his politeness. Charles said that they had prepared something for their companion. Cyril was puzzled. Charles asked him to look outside. Cyril looked down and saw the cart. He was surprised and wondered what it was. He couldn't believe his eyes. Cyril, with a surprised face, was looking at the cart that was parked in the street. He began to think that something unusual was waiting for him. Cyril, for his part, was surprised by his politeness. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Charles, being an aristocrat, didn't seem like someone who would solve his own problems. Cyril, confused, asked if they had specially prepared a cart of this size for the dragon. Charles replied that it was, and added that they had been specially trained for the dragon. Cyril was startled, and Charles was smiling with his head down. He said that they knew how much Cyril cared about dragons, and that it was a way to show their proper respect. Cyril, confused, replied that he understood. He was pleasantly surprised by such care. Charles, in turn, remained calm and smiled, waiting for his reaction. Cyril hadn't expected this turn of events. He was startled and confused, trying to figure out what was going on. He didn't think that the customer himself would come for him. Charles, being an aristocrat, didn't seem like someone who would solve his own problems. Cyril thanked Charles for his concern and said that he would pack his things in a moment. Charles noted that "dragons first" is not an empty phrase. He said that Cyril not only speaks, but acts, and that's amazing. Cyril went to pack his things. The innkeeper, seeing him leave, said that Cyril shouldn't have to worry about having to evict his room. Cyril apologized to him, saying that he was grateful for the room. He was amazed at how quickly everything had happened. Charles and his companions were standing together. The innkeeper was upset. Charles, smiling, apologized for the inconvenience, and the innkeeper said it was nothing to worry about, and added that it wasn't worth worrying about. Cyril came out of the inn, and the innkeeper looked at him. Suddenly the dragon appeared, and Cyril asked it if it was awake. The dragon replied that it was too noisy outside and asked what was going on. Cyril said nothing, just that they would have to leave a little earlier. The dragon said nothing, but it was too sudden. Cyril stared at the dragon, confused. Charles and his companion stood nearby, watching the scene. Cyril told his dragon to look at the cart that had been specially prepared for him. The dragon, surprised, asked if it was really for him. The dragon looked worried, saying he had a bad feeling about this. He asked Cyril if they were up to something bad. Cyril tried to reassure his companion that everything would be fine. He was puzzled, but he tried to calm his dragon down. The dragon, in turn, was concerned. He couldn't believe that they had prepared such a large cart for him. Cyril laughed as he comforted his dragon and said that he would protect it if anything happened. He assured him that everything would be fine. The dragon, in turn, calmed down. Charles smiled and invited Cyril into the carriage. Cyril said he was the first. Charles thanked him. Cyril was puzzled, but he looked pleased. He watched Lisa walk away. She was saying something to him as he left. Cyril was left alone in the room, watching her go. He considered her words and his situation. He hadn't expected this turn of events. Among the group of people traveling in the carriage, there was a youth with dark hair who asked in a puzzled manner who this guy was. The bright young man sitting next to him calmly noticed that Sieber himself was asking for him to go ahead. The carriage stopped in a busy square filled with other carts and passers-by. A young man with dark hair, standing outside the cart, said that they were there. A young man with blonde hair standing nearby noticed his bashfulness. At the same time, a dark-robed youth who was slightly behind wondered aloud if they had already arrived. A young man with dark hair and a blonde companion were looking around the large, ornate building. The black-haired youth, impressed by what he saw, asked if there was such a luxurious house here, adding that they were in an ordinary post town. In response, the blonde companion explained with a smile that the hotel was fully booked specifically for them. The dark-haired youth seemed surprised by this fact and didn't know what to say. He just quietly responded that everything was clear and tried to continue his thought. The fair-haired young man, noticing his confusion, told him not to worry about uninvited guests. A young man with dark hair standing in front of the building concluded that the rent for the entire structure was probably exorbitant. His fair-haired companion confirmed that this was an inn for aristocrats. The black-haired youth, puzzled, asked if this meant that he and the dragon could stop here. The blonde man said yes. In response, the fair-haired youth pointed out an extension and suggested that he take a look at it, adding that it had been converted specifically for the dragon's needs. He also mentioned that the dragon might live here with him, to which his companion only agreed. The fair-haired youth, still smiling, confirmed his intention, while his dark-haired companion looked at him in a daze. The dark-haired youth wondered in surprise if they really had completely rebuilt the inn. As they got closer, the dragon greeted the black-haired youth, saying that he could rest in peace there, and added that it was all wonderful. The young man with dark hair seemed to be so shocked by what was happening that he couldn't say anything. His companion, a fair-haired youth, looked at him and wondered what a strange guy he was, while the dragon expressed doubts that he would be able to sleep now. A young man with blonde hair, standing in front of the group, addressed one of them, asking Monsieur Larose to follow him. His dark-haired companion only gave a surprised aha in response. Soon, when they entered the building, they were met by a long corridor with maids lined up on both sides. As they greeted the newcomers, they all said in unison that Monsieur Larose was welcome. The young man with dark hair, seeing this sight, reacted with obvious shock and surprise. His blonde companion, meanwhile, continued down the corridor, leaving the others behind. A black-haired youth walking in the midst of the maids noticed that they became embarrassed whenever he passed by, because he wasn't Charles. He also acknowledged that they are true professionals. In response, a fair-haired youth standing a little further away calmly invited him in. The two maids tilted their heads as they watched the black-haired youth pass by. One of them compared it to a masquerade. The black-haired youth, walking thoughtfully down the corridor, said that he had never felt so important and confessed that Charles had only come here in person to meet him. His fair-haired companion, noticing his condition, asked if everything was all right, to which he only replied that everything was clear to him. A young man with blonde hair, walking down the corridor, turned to his companion, saying that nothing had happened. The dark-haired man said with a slight smile that it was all well thought out. He also suggested that his companion is not the first time using this method. The dark-haired boy thought about how funny it was to be paid for such behavior, and added that he naturally didn't want to rely on Paulius. Then he suddenly addressed Charles by his first name. Finally, he summed up that he and Charles had set off for their destination the next day, showing them how their horse-drawn cart had pulled out of the yard. Inside the carriage, a fair-haired youth spoke to his companion, asking if he liked seeing dragon eggs in the wild. The man seemed confused by the question, and asked if he always approached his questions in such a big way. The companion replied that the dragons were different from the others. The dark-haired youth in turn asked if this didn't apply to all eggs, to which the blonde-haired youth shook his head and said no. He explained that dragon eggs do not have a specific period for hatching. The dark-haired young man in the carriage exclaimed in surprise. At this time, a dragon standing nearby noticed that some cubs hatch after a couple of minutes, and some take more than a year to hatch. The black-haired youth seemed to be making sense of what he was hearing. He quietly confirmed that it was true. The dragon added that even though they all belong to the same species, there are also differences. Then he mentioned that the claw found near the nest was all that was left of her mother. Thus, quite a bit of time passed. Dragon wondered if her mother was also one of the impatient ones. The fair-haired youth sitting in the carriage noticed that there were no external signs of the beginning of hatching. Next to him, the dragon explained that if we were talking about the first dragon, then most likely she was lonely and looked after the egg until the very end. This is the most likely option. He went on to say that the eggs can survive floods, fires, and earthquakes while remaining intact, but the dragons still won't hatch. Then the fair-haired young man, addressing his companion, explained that their task was to protect the egg for as long as necessary. The dark-haired young man seemed taken aback by this statement. The blonde-haired youth concluded that, therefore, he wanted to provide the egg with maximum security. The black-haired youth thoughtfully admitted that this was a very difficult task. A fair-haired youth, sitting in the cart, expressed the hope that Monsieur Le Rose would help him with this matter. The young man with dark hair, in turn, accepted this, saying that he would do everything in his power. Suddenly, the black-haired youth looked out of the window and exclaimed in surprise, "What is it?" Before them was a view of a majestic city with a dragon hovering over it. The building they passed had a complex architecture. The young man seemed startled by what he saw. From above, a soaring dragon could be seen on the city landscape. The city turned out to be the capital of the dragons, and it was called Saint-Simon. Driving down the street, a young man with dark hair observed the architecture. Some buildings had images of dragons on their facades, and dragon-drawn carts could be seen on the streets. He noticed that this was the royal capital. He also noticed how the dragons on the wagons were different from the others. He exclaimed with delight that it was something unimaginable. A young man with dark hair, continuing to observe the urban landscape, noticed that the city was huge. His fair-haired companion confirmed it. The blonde-haired youth explained that since dragons became a part of everyday life, people began to build larger cities. Then he added that Saint-Simon was something out of the ordinary. He also mentioned that after all, the most outstanding people of this world gather in this city. His dark-haired companion pondered this and asked if most of the dragon masters were in Saint-Simon. The young man with dark hair, still looking out of the window, said thoughtfully that everything was clear, and that this was the case. At this time, his fair-haired companion sitting across from him noticed that, to be exact, there were about 10 of them. The fair-haired youth described the city as prosperous, with magnificent roads and buildings. However, he added that because of its scale, it looks empty. The black-haired youth agreed that he had a strange feeling. Then the fair-haired youth pointed to a large building and said that this was their destination. A young man with dark hair, looking at the destination, was surprised to note that it was right in the middle of the city. In front of the large gate, several armored soldiers were waiting in a row. Then, the carriage that the main characters were riding in slowly passed by this gate. The soldiers seemed to be shocked when they saw the carriage drive in. They turned to look at her as she drove past. Several other people had joined them from behind, and they were standing in a row watching the cart. A fair-haired youth peeked out of the wagon and spoke to one of the soldiers, saying that it was him, and also asking for forgiveness for the inconvenience, Mr. Sieber. The soldier, in turn, only confirmed his words. A young man with dark hair, watching the scene, noticed that it was even too pompous. When he got out of the carriage, he thanked his companion, who invited him to follow him. At the same time, another youth in the carriage called out to his dark-haired companion. In the background of their conversation, a cart could be seen, which, judging by the sound, was entering the territory of the building. A young man with dark hair standing next to the dragon confirmed that they could go out. He called out to the dragon named Colette, telling her to come out. Another dragon inside the carriage asked if it could also descend. Then one of the dragons jumped to the ground, and its paws were visible. The dragon that jumped to the ground expressed its exhaustion. The other dragon in the cart said that it was better to walk home instead of riding in the cart. The young man with dark hair seemed surprised by his words, and apologetically promised that he would talk about it. A fair-haired youth, standing in front of his dark-haired companion, asked if he could show Monsieur Larose to the egg storage room. The black-haired youth, surprised by what he heard, replied that he was behind him. A young man with dark hair, his eyes wide with surprise, followed his companion down the long corridor they were already in. The other members of their group followed them, keeping a short distance behind. In the spacious hall, on the second-floor balcony, there was a group of people watching the scene. Among them was a tall, fair-haired man who stood with his arms crossed. Next to him was a girl in armor, and behind her, 2 other people could be seen. Meanwhile, down below, another group of people, consisting of a blonde girl, a man with red hair, and an older man, were watching with undisguised tension. All of these people's gazes were focused on someone or something. Inside the building, on the top floor, there was the same group of people who were watching something. One of them remarked that he didn't want to stay here for long. The dark-haired young man standing next to the dragon felt that the atmosphere was very heavy. He quietly agreed that there was just a murderous aura here. In the center of the room, on a pedestal, under a strong light source, was a large egg. Next to it, it was written that it was the Dragon Master's egg, and that it was the target that they should guard this time. A young man with dark hair looking at the egg asked, "So this is the one who needs to be guarded?" His fair-haired companion confirmed that it was a dragon egg. The black-haired youth, still looking at the egg, said that he understood everything. He asked if it would be possible to examine it a little, and his companion agreed. The narrator then summed up that earlier, Siller and Colette, who were assigned to guard the egg, were on their way to Saint-Simon. They were embarrassed by the hospitality of Charles, the customer. But they've finally arrived in the city, and now it's up to them to find out what happens next. In the lobby of the building, several people were watching intently. One of them noticed that the guards were getting more tense as they approached. At the same time, one of the men standing nearby was completely focused on what was happening, and his gaze was very serious. As the man in the dark clothes descended the stairs, he thought that despite Charles' permission, it wouldn't hurt to be careful. He also noticed that, in his opinion, the guards looked more tense. At this time, a group of people consisting of a man and 2 girls were sitting on couches, watching a man in dark clothes go down the stairs. A young man with dark hair, examining the egg, noticed that it looked rather ordinary. The dragon standing next to him said that he didn't like it here very much. The dragon on the other side said that they could wait outside, and the dark-haired youth turned to him and told him to come. He also added that he should call if something happens. The other dragon on the stairs reacted to the conversation. A young man with dark hair, standing in the room, thought that there was a strong killing intent coming from the experienced guards, and he could sense Colette. The armored man standing nearby looked towards the group on the balcony. Another group of people, consisting of a man and a girl on the balcony, looked down. A girl in armor who was among them addressed her companions, saying that the pressure was unbearable, as if they were being boiled in boiling water, but she also wanted to finish the job. The dark-haired young man thought it was time to call it a day. The dark-haired young man who had just entered the room wondered in surprise what had just happened, and asked himself who was talking to the human. Then he turned around and asked what. Another dark-haired youth in the room turned to look at him. He was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. A young man with dark hair who had just entered the room looked at the egg and asked what it was. Then he turned to his companion, trying to say something, but no words came out. He was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. He asked his companion if he even understood what he was talking about. Then he turned back to the egg to make sure it was still there. A young man with dark hair who had just entered the room turned to his companion in surprise, asking if he was telling him that. He also asked if the baby was still inside the egg. One of the guards standing next to the egg noticed that everything was clear here. He told the person inside to get out immediately. Another guard standing nearby added that he didn't want to hatch while there was so much pressure around. The dark-haired young man heard this and turned to his companion. He was so surprised that he didn't know what to say. A young man with dark hair who had just entered the room turned to his companion in surprise, asking what he was going to do. He also asked if it was going to hatch yet. He then asked in a daze what had just happened, to which the other person replied that he could have done it a long time ago, but there was such an unpleasant atmosphere outside. A young man with dark hair, looking at the egg, wondered if it was just because of this. A fair-haired youth walking down the corridor turned to his companion, asking what was the matter. In response, the latter addressed him by name in surprise. Then one of the security guards standing on the balcony asked if they could go out for a while. At this time, the other guard standing nearby looked at him with obvious annoyance, and the woman next to him also looked displeased. The dark-haired young man seemed stunned by what was happening. A young man with dark hair who had just entered the room looked at his companion in surprise, asking when he would hatch. The fair-haired youth, in turn, asked for what purpose. He added that it will be able to hatch when everyone present comes out. The blonde youth wondered on what grounds. Then he stepped aside and asked why his companion, who had been with him and Colette all this time, had not once broached the subject. A young man with dark hair sitting in the carriage thoughtfully admitted that he was also surprised. His companion with the blonde hair asked if he was still in the egg. The black-haired youth turned away and confirmed that it was the same thing. Then the fair-haired youth, addressing everyone, asked them to go outside. In response, the young man with dark hair agreed, saying that he trusted them. The door swung open with a loud bang. A young man with dark hair nearby asked in surprise if this was really happening. At this time, the group of people who were previously on the balcony headed towards the carriage. Then one of them turned to the dark-haired youth, saying that Charles could come in, and added that everything should be fine. The dark-haired youth seemed puzzled, but decided to follow his companion. A young man with blonde hair, holding a book in his hands, turned to his companion with a big smile, saying that he was very grateful. A dark-haired youth nearby exclaimed in surprise that it actually hatched. The fair-haired youth, still smiling, once again expressed his great gratitude. After that, the black-haired youth was deep in thought as he sat on the sofa in the spacious living room. There was a fireplace in the room, and the atmosphere was calm. The young man with dark hair seemed to be impressed, noticing that the egg hatched before the guards could react. He added that he did not think that everything would happen so quickly. A nearby dragon, who looked dazed, said that he thought he heard someone's voice. Soon, a small creature was seen curled up, having just broken its shell. The black-haired youth, addressing the dragon, asked if he had heard what was going on outside while in the egg. The dragon, avoiding a direct answer, only vaguely said that it was true. The dragon wondered in surprise how it could talk like this while hiding in its shell if it knew there was someone so good out there. He then added that some children are afraid of pressure and find it difficult to understand the language of dragons. He explained that this is why the process can take so long. The dark-haired young man seemed to take it all in, and said he understood. Then he thought that maybe it wasn't so bad and unusual, and that this stage depended on the dragon's senses. A young man with blonde hair turned to his companion, apologizing for the wait, and asked if everything went well. The black-haired youth replied by asking if everything was all right. Then the fair-haired youth, with a smile on his face, said that everything was just fine, and added that the little dragon was perfectly healthy. At this time, the dragon standing next to the dark-haired young man said that this was the case. The dark-haired young man accepted this and replied that it was really good. The blonde-haired young man seemed surprised to ask his companion if he could really talk to dragons. Then he closed his eyes, considering the answer, and said that now he understood everything, and this is how it is. In response, the black-haired youth, looking at him thoughtfully, confirmed that it was true. The blonde-haired youth then explained that the kid said that the guards looked bad, so he didn't want to hatch. The young man with dark hair was surprised to see such a calm reaction for the first time, and admitted that he was surprised that his companion took it so easily. In response, the blonde-haired youth explained that this was why they were special, and that it was no surprise that the best dragon knights had unique skills. Then the black-haired youth seemed to understand, and said that it was all clear to him now. He said thoughtfully that this was how it was, and that he understood everything. A young man with dark hair, seeing his companion's worried expression, asked what was the matter. The fair-haired young man admitted that he was terribly worried, and explained that if it wasn't for his companion, he would have been tormented by waiting all the time. He wondered when the baby dragon would hatch from the egg. The black-haired youth sitting next to him asked if that was the case. The blonde-haired boy guessed that the dragon would have sunk even deeper into its shell. He also added that security would have to be strengthened even more. A young man with blonde hair told his companion that it was a good thing that he had reached out to him, and added that he wouldn't have to worry about what might have happened anymore. At that moment, a hand placed money on the table in front of the young man with dark hair, calling it payment for his work. The dark-haired youth seemed stunned and asked what it was. He then looked at the money, and then looked up at the person who gave it, with a surprised expression on his face. A young man with dark hair, shocked by what he saw, exclaimed that it was 6 million lire. The fair-haired youth, smiling, confirmed that this was the case. Then he called his companion a real hero, who had solved his problem, and asked him to accept his thanks. The black-haired youth, after thanking him, said to himself that it should have only been 3 million, and he looked extremely surprised. A young man with dark hair accepted the offer and said that he would certainly help. Then, the blonde youth, smiling, asked him not to refuse them if they needed help again. After that, they shook hands. The blonde youth thought that the best outcome of this story was his meeting with Charles. At this time, the black-haired youth was thinking about the fact that he had received over 6 million lire, and his eyes were wide with surprise. A young man with blonde hair, standing in front of his companion, expressed his deep gratitude. Then the black-haired youth accepted this and began to walk away from the house. At this time, one of the men at the door asked if everything was all right, and said that LaRose had promised to accompany them to Paslon. The black-haired youth seemed disappointed, and said in his mind that he shouldn't have refused. A young man with dark hair and his dragon companion arrived in Saint-Simon. The young man expressed a desire to see everything around, as he wanted to see everything here. He added that excessive attention is tiring, and he doesn't want to be coddled like that anymore. The black-haired youth, looking thoughtfully at the dragon, concluded that Colette didn't seem to appreciate such a good attitude. A young man with dark hair, addressing his companion, asked what other form of attention he would prefer. The dragon, in turn, asked, "Attention?" The black-haired youth, smiling, explained that this was exactly the case. He also added that it's hard to know what Colette likes right away, and that it can also be difficult for others to fully express their feelings. In the end, the dark-haired youth said that maybe he shouldn't have put it that way, since the money came in very handy. The dragon asked for a private room where he could eat. A young man with dark hair asked why he was doing this. The dragon explained that it was used to transport luggage. The young man confirmed it. The dragon added that if there is noise around, it doesn't feel anything, and that food doesn't get into the same stomach. The dark-haired youth seemed surprised, and said that he hadn't expected this. The dragon explained that they chew their food and regurgitate it from their stomachs. According to him, the second stomach is filled, and you can chew the pulp for a whole month. The young man with dark hair seemed surprised by this fact. The dragon asked if it was lonely to eat separately, to which the young man replied that it was true, and that it was better to chew now than later. Finally, the dark-haired young man agreed with the dragon and said that when they returned to Nightshade, everything would be arranged. A man with black hair and a patch over his right eye said that he was sorry that his interlocutor did not tell him this information earlier. He folded his arms and smiled slightly. In response, his friend, who resembles a lizard and wears a bow around his neck, offered not to be shy and contact him if you have any questions or comments. He noted that if there is something that needs to be added, he is ready to listen to it. After that, they both found themselves on a street where old buildings could be seen. The long-haired man thanked his companion, who was standing nearby. Then, looking up at the sky, he thoughtfully remarked that since they understood each other, they should not be afraid to communicate and should strive to achieve a complete understanding. His companion with the bow on his head answered briefly and in the affirmative. The man with the eye patch also smiled as he talked about it, emphasizing the importance of open and honest communication between them. The dark-haired Yoroi said that there were quite a few specialty shops selling dragon gear here after all. His companion, a reptilian with a bow, confirmed that there were indeed quite a few of them. The long-haired man then wondered if there might be equipment created for dragons unknown to him among them. He assumed that he would have to go over and look at them all anyway. The reptilian explained that most of the shops here specialize in items that are used in sales or on the dragons themselves, not in equipment. He also compared this place to the city of Saint-Simon. After that, his companion smiled and said that it was good. A dark-haired man with an eye patch asked where a good shop was located here. The reptilian man with the bow around his neck thought for a moment and then said an interjection in response. A fighter with an eye patch, looking at his comrade, said that this is great. Then, he turned his attention to the small building ahead and exclaimed while wondering. His companion with a bow on his head also reacted in surprise to what he saw. The black-haired man saw a small shop in front of him and noticed that it looked smaller than the others. He also added that this store looks old-fashioned. A dark-haired man with an eye patch said thoughtfully that they would go to this store. His reptilian companion reacted in surprise to his words, wondering why they were doing this. In response, his companion crossed his arms over his chest and pointed out that there were newer stores, implying that they could go to one of them. The man with the eye patch made an interjection and then wondered if it was a premonition. The reptilian with the bow on his head sighed softly as he looked at his friend. He then replied that it was fine, agreeing with his suggestion. A long-haired man with an eye patch said that he didn't know why he was so attracted to this place. He put his hand to his chin and thought about it. His gaze was directed in the direction of the old shop. Then he added that he had a feeling. In the foreground, his shoes that he had just placed on the ground were visible, and they seemed to be firmly in place. At the beginning of the page, a person's feet are shown standing motionless in front of the store entrance. Then this man with an eye patch said he was sorry and went inside, followed by his reptilian buddy. They found themselves in a room that looked rather dusty. A reptilian with a bow on his head exclaimed that it was so dusty in here. Once inside, the hero saw a lot of boxes, books, and various objects that created a sense of disorder. An elderly man with a beard and glasses sat at the table and greeted them. He said he was glad to see them. At this time, the long-haired hero with an eye patch exclaimed in surprise, wondering what kind of place this was. His reptilian companion with a bow around his neck leaned over and noticed that there were a lot of objects here. He also wondered if there was anything useful here. The black-haired man, looking at the person sitting at the desk, thought that the person seemed to be still working, but something didn't seem right. The man with the black hair noticed that there were old tools and a mess everywhere. He thought for a moment, then turned around and told his companion that he would look around for a bit. The reptilian with the bow around its neck reacted in surprise. The young man walked deeper into the room, moving away from his companion. He was sure there was something there. His friend sighed heavily, replied that it couldn't be helped, and humbly accepted his companion's decision. Inside the store, a dark-haired man with an eye patch asked the elderly owner if he was the one who called them. Then he added that he wanted to ask him for some help. The shop owner, who was reading a book, looked up in surprise and uttered an interjection. He asked what they were looking for. The young man, looking at the old owner, asked if there were any tools or equipment for dragons here. At the same time, he looked a little confused. In response to this, the elderly man, without looking up from his book, replied that there was something lying around, and invited the guests to look for themselves. The young man sighed, but then agreed and said it was fine. The man with dark hair and an eye patch sighed, putting a hand to his forehead thoughtfully. He looked around, taking in the messy room. Then he looked back at his companion, and his gaze was confused. At the same time, he exclaimed. After that, he sighed again and wondered what had happened. He noticed that his feet were trying to move, and asked why this was happening. At that moment, his booted feet were visible in the foreground. His reptilian companion, who was standing behind him, looked at him in disbelief. A man with an eye patch, looking at his feet, said that it couldn't be. In the foreground, it was shown that one of its legs was glowing, and it looked like claws were protruding from the tips of its fingers. At this time, the hero's reptilian companion said that these are claws, a piece of equipment that repeats the shape of a dragon. He added that these claws merge with the dragon's body. The dark-haired hero thought about it and said that maybe it was true. A character with long black hair, standing with his back to us, said that they were reacting to something. Then he loudly exclaimed that there was something here. His feet slowly moved forward, and he began to walk deeper into the room. In the background, he could be seen walking towards some part of the store, where there were more items lying around randomly. The man with the eye patch stopped in front of a crate with some equipment sticking out of it. He exclaimed in surprise that it was a saddle. Then he wondered if it was meant for a dragon. He looked at it in surprise. At this time, the elderly shop owner who had been sitting at the table all this time got up and walked over to him. He noticed that the young people had excellent instincts these days. At the same time, he looked at the hero with an eye patch. The young man turned around and exclaimed, looking at the old owner in surprise. The young man stared in surprise at the saddle he had found in an old wooden box. He noted that it was a unique dragon instrument, and his intonation expressed true admiration. The saddle, made of unusual materials, had a complex and elegant shape which made it truly special. An elderly shopkeeper standing nearby confirmed his guess. He explained that this saddle was the only one of its kind designed specifically for a certain type of dragon. The old man carefully observed the reactions of the visitors, waiting for them to understand the true value of the item they found. At this time, the hero's companion, a reptilian with a bow around his neck, was also studying the saddle intently. He thought about it, trying to figure out if it was a coincidence or not. The shape and size of the saddle looked incredibly familiar, and he couldn't believe that such a rare artifact could be here. The reptilian was surprised to say that this saddle was perfect for Sarush, a statement that seemed to startle him. A hero with dark hair and an eye patch asked the old shop owner what the saddle was for anyway. Then he asked if it had any special properties. As he did so, he looked at the shopkeeper, waiting for an answer. The owner of the store, adjusting his glasses, replied that it is only necessary to put on this saddle and the animal will no longer increase in size. At the same time, he added that no matter how much they put there, it will always remain in the same form. The hero with the eye patch exclaimed in surprise, wondering if this was true. The reptilian with the bow on his head happily exclaimed that he wanted this saddle, and his whole appearance expressed a strong desire. His eyes were glowing and he looked very excited. The young man with an eye patch reacted in surprise at his words. Then he asked his companion if his name was Colette. The satellite itself was confused. The dark-haired hero made an interjection, and his friend looked thoughtful. The reptilian, standing on its hind legs, asked if that wasn't the main thing, but its appearance. Then he thought that he didn't know exactly how, but the Sarush didn't use energy for digestion, but for movement. A young man with an eye patch said it was fine. After that, he asked the old shop owner how much the saddle cost. His companion with the bow on his head exclaimed enthusiastically that the price was 5 million and looked very pleased. The black-haired man, hearing this, uttered a surprised voice and exclaimed that he would buy it. The old shop owner smiled as he looked at them. A companion with a bow on his head spoke to a dark-haired man with an eye patch. He said affectionately that the man wanted him. In response, the black-haired hero, who looked a little puzzled, asked in surprise if this was normal, and added that the price was simply exorbitant. At this point, his reptilian friend looked shocked and exclaimed loudly, wondering what he was saying. After that, the hero with an eye patch grinned at his companion and thought, why not buy it? Then he added that if that was the case, then why not buy it? The hero's friend, hearing his words, was confused and looked down. He looked very moved by the gesture and didn't know what to say. The shopkeeper looked thoughtful as he looked at the hero. His companion with the bow on his head exclaimed that he was thanking his friend. He looked very happy. Then the old shop owner turned to the young man and asked him that he wouldn't even check the saddle. The black-haired man replied that he could already see that the saddle was real. He added that this is why he will not check it. The shop owner, adjusting his glasses, asked in surprise why he thought so. The dark-haired hero smiled and explained that he could see that it was real. The man asked in surprise what it was for 2 million. The shopkeeper replied that this was the price he had set. Then he said thoughtfully that he thought the saddle had called him to it. The dark-haired man exclaimed, wondering what he was saying, and added that this store wasn't working for profit. He explained that, despite this, he will not buy a saddle. The owner of the store, adjusting his glasses, said that he liked the accuracy with which he found the saddle in a mountain of junk. He offered the hero to take the saddle for free as a gift if he likes it so much. The young man replied that no, it was too much. A black-haired man with an eye patch thanked the elderly shop owner. Then he said that here are 2 million. The old owner replied that it was fine. After that, the man with the eye patch turned to his companion, whom he named Colette, and asked if she would like to try on the saddle. She agreed enthusiastically, saying yes. When she put on the saddle, she exclaimed that it was so light. However, she added that she does not even feel it. The owner of the store said that there is almost nothing there now, so it will be difficult to judge. He added that since that was the case he would put something else in. The man agreed. The shop owner explained that the master usually works on this all his life, and sometimes he can't even repeat this invention. He then asked the hero how this unique thing is made. The young man replied that he understood that. One of the interviewees asked if this creation is a masterpiece of its kind. A wise old man with a beard and glasses answered that it was so. At the same time, he added that some of the secrets of creation are known to him. He clarified that these secrets are not unique. The dark-haired youth listened intently and asked if these creatures used parts of the dragon's body, such as claws and bones. The old man confirmed it. The narrator then explained that these parts allow one dragon to absorb another, and it is these parts that it recycles. At the end of the shot, an old man with a beard expressed his surprise at how this is happening. The black-haired youth asked in surprise if these bones were being fed to another dragon. At the same time, he noticed that the bones were like a phoenix horn, and his expression showed deep shock. In response to his words, an old man with a beard and glasses corrected him, saying that this was not entirely true. He added that this is something else, an object that is unique and sacred in itself. He also noticed that the other party was very knowledgeable about phoenixes for such a young age, and the black-haired youth mumbled something in embarrassment in response. Then the old man explained that this was something else entirely. The young man said that now he understood. An old man with glasses and a beard remarked that any dragon is valuable for experiments, which is why there are so few of them. He added that the meaning is essentially the same. He then pointed out that the dragon's body itself had considerable strength. According to him, with skillful processing, it turns into a unique tool. At this moment, the black-haired youth lowered his head and said that he had learned a lot now. The elder continued his story, adding that eggshells are also often used. The young man looked up in surprise and asked if they were using eggshells. In response to the young man's question, the old man explained that the shell serves as a protection for the unborn cub, and in the body of a dragon it carries a special power. He drew an analogy, saying that people also make medicines from the placenta. Then the black-haired youth, thoughtfully lowering his gaze, said that this means an egg. The elder added that even in the shell there is power, to which the young man replied with surprise. At that moment, he raised his head and opened his eyes wide as he realized what he had just heard. After a long conversation, the black-haired youth finally thanked the old sage for his help and informed him that they were about to leave. The old man with glasses replied good-naturedly that they were always welcome here and invited them to come again. To which the young man's companion, a small dragon, confirmed that they would definitely come back next time. Then, when they were already on the street, the little dragon turned to his companion in surprise, asking why he was so suddenly in such a hurry and what was the matter. The young man was standing in the street, looking down and pursing his lips. The black-haired youth, while continuing the conversation, mentioned that eggshell. The little dragon turned its head and asked what he meant. The young man explained that it probably remained lying there, and added that it was not just a balar, but its progenitor, its egg. The little dragon's eyes widened as he expressed his disbelief. The black-haired youth, continuing the conversation, said that he had a premonition, and if he turned it around, something terrible would come out. He then stated emphatically that they needed to go back. His companion, a small dragon, agreed with him. Indicates that 2 days have passed. A young man and a baby dragon are standing in the middle of a mountainous area. The little dragon asks if it must be here somewhere. The young man answers confidently. The dragon noted that this was the first time they were walking with a young man. He added that he usually went with Lisa. The black-haired youth explained that this was the mountain where he had met the princess and Lisa. The little dragon thought about it and said that it was ironic. Suddenly the young man, pointing somewhere to the side, said that if he remembered correctly, it was around that bend. The little dragon turned its head in surprise, in the direction the young man was pointing. At that moment, the young man turned his back and walked away in the direction he was pointing, and the little dragon followed him. The little dragon noticed that there was something there, and the black-haired youth pointed in the same direction, confirming that there was indeed something there. The young man then asked the dragon to wait here, as they might have to engage in battle. He warned that it would be dangerous, and the little dragon was upset, asked why he should stay, and said that he also wanted to help. The young man ignored him, turned his back, and continued on his way. After talking to the little dragon, the black-haired youth patted its head and said thank you. The little dragon sighed and agreed to wait. When the young man left, he noticed a small, rabbit-like animal sitting over something that looked very much like its egg. Looking at it, the young man saw that it was sitting over the fragments of its egg. The animal, seeing the young man, was not afraid. The young man walked up to him, raising his eyebrows in surprise. The little rabbit-like animal held a piece of eggshell in its paws and began to eat it. The black-haired youth, seeing this, said in surprise that the animal was eating the shell. Suddenly, the rabbit changed abruptly, its body enveloped in dark energy, and it turned into a monstrous creature. The young man, startled by what had happened, reacted to it. The black-haired youth, stunned by what had happened, watched in horror and wondered what it was. At that moment, a small dragon ran up to him, which was also startled by what it saw. He exclaimed that this monster had eaten a part of the dragon's body. The black-haired youth, as he continued to watch the monstrous creature, realized that this must be the dragon that the old sage had told them about. He realized that this was what the old man had told them, and that he was in front of him now. He was looking at him with a serious and tense expression. The black-haired youth, still watching the monster, assumed that the creature looked like the dragon's head, Vector. Then he said it was an unexpected meeting. The creature, as if hearing him, lowered its head and froze, ready to attack. The young man, realizing this, exclaimed. A monstrous dragon-like creature charged. The black-haired youth, covering his face with his hands, managed to dodge the blow. He staggered back, a look of pain and surprise on his face. The monster paused, looking at the young man, and seemed to be waiting for the next step. The little dragon that was waiting nearby called out the youth's name in alarm. The black-haired man replied that he was fine and told the little dragon not to worry. Then he added that if it's just a matter of speed, then even without protection, he won't suffer much. At this moment, the monster began to transform its paws, and long and sharp claws appeared on its hands. The young man saw this and knew that the situation was getting serious. The monster continued to transform, turning into a figure with dragon horns and a tail. He attacked the black-haired youth, but he managed to dodge the blow. At this time, a small dragon arrived, which looked at Nuge in surprise, as it was very similar to a dragon, but in the form of a human. The dragon, seeing him, was also startled. Nuge's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in surprise. The creature that had taken the form of a dragon attacked again, moving with incredible speed, and she noticed that it was faster than she had expected. The black-haired youth, still dodging, said something. He, in turn, said that after the transformation, he does not feel any damage from the believer. He added that in this form he has the upper hand in attack and defense, however. He was keeping a close eye on the youth, not letting him out of his sight, and it seems that he is targeting him. The black-haired youth grinned and said that it wasn't enough for a long battle. At that moment his legs gave out and he fell to one knee, panting heavily. The little dragon, seeing this, anxiously called out his name and shouted about the dragonstone. Summoning all his strength, he stood up, shouted Colette's name, and crouched down to throw something at the dragon. The little dragon was also watching anxiously. After the throw, the black-haired youth grinned and said that it was very useful. The dragon-like monster charged, but he dodged it. Then he looked at her and said that he could handle it easily. He was very confident in his abilities, and a serious expression appeared on his face. The youth dodged the attack and exclaimed in surprise that he had been bitten. He jumped back, looked at the dragon, and said that if it went on like this, it would be hard for them. He called out to Colette again and said he'd have to back off. Colette sighed and agreed. A monstrous dragon-like creature stood on the mountain and looked down at them. The black-haired youth panted as he said that the power of the dragonstone would only last for a short time in the form of a dragon. Then he added that if there was just one way out, they would have done it. He raised his head, looked at the creature, and seemed to be coming up with a new plan. The black-haired youth, standing next to his companion, pondered. He looked at the rocky cliff and asked if it was the cliff where he had saved the princess. The little dragon seemed to be thinking too. The young man didn't wait for an answer, but called out his name. The little dragon turned around and asked in surprise what he meant by that. The young man, however, seems to have come up with a new plan related to this cliff. The black-haired youth, having come up with a plan, resolutely ordered his companion to run as fast as he could and not look back. The little dragon, hearing this, asked in surprise what he was going to do. The youth, with a smile on his face, told him not to worry about him and just run. The little dragon, looked at him anxiously, said that he was a fool, but still ran away. The black-haired youth, left alone with the monster, said that now he was definitely angry with him, and that was great. The monster seemed to hear him and charged. The young man dodged the blow and jumped out of the way. A serious and focused expression appeared on his face. He was ready for battle. A monstrous dragon-like creature charged. The black-haired youth dodged the blow and exclaimed, "Go!" I ran to him. The monster seemed to have heard him, turned around and charged as well. The youth who dodged the blow exclaimed again, and it looks like he's ready to fight. The monster, in turn, began to transform, and long and sharp claws appeared on its hands. The young man saw this and knew that the situation was getting serious. The youth who had transformed into a dragon charged. He moved with great speed, and a determined expression appeared on his face. Then he kicked the ground, and a pillar of black energy came out. The young man dodged and looked at the dragon in surprise, as it was very strong. The youth, in turn, turned back into a monster. He charged, and a vicious expression appeared on his face. The young man, continuing to attack, said that it was fine. He was very confident in his abilities and seemed to enjoy the fight. At that moment, he slammed his fist on the ground, and a pillar of black energy shot out. The young man dodged, noting that he might not be able to do it on the ground, but he had a chance in the air. He looked at the dragon, and it seems that he is ready for a new plan. A monstrous dragon-like creature stood on the mountain and looked down at him. The black-haired youth, breathing heavily, said that he had stopped feeling something. He looked at the dragon, and it seems that he is ready for a new plan. The dragon, in turn, turned back into a monster. She charged, and a vicious expression appeared on her face. She attacked the youth, but he managed to dodge. He seemed to be coming up with a plan again.